Welcome in. This is day 2 of our NFL Draft Show. I am your host, Chris Borgia, alongside co-host Tyler Blankenship and co-host Jake Holtzauer for the night.
How we doing?
Good. How are you, Jake?
Doing well. I'm excited to be on for the whole show.
Yeah, how are you doing, Tyler?
I'm excited. It was a fun day 1. I hope to see more trades and some more exciting things happen.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So, I'm curious, though. What was our favorite picks from the first round? You know, I want to jump around. Let's start with you, Jake.
Favorite pick?
Yeah.
I mean, Giants guy, I got to go Abdul Carter.
Fair.
Yeah, absolutely. He's a
You don't want to
great
talk about
edge
the other
presence.
pick that they made, or?
Do you want to talk about it right now? Because I can talk about it.
Yeah, let me hear what are your thoughts on Jackson Dart and trading up for him.
Okay. It was definitely a surprise. And I think it was great value to trade up into the first round to get a QB, because in the past couple years, we've seen the trade up to the QB, it first takes first round picks. 1, maybe even 2, but they didn't trade a first round pick this time. Second rounder, 2/3, 1 this year, 1 next year. I think it's great value to get the QB that they want. And
But he's like the 3rd QB on your depth chart right now.
yeah,
As a first rounder.
look, you got to sit
Could be
behind
fourth.
and develop. That's what they got
Could
to
be
do.
fourth.
I think Dable likes his deep threat ability. He doesn't have any fear to go downfield, and I think that's what Dable was looking to develop. And I think this pick screams that both Brian Dable and Joe Schoen are expecting to continue to be with the team after the season. You're not going to take a QB and hope to not develop him after this year. So I think they're expecting that they're going to get a contract after this year to keep developing Jackson Dart.
You know,
Okay.
if I'm the Giants, I'm a little worried here though with this pick. I mean, Shedeur was on the board right in front of your face.
I think the ceiling for Dart is higher than Sanders. I think he's a better athlete. He has a better arm than Sanders. And I don't know where he's going to go in this next round. How far do you think he might fall?
I think he's going within the top 5 picks.
If the Browns don't take him with the first pick in the second round, I don't think the Browns touch him at all. They
I
have
think
2 picks
I told you. I
in
think
the top
they take
4
him
in the second round.
I think they take him in the top or with that 4th pick.
It's possible. It is very possible. But
My whole thing though, to kind of go back in the Dart a little bit, I feel like Shedeur, to my eyes, is the more NFL ready quarterback out of the 2 of them. I think Dart's going to be a little bit more of a project than people think.
that's why you want to sit him and develop him for a year behind Wilson.
I get that, but I don't know how I feel too well about Brian Dable developing a quarterback.
He developed Josh Allen. Jackson Dart's nowhere near
Yes.
Josh Allen.
Yes,
But he did develop
But in
him.
recent history, with the history of the Giants quarterbacks, and the other thing that I told Tyler too, the last time I seen a quarterback start to really get hype towards kind of when you get closer to the draft, obviously Jackson Dart, for example, was literally when the Giants took Daniel Jones.
Yeah.
He got really hyped up towards the draft. Nobody really talked about him throughout his college career, and then they take him. Everybody's like, I don't know how I feel about that, and that's kind of where I'm at with that.
Yeah, but when Daniel Jones got drafted, they had Ben McAdoo at QB or at head coach, and then Pat Shurmur. I mean, the difference between, I think, Dart and Jones, especially when you look at it as a head coach perspective, is Jones had to go through so much and so many changes throughout his career with the Giants. You got to hope that with Dart, he can stick with Dable in the future.
It's tough, man. I guess we'll have to see how it plays out. What do you think, Tyler?
I mean, I agree that the ceiling for Jackson Dart could be really good. He's gotten some interesting comps in the past, which I like his arm. I like his ability with his. I think he's an underrated athlete, actually.
They
in
like
a way.
to say he's a lot like Bo Nix.
Bo Nix, I've heard Jalen Hurts a little bit as well. But my thing with him is coming out of that system from Ole Miss, it was a lot of like point and click, like I'm going to tell you where to go, kind of first read type of things. So I do think one of the big things for him is his footwork, getting that down when you're developing him. But then it's also like the above the shoulders kind of stuff where it's like, can you process what's going on around you without us having to tell you where to throw the ball?
Yeah, exactly. And he also does hold on to the ball a little bit longer after his first read, so you got to hope that he's able to get targets out on time and not hold on to the ball for too long before looking towards his next read.
You know, the fun part, though, I'm excited to see him in Malik Neighbors. Get Malik Neighbors a quarterback who's going to throw him the ball. I like that.
Yeah, I think 100% with this pick, Jackson Dart is going to be the starter no matter what next year for the Giants, or in 2 years after this next season.
More than likely. I mean, I could also see, though, halfway through the season that Russell Wilson, they kind of feel like Jackson Dart's ready to go and want to see how he plays in a game or two, and then, maybe they go back to Russ, or maybe they let Jackson Dart finish out the season.
Yeah, I think the Giants are looking to try to be competitive here. Of course, you could say that for every single team, but when you bring in a veteran guy like Wilson, you're looking to win.
Are you? I mean,
good question.
We saw what happened with him at the end of last year with the Steelers. Does that give you much confidence if you're, a Giants fan, that Russell Wilson could come in behind what's probably a worse O-line today of the Steelers, and only one real weapon at the moment? Like I'm not. I don't think
No, I like Tyrone Tracy.
I'm a big Tracy guy.
I do like Tyrone Tracy a lot.
Yeah, sure.
I think I think you got to say 2 weapons.
Hey, I mean, Theo Johnson, he's coming back off of an injury.
All right,
so
I'm not pushing it that far. I'm not pushing it
No,
that
my thing
far,
is
but I'll
like
definitely say Tyrone.
I get what you're saying. Like he's going to start in the next couple of years because they're definitely not a quarterback away like right now.
No.
So but my thing with is like I don't know if they're. I mean, obviously, your team wants to be competitive in some way, but because they're not in full rebuild at the moment, I would say, because you do have enough. Like your defense is good. Like just straight up, the Giants' defense is probably going to be very good this next season. But it's your good lord, it's it's interesting what you do on offense from there because you have to build up your interior O-line a little bit more. You have to get more weapons. I don't think you have a tight end right now who's like a good safety blanket for a young quarterback like that. So I do think on offense you're a few steps away.
Yeah, but I think the Giants are really trying to emphasize their defense, and that's how they won in the past against the Patriots in the Super Bowls. Their defense was the reason that they won, and they never had an elite quarterback. I'm not Eli Manning. I mean, he's not an elite quarterback. He's never won an MVP. He led the league in interceptions multiple times. So I think they're trying to go back to their defensive identity with drafting Carter #3. And you look at guys like Michael Strahan, who was a big off the edge for them in those Patriots teams. I mean, they had Lawrence Taylor, so I think they're trying to go back to that defensive identity.
Yeah. Huh?
Yeah, it's definitely true. Tyler, what pick did you really like from the first round?
There were a few I really liked. I really liked Emeka Ibuka to Tampa Bay.
You were high on that pick.
I'm really high on him, and I think putting him in a system like that where he doesn't have to immediately be like a standout receiver. He's basically third on the depth chart there.
I think part of the problem is, though, I think in the beginning he is probably going to have to be like a standout guy because I feel like at least with Godwin coming off of this injury, you want to ease him back into that whole thing so that I think Ibuka's got to be. Well, of course, yeah. Mike Evans is Mike Evans no matter what.
This trade also reminds me of when Ricky Pearsall went last year, where it's like the 49ers already had Debo, they already had Ayuk, and eventually they get rid of Debo for going into this next season. So I think it creates that depth that they're looking for because Mike Evans, he's only getting older, and of course, it's death taxes Mike Evans 1,000 yards.
Yeah. Even if you have to force it the very last game of the season. But
You can see, though, it's starting to become like a new trend of like these teams who have 2 really good receivers taking another young receiver in a draft because they plan on moving off of these guys. Obviously, it's happened with the Niners. It's happened with the Seahawks. It just keeps happening.
Yeah, and it's a trend that keeps coming up again, but I think
it's a smart trend, though. I mean, you look at the Seahawks, for example, when they took JSN, like that was smart.
Yeah, and then DK was out the door within the next year or two.
Yeah, I think DK respectfully should have stayed if they were smarter. I mean, the Cooper Kupp one's a little questionable. I don't think it was the greatest fit.
It's going to be an interesting dynamic there. Who's going to play slot?
I'm not going to say my favorite pick yet because I wanted to jump on one other pick before I get to my favorite pick, but I got to hear from Jake on this one because I kind of know your opinion, but I also wanted to jump in a little bit more on it, Tyler. I'm kind of hovering over it right now. The Kelvin Banks Jr. pick in the top 10. Am I the only one who's still sitting here like feeling that it's a little bit of a reach?
Yeah, I do think it was a bit of I don't know if he was top 10 worthy right there he was in pick number 9. I think if you're the Saints and you were just going to be targeting a guy like that, you could have traded back and gotten some more assets and then got him and then maybe another O-lineman as well. So that did feel a little rich to me, but at the same time, it does address a need that they have. And sometimes the teams, they just fall in love with a guy. They think like, okay, we can bring him in and use him right away. So I mean, it's organization. I think the main thing for the Saints right now is you do have to build up that O-line 100%.
Yeah, build from the trenches, and they have so many needs around a number of positions, but if you build up through the trenches, a lot of teams have found success. The Eagles have found success through that. So if you build up through the trenches, that's what they're hoping to do.
So you like that pick then, Jake?
Like Tyler said, I think it's a bit of a reach for going Banks that high, but if they're looking to build through the trenches, they didn't take Sanders with that pick. Nobody took Sanders in the first round, but I think they're looking to try to just be as bad as possible for next year by building up through the trenches, not worrying about QB, so they have a better chance at a better QB.
That could be possible, next year. But I do actually have them landing a quarterback in this draft.
Yeah, well, the thing is, the Saints for the past couple of years have been stuck in that situation with the cap space where they just can't add good enough players in free agency because they're constantly trying to cut back from the cap space issue. So I think eventually they're going to look to draft a QB next year.
I actually have them landed on Milroe in the draft.
That could be fun.
For sure.
That could be
Jalen
fun.
Milroe.
Just let him go do his thing.
The jump into my favorite pick, I think I got to be a little biased here, but I'm gonna jump on Jahad Campbell going to the Eagles. I
mean,
think it was
objectively, it's a great pick, no matter what team you support. So
I think it's an absolute steal, though, in this draft. I mean, obviously, I think a lot of teams had really good picks. A few of them are you're gonna have those teams where you question it a little bit. Like I'd say, like the Donovan Jackson of the Vikings, I question. I think it's a little bit of a reach, but when you look at a guy like Jahad Campbell, you get that bittersweet story of him being from Gloucester Township, and overall, I mean, we're talking about a great prospect. He could blitz. He could drop him back at zone coverage. He's so versatile, and he could just kind of do everything. And I think this is perfect for the Eagle system because whether, you're feeling like your edges aren't going up to play, he can jump in that spot. And if you don't have Nakobe Dean fully back, you can move him into the linebacker spot. So I think this is a really good pick for the Eagles.
yeah, and from what I've heard, Howie Roseman really sees him as like a Micah Parsons kind of role. Like he really does value him in that way. And you're right, it's the sideline to sideline capability of being able to cover. There's still a lot he's learning when it comes to like the instincts and exactly where to be all the times. But you've seen like when the initial burst that he has when he sees the ball is nuts. I mean, he's getting to you instantly. And I mean, like you said, he can do the edge rusher if you need him to. So, and that's what the Eagles did a lot. They would show a 4-man front at the beginning, but then all of a sudden you got 5 people and it's Zach Bond on the other side. You're like, is he rushing? Is he not? And you don't know. So you're changing the picture in front of the quarterback in real time, and it just makes that they have to think about that for another half second before you snap the ball, and that just helps out the Eagles defense that much more.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, what do you think, Jake?
Yeah, I think that would create a dangerous duo in Zach Bond and Jahad Campbell. And
People like the player comp the two of them together, too.
I mean, hey, it works. It definitely works. And I think you can line them up just all throughout, like Tyler said, on edge, going from off ball to edge. And I think that's a great duo and a dangerous duo that they made there in Philly.
It was cool, too, because I found out last night, too. I actually didn't realize this, and it's actually really cool to know about, though. It's not going to sound crazy because Alabama wasn't, like, a crazy team last year, but, like, he did lead the entire defense, like in 4 different stats. The entire defense, he led in 4 different stats.
Yeah.
Forced fumbles, tackles for loss, sacks, and
total tackles.
And total tackles, yeah. That's kind of insane. He had 117 total tackles on a year.
You're a productive linebacker in the SEC, and it's still a position that you're learning. Obviously, like the upside is there, and that's what they're betting on. And he doesn't have to come in immediately with all that responsibility on his shoulders because you have a Bond there, you have a Dean there who is saying that he'll be ready to go by the time the season starts. So he's not a guy you have to put everything on right away. But I do think even if he needed to do that, he could wear the green dot immediately.
To jump around a little bit more, though, what do you guys think is the worst pick of the first round?
Pick.
Okay, so I don't know if it's like not because of the player, but the Falcons trading up and giving up another first rounder to go up and get James
That was
Pierce.
a little
I
questionable.
thought that was really surprising.
It was surprising, and it was like, why would you?
I kind of
I
understand.
don't know if you
it.
had to give up another first to go up and get him.
The thing that I like about the Falcons, though, is that they haven't addressed edge in the past couple years at all. And this year, they're finally like, this is what we need to fix. This is our biggest need, and we're going to do everything we can to try to fix this.
You want to know something crazier than that? This player right here, Jalen Walker, that they took with their higher first-round pick. They haven't taken an edge out of Georgia. Keep in mind, they're literally from Georgia since, like, 1966.
Wow.
Well, it's because Howie keeps taking them all, so he can't really
That's
get one.
true,
if
too,
Howie
but-
keeps taking them all.
I see where you're coming from, though. Obviously, you don't want to give up a first, especially when you're moving into a spot like the 26th pick in the first round.
I mean, because
but
if you think about it, it's like 3 first-round picks for 2 edge rushers. Which
I do get it, but I see where the Falcons are also coming from with actually addressing what was the worst on their entire team. I mean, I still think they need help at other spots, too. I still think there's a little bit of a drop on safety, but I think, hopefully they can try and figure that out.
well, I mean, they don't
On
even
day
have a
2.
second-round pick, so
Yeah, it's a little rough. It's a little rough. Jake, what do you think is the worst pick?
The worst pick.
It's tough because a lot of these teams, like, realistically made good picks.
I think a lot of them did make a lot of picks that make sense.
I just think there's some guys that went early, kind of like Donovan Jackson and Tyler Book. You could be argued that they went a little too early.
Yeah, guards usually do not go that early, but
It's like based on consensus, it's like you maybe didn't need to take those guys that early.
I think Michael Williams went pretty early to the Niners, too.
Yes and no, because it depends on how you feel about him. Because he could potentially be the most gifted pass rusher, like athletically and all that, like in this class. And I think if you're the Niners, you're like, we just need someone who can give us some power on that side, opposite of Bosa. So maybe it is one of those things where you're projecting. You're saying like this guy is going to be a vastly talented edge rusher for us. We just need to give him. I think right away he could get you at least 6 sacks in his rookie year, especially if you're opposite of Bosa.
I believe. I still think they should have targeted corner.
Yeah,
instead.
I think the secondary definitely.
There's still
with
lots of
all the
corners
losses.
left though.
Yeah,
And they have the most draft picks in this draft.
That is true. This is tough though. Thinking of like a bad pick.
Is there anybody you're surprised didn't go in the first round? Actually, wait, hold before you answer that. I want to hear from Jay real quick. He's our first guest on the show. He'll be with us for the first few picks in the second round. So I want to hear, Jay, from you, your worst or your favorite pick in the first round.
Let's hear it.
My favorite pick, actually, okay, I'll start with my worst pick. I do think Kelvin Banks was a bit too high.
Okay.
That was probably my biggest thing is that I feel like you could have waited and gotten a better
I'll agree on that.
better position there. But I do really like Jahad Campbell to the Eagles. Obviously, falling down that late, it'd be a good pickup for them. Obviously, it is a good pickup for them. But I guess my biggest surprise, it wasn't the question, but I'm adding that as well. Obviously, Will Johnson, I think falling that far was a surprise to me, especially Maxwell Harrison over him too. Not that I don't think
That one that one I'm still saying on.
Yeah, I was a bit surprised by that. So I think that was where I was like, okay, not that it was a bad pick, but I could see that. You think Will Johnson there? I think I like him better than Maxwell Harrison.
Especially when healthy. When healthy, I think there's a big
Yeah,
gap.
I think teams are just so worried about that injury concern
Yeah.
with him.
I was wondering what did they really find from him that is that worrying? Are his knees made of graham crackers? As you're just you're that worried about his health. So, but yeah, I think Maxwell Harrison was surprising. But other than that, I did really like how I think most of the teams played it pretty well.
If that's a problem though with corners and injury concerns, I mean that could also mean that Benjamin Morrison slides down the board a little bit.
Yeah, true.
He's supposed to be one of the top corners in the draft too.
Yeah,
I
he's
mean,
dealing with injury issues
especially before, a couple of weeks before the draft, before these other guys started to come in and combine and stuff. He was one of the most hyped prospects in the entire draft class.
Yeah.
Morrison, especially because of how deep Notre Dame was and how good they were this year.
Yeah. Going back to another pick I really did like Malachi Starks to the Ravens as well. I felt like they just needed to address their DB room, and I think getting him to pair alongside Kyle Hamilton is a great pick.
You could put them literally anywhere on the field every single play. You can have one playing too high, the other playing in the slot, and vice versa, and just get different looks every single play. And I think that's going to keep teams guessing the entire season long.
That's the scary part though. If I'm a quarterback and I see Kyle Hamilton and Malachi Starks, I don't know who to where to throw the ball. I really don't.
Well, especially because you don't know where Kyle Hamilton's gonna be.
No, but
this
neither
frees
was
Kyle
Malachi
Hamilton up
Starks.
so much now too, and he is Kyle Hamilton in my mind. He's not just one of the top DBs in the league. He's just one of the top defenders in the league. So now being able to use him as a true legitimate chess piece, where it's we've seen him line up literally everywhere, outside, inside. We've seen him even go on the D line at times. It's kind of like what we saw Derwin James back in a few years ago. And so now you're freeing him up with that guy. All right, we have Malachi Starks in the deep, whatever halves, or even just our lone free.
He played in line. He broke the record with catches, 117 and 100 receiving, and 1,555 receiving yards. Those are both records for tight ends. And he had 10 TDs. He has straight line explosiveness, and run after. He's a great player with the ball in his hands. Run after his catch is really, really good. And I think you just need a playmaker, and you need someone to be productive. And I think that's what Fannin gives you.
Yeah, I guess we will have to see on that one, though. But I think we could definitely see a couple of tight ends go on day 2, definitely. Like I said, I do think Mason Taylor is the first tight end off the board.
Yeah, I think we see probably, maybe even like 4 tight ends go off the board.
3 or 4 of them. It's definitely accurate. Any
Be surprised if
you
someone.
are really high on it.
I love both the DBs coming out of Cal, actually. Like the safety Craig Woodson and Noel Williams at corner. Actually, the other corner is pretty good there, too. But Noel Williams specifically, Mark Harris. Noel Williams, he's really sticky. He's a great tackler. He's got the good speed and everything like that. So, honestly, I think if he had been on a more productive defense in general, I think, he might have got more eyes on him. You see more out of him. But so I think maybe day 3, I wouldn't be surprised, or day 2, I wouldn't be surprised if he came like late round 3, so we went up and got him.
Yeah, I want to start seeing where these running backs go. There's so many running backs that are available, and Hampton and Genty went round 1, but there are so many. And the difference between the 3rd running back in the class and like the 8th running back in the class is not at all far behind, and they're extremely interchangeable, and there's just so many options that could be done there.
Yeah, it's definitely true. I mean, it is, honestly, I think there's at least a good 10, 11 running backs that we could see go.
At some point.
Yeah.
Because I think, you got, just to name them off, I think it'll probably be, obviously, Scadaboo, Dylan Sampson, Caleb Johnson.
I think Henderson's the first running back taken off the board.
I agree.
Well, I'm not going in order. I'm just naming.
Oh, yeah, I'm just saying,
yeah. No, I could definitely see that, though. Obviously, you got Henderson, you got Judkins, R.J. Harvey, Damian Martinez, DJ Giddens, Devin Neal, and then I think it's kind of like after that.
Yeah.
After that Devin Neal cutoff, I think then you're kind of just like, okay, that's more of like a day 3.
Yeah. Maybe
like
because of the name.
Jaden Blue, or like real late day 2.
Yeah.
Trevor Etienne, for example.
I mean, part of it depends on how many go how early. Like, if we see a significant run like in the 2nd round, then you probably could see like a Jaden Blue go like mid-3rd round or something like that.
Yeah.
I told you already too. I'm high on Jaden Blue in the right system. I am high on him. I do think, especially with the right coaching, that he can clean up on them fumbling problems.
100%.
I think that's very fixable. I think most things you could fix in a prospect, depending on who they are, though. Obviously, you're going to have some guys who are unfixable, like Jalen Rieger, for example, but you're going to be able to find guys who are
Most
fixable.
random shot.
Straight to Jalen Rieger there.
Not a fan. Not a fan for obvious reasons.
I think we'll see a lot of receivers go. This might be an offensive-heavy
it's possible.
2nd round.
I'm really excited to see where Izaraku goes today. Super excited to see where he goes.
He's very good, too. I think...
I'm shocked he wasn't a day 1 pick.
Yeah, I kind of am, too. I thought that somebody maybe the Bills could have gotten instead of Harrison, but... I mean, because he was productive. He has all the traits you want in a guy like that. He's not terrible.
He's a great
against the
leader.
run. Yeah,
He's a great leader.
Everybody seems to love him, and it's not like Boston College has like a poor history putting out like decent prospects like that. So, yeah, I'm a bit confused on why he's still available, but I mean that just means some team on day 2 is gonna get a bargain.
Yeah, if they're gonna look for someone that is bendy and explosive off the edge, then that's somebody that you want to go for.
Any guy you like, Jason?
Is it on? Oh, well, hold on. There you go.
For me, I would say Mike Green. I think I expected him to go in the 1st round, and the fact that he wasn't, I was a bit surprised by that. I just want to echo the point about the running backs. So I think like this is like an extremely deep class, and I think especially it's just like you look at a player like I really like Dylan Sampson. I'm interested to see where he goes. And in terms of receivers, Trey Harris as well. I think like after Luther Burden, I think he's probably the best available after that. So I'll be interested to see where he goes.
There's some really good receivers still left, I think. Like Luther Burden, everyone knows I'm a big fan of his. Kyle Williams is a name I keep hearing a lot.
Kyle Williams I'm a huge fan of out of Washington State.
He's awesome, man. Like he's just a guy I think immediately you put him on your team and people are going to love him.
Who do you like more? Are you on the Kyle Williams train or are you more on the Trey Harris train?
I'm more on the Kyle Williams train.
I would agree with Tyler there. Yeah.
And I also, I love the guy out of Stanford, Ayumanar. I'm a big fan of his. Iomanner. I keep saying his name wrong. Iomanner. I'm a big fan of Iomanner.
Honestly, though, when it comes to me, I think Luther Burden's obviously the consensus #1 receiver left on the board. But then, like, our opinions might change up a little bit here because I'm a big Jaden Higgins guy.
Yeah. What do you guys think about Toy Horton? I think if he had been healthier this last season, there was a chance that he could have already been taken because that man was extremely productive. I mean, he had a game against Travis Hunter one-on-one where, they won that game because of Toy Horton, I think. So I really do think he's a guy that teams are going to look at like, okay, late second, maybe early third round. I wouldn't be surprised if he goes earlier than people think he was because right now he's got like a third to fourth round grade on him. I would take him. Like, I'm a big fan of his. He has everything you want in a receiver.
I like him. I don't know if he's going to be – I don't think he'll be like an early second. I could see – I don't even know about second. I could see like third.
Yeah.
Like more so middle third to late third is where I think he'll go just because of the injury concerns there. But
yeah.
Other than that, I think he's a great prospect.
Yeah, if a team wants to take a shot for him, I agree in the bottom of the third.
You could say the same thing, though, like, obviously, if there wasn't as many problems off the field with Isaiah Bond, that he would have went by now.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see how that affects him going forward. With him, Mike Green, like, anytime you have off-the-field issues like that,
yeah,
it's like, how far are you going to fall? But, we saw Tyreek Hill go third round, didn't we? So
yeah, and even Luther Burden has some character concerns. I know you love him, and that shouldn't be too big of a problem. But
criminal as much as they are.
Yeah, exactly.
But I also think there's excuses you can make for Luther Burden when it comes to the team he was on. Because they kind of screwed him over. And his quarterback.
I agree.
His quarterback went from being a guy at the end of like 2 seasons ago to being like, oh, this guy could be like a day 2 quarterback pick to now he's undraftable.
All right. Well, coming up, we have 45 seconds. And then the official second round is going to commence. So this is going to be fun, guys. It's going to be exciting.
Day 2 is my favorite day of the draft.
Is it really?
Yeah. I think you see a lot of fun stuff happening in a day 2. You get 2 rounds, and it's like you have a lot of guys who fell from round 1 where there's like, oh, that guy should have been a first-round pick, and there's really good, significant talent you can get day 2. I think that can help really fill out your roster. Think about the Eagles; they get Landon Dickerson and
the Eagles have an insane setup for second-round picks, like Brian Dawkins, Eric Allen, Landon Dickerson, Jurgens. Like their second-round picks are insane. Cooper DeJean, like the list just goes on.
Yeah, think about Cooper DeJean. He made one of the best plays we've ever seen in a Super Bowl, and he was a day 2 pick. So it's like you can find significant talent in day 2 that got overlooked.
Yeah, and you have guys like Sean McVay who just always find random gems later on in the draft, and it's just fun to see where those guys end up going.
Yeah, it's very, very true. I'm excited though. It's gonna be another good day in Green Bay. Another good day in Green Bay. Which Green Bay has to wait a little bit though. They got pick 54, so they got to wait a little bit. More towards the middle end.
Well, they got the receiver they clearly wanted, so I wonder.
Yeah, in my opinion, I still think they should have went corner. I do still think they should have went corner, but I understand it.
No, yeah, but like we said, there's still plenty of talented corners left in this draft for them to pick. So maybe you trade up, and pick how you want, or if they continue to fall, you can just stick and pick.
That's true. Because I kind of explained yesterday that I really like if they move off of Alexander and then they jump in and replace him with a Will Johnson, for example. Be your next guy. Jump into that system. Obviously, they've had good corners in the past, the Packers, so it would be a really good pickup for them to go after Will Johnson.
Yeah, they could be like a Benjamin Morrison landing area, or Siobhan Ravel, if he keeps falling, I wouldn't mind taking him to the Packers.
Ravel would be a great pickup for the Packers as well. Even Trey Amos would be a good pick.
Yeah.
It would be a very, very good pick. So.
Yeah, I'm a fan of his, so.
Yeah, I'm interested. I'm also, I told you for a little bit now, too. I'm very excited to see where Darius Alexander goes in this round. Mm-hmm. I do think he's a early second to mid-second round guy, so I'm very intrigued to see.
Is he somebody you think you want the Eagles to get?
I know you and me kind of spoke about it a little bit earlier. It's tough in that situation because if they go defensive tackle, we spoke about it a little bit, does that mean they move off of Jordan Davis? That's the part that worries me because I think Jordan Davis is still a great player, but if they go D-tackle, do they move off for the sole factor that they have less than a week to accept or decline his 5th-year option?
Yeah, that sets up for a very interesting situation for that.
And,
I wouldn't imagine they would get rid of him, though.
I don't see it because I also try to pinpoint this on both of you real quick. If they move off of him, how's it going to feel for the rest of the Georgia guys who are in this setup together? Like, is that going to throw them off?
I mean, I think they would understand, like, it's a business. You can't pay everybody the high-end money. I mean, especially, you got to think, this might be just because of Jalen Carter, because Jalen Carter is going to get probably the most money out of any non-quarterback when it's time up for him to get his contract. So what is it? Does it make sense to pay 2 D tackles like that much money?
Yeah.
I agree with you, but I think if you can get the right price on Jordan Davis, I like what he brings to the table. Like I stated before, he's not some of these guys aren't high stat sheet guys, but they're going to bring to the table exactly what you want. I think he's a great run stopper, and I like what Jordan Davis brings to the table.
Yeah, and he creates a great 1-2 punch with Carter.
I agree, because then you kind of take the pressure off of Jordan Davis because you got guys like Jalen Carter who are getting double teamed. It works out well.
It does.
We are underway in the draft. The Browns have pick 33 of round 2.
There's a bunch of people on the
Yeah,
stage.
any guesses at, like, a random guy that we might not expect to just come out and state a pick?
Ooh, it always happens. It always happens. You think a monkey's going to draft someone this year?
I don't know.
That's where you went with it?
You want to know? You want to know my
sits
pick?
in my brain every single day.
No, my pick 64, David Akers. David Akers comes out and makes the Eagles pick once
You
again.
want him to come out again so bad.
He did it once when they won the Super Bowl. Let's have it again. It would be hilarious
see
just for him to come out and trash Dallas a
I
little
see
bit.
former Eagle Bo Allen up there with his big mustache.
I do. That is indeed true.
Is he gonna pick for
Yeah, you want to know
Tampa?
something funny? One day I was sitting in the parking lots by the Lincoln Financial Field, and it was the Washington Commanders game up against the Eagles. Before it was like a couple hours before the game. I just seen him walking through the parking lot. And I was like, "Is that Bo Allen?" I was like, "Wait, is he really that tall?
Nah,
He really is big."
He's on the Green Light podcast with Chris.
Yeah,
Paul.
yeah, but
And
he
they come to the
he's
games a lot.
big.
You-
He's a big dude.
Bo Allen?
Yeah, he's a real big dude, like height-wise and all. I didn't expect him to be like he at least had a couple of feet on him, man. It felt like.
Dang. I mean, you got to be huge to be an NFL player regardless. So.
Yeah, it's true. It's
And
very,
he was
very
a good,
true.
like, run-stopping D tackle. Like he had that rotational role for the Eagles and the Patriots.
Yeah, it's very, very true. We are almost underway. I think Roger Goodell is just giving an announcement currently.
You gotta hype up the crowd.
Yeah, well, the clock is on. The Browns have 6 minutes and 50 seconds on the dot.
I still don't know how I feel about them taking Mason Graham. I think if you were gonna take Mason Graham, you could have just traded back more.
Let me ask you this, though. With the scenario that I've been throwing out there, if they end up going Mike Green here and 3 picks later they take Shador Sanders, do you still like that pick? Because now you get to pair Mason Graham, Myles Garrett, and Mike Green together.
No, because you could have traded back. You could have gotten at least 2 of those guys and traded back and got more assets for a team that is, I think, closer to rebuild than people realize because they have an aging O-line. They have a Deshaun Watson. I mean, dude, and the thing about the Deshaun Watson thing, too, is, like, that was an ownership thing. That wasn't Stefanski and Andrew Berry, the GM, saying,
Yeah.
like, yeah, we want Deshaun. It was the owner who was, like, all in on it. And you could tell, like, when he was front-facing, he was the one. at the
Stefanski
press
was not
conference.
happy.
Yeah. So, I mean, I do think, honestly, I'm talking to Stefanski saying, like, what quarterback do you want? Like, I messed up. Let's get you a quarterback. Or are they going to stick with Kenny Pickett and Joe Flacco for this season?
It's going to be
And
very
then try
interesting
and
to
go
see.
for the Archie Manning
Yeah, well, so
type
that's my
or the
thing.
Carson Beck.
I mean, there's going to be a lot of good quarterbacks
Drew Aller?
seemingly coming out the next draft, right? So
Yeah.
why do you have to force it this year? Roll with Kenny Pickett, eat your vegetables this year, right? Roll with
Okay.
those guys this year, and maybe you take like a Shador Sanders or Riley Leonard at some point in this draft. But I think right now you just stack up as many assets and players that you can to help you out everywhere else, so that when you do finally get that quarterback in the next draft, you're set.
Yeah, and that was my whole point with the Saints taking Kelvin Banks in the first, because it's like, well, your team is definitely not good enough to compete next year. So it's like, okay, if you could try to build from the trenches and then help out whoever you draft next year, I think that could work.
Yeah, to jump in here a little bit though, who are we feeling at this pick? Who are you feeling at this pick, Jason?
Honestly, I really liked Trayvon Henderson.
I like that one.
I think it makes sense, but I also wouldn't be mad with a quarterback. Shador's waited long enough, but at the same time, it's like I don't know. I'm interested to see which one to go because I think in my mind there's 3 options of Trayvon Henderson, Mike Green, and then I'm blanking. I just mentioned someone else. Anyway, so I think like they have a lot of options here, and I think the makes the most sense is Trayvon Henderson.
Do you think Shedeur Sanders is still going to be in that room that he built, and they're going to keep showing him constantly?
Until he gets picked, they're going to keep showing him constantly.
Yeah, but do you think he's still going to be in that room with his cap selection?
You have to be.
Wall?
You have to be.
I think
You
so.
gotta wear it at this point and just like own it.
Yeah, you gotta commit to it, right? Like if it was day one, you was getting laughed at, like you gotta double down and at least be like, hey, I can take a joke, like I can survive.
And I think he can. I don't think he's like mentally or like egotistically weak or anything like that. So
Yeah.
I think he'll just be like, I don't care what you guys are saying. It's Deion Sanders' kid. Look, he might not be his dad athletically, but he's his dad. Like he's been around Deion Sanders his entire life, raised by him.
Only been coached by him.
NFL superstars his entire life. Like this guy has had a different upbringing than 99% of the people in the world.
Let me hear your pick for this pick, your prediction, Jake.
I agree with Jason there. I think Trayvon Henderson would go a long way for them. Their running backs were not good at all last season.
Tyler?
I like the running back thing, but I think they go O-line here potentially. I think Mike Green probably does make sense for them, but also at the
Go
same
best
time,
player available.
do you also want to bring in a guy who has those situations off the field when you already had to go through what you went through with Deshaun Watson?
I mean, you have to go through so many off-field situations when you're the Browns. So do you really want to keep bringing that in?
Yeah, I think Ezra-Rocco would be the better pick for them.
Well, the pick is in.
Yeah, I would rather go with
so-
Ezra-Rocco than Mike Green. Right
Izaraku would still be a great pick for them. It will definitely still be a great pick.
And they want to keep focusing on defense, especially that D-line, and keep helping Myles Garrett because, Myles Garrett he wanted to leave before he got that huge payday.
Yeah,
so it's
money
like,
talks.
at this point, it's like adding Mason Graham, if they add Ezra-Rocco, it's like we're trying to help
That'd
you
be a
out
lot
as
of fun.
much as possible just so you
That'd
don't have
be a
to
lot of
carry
fun.
our entire
Yeah,
team.
we're taking pressure off of you. Like you can relax a little bit and enjoy all the money you're making.
So
Yeah.
obviously, though, there was no trade with this pick. I did not expect a trade either.
I'm sure they got a couple calls, though.
This is going to be fun. This is going to be a fun pick. Browns fans are pretty hyped up. I'm just saying, I'm not shocked if Shedeur goes off the board here.
Oh, my gosh, that's Joe Thomas. Oh, wow, I did not
Yeah.
recognize him because of how much weight he lost.
Yeah.
I'm not shocked if Shedeur goes off the board here.
Here we go. Give it to each other.
And we have for the pick Carson Schlesinger.
Whoa.
Interesting pick.
Wow,
I like that
I
pick.
was expecting that.
No, I wasn't expecting that either, but I like the pick. I do.
Huh.
Second best linebacker in this draft for sure out of UCLA.
Well, hold on, no, because it depends who you consider as a linebacker.
Yeah.
Because it's up in the air about Jahai Campbell and Jalen Walker if you consider both of them
He's the
linebackers.
second best off-ball linebacker in this draft.
There
Okay.
you go.
He was very productive at UCLA, led them in tackles. He actually has a teammate who will also get drafted, a very good linebacker. But he was their Mike for them, wore that green dot. Very productive with them. Sideline to sideline, he can do all the cover stuff you want. He's very
115 tackles, by the way, in 2024.
Very smart guy. They're talking about him doing bioengineering right now. Look, you can put him anywhere on the field off ball. He's going to be productive for you. He puts himself in the right spot all the time. He's got the right football instincts, and it's see ball, get ball, right? He's going to put himself in the position to do it, and he's a good tackler. So when he sees it, he can get to it. He can stop you from getting extra yardage. So I like this for them, but you have JOK. So I don't know if it was like a thing you needed to get at the moment. I would have preferred
You
them
know
to
what,
go
though?
D-line
I think this
first.
helps out JOK.
Yeah.
It definitely helps him out a little bit. What do you think, Jake?
It definitely, like you said, Chris, helps him out. He's coming off of a season-ending neck injury, so you got to hope that he comes back in and produces like
he had a little
did
bit of an
beforehand.
off here. The pick is now in for the Texans. But Jason,
Very
how do you
quick for
feel
the
about that
Texans.
pick with Carson Schlesinger?
Tyler kind of mentioned everything I wanted to say. Like he's a great tackler, sideline to sideline, and the intelligence of him is exactly what you're looking for in a linebacker. I do
Yeah,
kind
good
of
football
question.
IQ.
Yeah, I do kind of question. Like once again, like there are more pressing needs to kind of address on your team, and I think. Taking him, it is a good pick, regardless, because he's so talented and he can instantly impact your team. But I do think there are other better players that they could fill holes.
Yeah, they're really just adding somebody that just impacts the defense in every single way.
I think he's NFL ready as well. I think
yeah.
that's a good pick. So you just jump right in there and kind of do your thing. Well, jumping into this, do we have any predictions for this pick? I've stated for a while. I said any offensive lineman for this because you cannot let C.J. Stroud run and not know what to do out there just because there's 3 guys rushing at him because your offensive line's all over the place.
Yeah, I could see offensive line, but do you think they also kind of, go to their wide receiver room with just how things have shaked out the past couple, months and everything?
It wouldn't
Yeah.
be smart.
Yeah, they
it
lost
wouldn't be
Stephon
smart
Diggs.
to me.
They lose Stephon Diggs.
Yep.
You got Tank Dell out. I think it potentially could be an option. I do think the O line is more pressing. Like you'd rather protect CJ and then just kind of go with what
It's
you can.
smarter to protect the quarterback before something really bad happens. is
Yeah,
what I've
especially when you
always
have a franchise
stated.
quarterback like CJ
Yeah,
Stroud.
CJ Stroud's 100% a franchise quarterback, and I feel like obviously, like kind of to pinpoint off of what Tyler said a little bit earlier, you got guys like Kyle Williams who are going to go later in the draft, so you could definitely pick up to make the pick for the Texans. Because, like I stated before, I think you need to protect the quarterback. But we are at the podium right now, waiting for the pick.
Yeah, Texans have already been making some trades throughout this draft, so curious to see what they do with all the assets that they've gathered.
Owen Daniels is making the pick for the Texans. Former 2-time Pro Bowler for the Texans. And with that being said, they have taken Jaden Higgins,
Okay.
wide receiver,
Whoa.
off the board. I am a Jaden Higgins fan myself.
Why is that?
I like what I see. I mean, he's very athletic. I like that he jumps up for the ball. The funny thing is, in my personal mock draft, I had him going at pick 35. I had him going literally one pick after this to Tennessee.
Wow.
I like Jade Higgins. Actually, I like both the receivers coming out of Iowa State. But my thing, he's a big dude. And what's funny is he's going to the Texans. He gets compared a lot to Nico Collins with the way he runs. He's a big dude. He can win those 50-50 balls. He puts himself in a position to win those by shielding off the DBs. And what's really good, like he has a nuance to him where with his quick steps on when he's stemming his routes, he can get quick separation with creating those windows for the quarterback to throw to. I think him and CJ Stroud are going to get along really well. And if I'm a DB going against the Texans, I got Nico Collins on one side and Jaden Higgins on the other. That's pretty nasty. And then now Christian Kirk, that opens up a lot of things for him underneath.
I like on top of that he's a good route runner. I feel like a specialty with him that I've seen more than a few of these other receivers. He's got really good hips, so he's got good movement there.
Yeah, he also has amazing ball tracking skills down the field. He 0 drops on 177 targets.
Yeah, I was going to say the separation thing that Tyler talked about is the biggest thing for me. Being able to create separation with just a little movement, I think makes a lot of sense. But you got some news?
We just had a trade. Tennessee Titans have traded the pick to the Seattle Seahawks. Jake, you said that was going to happen. You said you could see the Titans jumping out of this.
Yeah, I think they trade down, but I thought a team would trade up in front of Cleveland again for Shadur Sanders. But I don't think Seattle's in the market of taking a QB. They just paid Sam Darnold all that money.
Here's a fun question here. What are the chances that Seattle ends up going Luther Burden here?
I don't know because I don't know how much you trust him to win on the outside at the moment.
Yeah,
And
adding
you
so many
have-
slot receivers.
You had the guy who just led all slot receivers in yards and all that in JSN. So, I mean, I like Luther Burden. That I think would be fine. But you have Cooper Kupp already as well. It's like your team is fully slot. So if you're going to take a receiver, get someone who can win on the outside.
Here's my main thing, though. I kind of feel like if they traded up here, it would have to be another offensive lineman, right?
Potentially.
Like maybe like an Ursery. Maybe they heard that somebody was going to jump in and try and take Ursery or a Savanaya and jump in on that before somebody else does it.
I would hit it. No, yeah, keep building up. I mean, like I mentioned yesterday, look, Sam Darnold was the worst quarterback last year against quick pressures. Then he got signed by a team that allowed the most quick pressures in the league. So you got to do something to fix that because otherwise Sam Darnold's going to be seeing ghost again just on the opposite coast.
Yeah, and Sam Darnold really struggled in the final games and in that playoff game last season too. So you definitely need to either protect him or just give him more weapons. I think they probably go offense here.
Yeah.
The pick is in for Seattle. I've also been hearing for some reason, I've been hearing a lot of edge, by the way, for this pick. But then at the same time, I stated yesterday, it kind of questions me a little bit about edge because of them having Leonard Williams and DeMarcus Lawrence. I'm not too worried about that. Obviously, DeMarcus Lawrence is getting up there in age, but I'm still not worried about it at this current moment. But obviously, the Seahawks have already started their draft and had a good first-round pick in Gray Zabel. So
100%.
I'm expecting to see another offensive lineman here, but it would be interesting if they decide to go somewhere else.
What if they go a tight end?
A tight end would not be a bad pick at all. I actually did have them taking a tight end in the draft later.
Yeah, I was mocking them to have Colston Loveland in the first round, but of course he didn't fall to them because the Bears took him. So I think if they add another playmaking tight end.
That was a really fun pick. I mean, I told Tyler yesterday I'm more of a Tyler Warren guy out of the two of them, but who do you see going at this pick, Jason?
I was going to say, if it is a tight end, do you think it's a Mason Tyler pick? But I do think it is an offensive line. I think, once again, Tyler mentioned it, just the pressure that Sam Darnold and his stats under pressure is significantly worse when he's not pressured. So I think you instantly want to build that offensive line. So I would say Irsay. But yeah, what do you, Jake? If you think it is a tight end, like who do you think they go with here?
Mason Taylor is definitely an option. I really like Harold Fannin, just another playmaker where he's not going to add much blocking, which, like you said, Sam Darnold doesn't work well under pressure. But I think if they could add somebody that could play everywhere.
So, to jump in here real quick, Seattle received the 35th overall pick, and the Titans got the 52nd pick, and that was the, what did it say, 80?
82nd.
82nd?
Something like that.
So, kind of just jump
They
down
basically
a
just got
little
an
bit.
extra day 2 pick the Titans did, it seems like.
Yeah.
Which I don't
It'll be
hate that.
interesting. We are heading towards the podium at this current moment.
I do like Arroyo too out of Miami. I think
Arroyo would be a good pick.
he showed during the All-Star games that he can be like a fluid athlete. His route running is very good. Definitely more of like a kind of like a receiving tight end, but I think that's someone that the Seahawks can.
You know, I think an underlooked guy here could definitely be a Darius Alexander here. I could definitely see a D tackle going here.
Yeah, maybe I don't know. I mean, the thing with the Seahawks is like I'm already pretty confident in their defense. Although
Yeah.
I would say maybe another outside corner. You have Witherspoon and on the inside. You have Reek on the
Woolen.
outside. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, you have playmakers at corner, so I don't know if they go there.
Safety's a
more.
little bit of a hole there. Maybe they go Amanwari.
Ooh,
Amanwari would be a really good pick here, actually.
yeah.
I still think offensive line is a smart way to go. I've been saying for a while, hammering in that them and the Texans should be the two teams out of anybody, and Dallas for that too as well. Jumping in and taking offensive linemen like right and left off the board, but I would not hate it if they went safety here as well. That would be a lot of fun.
Looks like they might be announcing the pick here soon, or is that
There's
just
no way they go running back here though, right?
I mean, you had injuries there a lot recently.
I think this class is too deep to spend a
Yeah, I
pick
don't think
here.
it's a big enough need.
Yeah.
Obviously, you'll always have Kenneth Walker for the time being, and when he's healthy, he's definitely a good production there.
Yeah,
so
and
I'm not too worried.
Their offensive line play definitely limited their running back opportunities anyway.
I agree.
So-
I 100% agree. So
If they keep bolstering up that O-line, I think that would be great for them.
it'll be interesting. And the selection, we are awaiting seconds away. Richard Sherman is
Hey.
making the pick. 3-time first-team All-Pro for the Seattle Seahawks.
Former 49er.
Yeah, former 49er as well. Former man who got punched by Trent Williams.
Yeah, he's been punched by a lot of people. Comes with the
And
territory when you're
we are awaiting the pick.
talkative corner.
Yeah.
Hey, I mean, he's on TV now for a reason, right?
I mean, like, he's a good analysis. All right,
And we have Nick Eman Warrior. I kind of called that one last minute.
You did, yeah.
I
nice
called
job.
that one last minute. So, I think this is actually a really good pick for them. They've had a hole at safety, obviously, when they moved off of Jamal Adams and Quandre Diggs. So, kind of opens up the playing field. And, you get a guy like Nick Eman Warrior to come in here. His first team AP All-American. 6 interceptions on the year since 2023. I mean, the kid's been, he's productive. He's played in a hard conference. Very aggressive safety, too. So I do like this pick.
Yeah, I
Col-
like that because they can put him. You don't have to worry about him being. I don't want him as a deep safety. I want him more down low. So I think now
I agree.
They had Kobe Bryant, a former corner, playing strong safety for them. So now you put Amanda Warrior there, and you have Julian Love, who I actually like as a free safety.
Yeah,
You
former
put him-
Giants legend.
former Giants. legend.
Sometimes though, I do
It's
think.
curious that there's a lot of former Giants legends that are on other teams. That's kind of weird.
Yeah,
Yeah,
true.
yeah.
Leonard Taylor or
True.
Leonard Williams with them too. So.
I do feel like though sometimes one of my only downsides to him is sometimes he takes inconsistent angles, which can lead to the other guy getting open and getting a nice 10-yard catch, 15-yard catch. Obviously, Eman Warrior tends to fix on that after, but it's at a point to where like you already took that bad step, and then you got to kind of recover on that and make the tackle. But he is a good tackler on top of that.
And he's going to a coach in Mike McDonald, who I think is one of the best defensive play callers in the league. And we saw when his time with the Ravens, he can work with guys like this, like he did with Kyle Hamilton. All that, I'm not comparing them, but yeah.
Yeah, I was about to say because I do think at times he can be overly aggressive, just trying to get there, and I think that is just something that you can sit there and focus and find the discipline with a coach like Will McDonald. But yeah, he's a great athlete, and I think having him in a position where he can immediately impact is the best thing.
Yeah, and he's an impressive size, speed athlete, 6'3", 220. Ran a 4.38 at the 40. So
That is a really good time.
it's a really good time for a
You know,
safety.
I stated before, though, you can run a good 40, but don't make that the whole scheme of things.
Yeah,
just
it-
because they ran a good 40.
It should be more of like a, hey, I don't know how fast you are on tape.
Well-
and then it's like if you have questions about their speed, it can just kind of be like, okay, cool, you have that speed.
Yeah. Yeah,
The
does it
pick is
show up?
in. The Browns
You got to see if it shows up.
Joe Thomas
have
is already back out here.
selected.
Oh, yeah, double
That
difference.
was fast. That was really fast. They jumped right in there.
Yeah.
The Browns
We didn't really
have
give-
selected Quinn Shad Junkins.
One of the Ohio guys.
I did not expect him to go before Henderson, but
Wow.
I don't hate this pick for them. He could be an every
Guess
down guy
what,
for
Jake? We got to jump on this, but maybe you're right. Maybe they aren't a fan of Shador Sanders.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I said. If they weren't going to take Shedeur Sanders with the first pick, why would they take him with the other pick? They clearly do not trust Shedeur Sanders.
So this is going to be the new guy that jumps in and fills that void for Nick Chubb.
100%
them.
because he can be that 3-down kind of bruiser guy for you. There's not a whole he can make you miss, but he's not afraid to run through a person. And look, he's productive. What I worry about a little bit with him is some of his, a little more short step, quick agility, as well as some of the long
It's good
speed.
power back.
Yeah, but I do think he could be a productive 3-down back for you. And I don't know, I do like this. And it's not like Nick Chubb is retiring right now, so it's not like they're going to have a whole lot on his shoulders immediately. I like this.
I think he's got really good hands as well. Jumping in here real quick, though, Jason, what do you think about this?
Yeah, no, I think if anybody has played college football, you know how dominant he is with the spin move. But yeah, I do think like he has all the intangibles you're looking for a 3-down back. I would say the only thing is like the long speed, but it is something that when you have a player like that who can he can still break off long runs, he's just as impactful. But I do think Trayvon Henderson was a better option. But hey, either one you can't go wrong with. So.
Yeah.
Thank you for everything, Jason. We appreciate you.
Thank you,
I
Jason.
think we'll see you again pretty soon.
He was an explosive running back too. I do like that, and he doesn't fumble too much for a running back, which is what you want. That is exactly what you want.
Yeah, and that gives the Browns a running back for the next 4 years because no running back on the roster right now is signed past this 2025 season. So you just get a guy for the next 4 years to help them in the run game.
Hey, he's just a productive guy. He's like, hey man, like we need 3 downs. Give it to Judkins.
Welcome in, Sean Gravely. How are we doing?
Doing all right.
It's nice to hear.
How you guys doing?
Good. It's nice to hear again from you. Obviously, we had a good time last night.
We did. I got to see
Very true.
Jake's live reaction to the Jackson Dart pick. That was pretty good.
Yeah, I was standing behind you guys with my hands on my head.
Did
It's
you go full
always
Scorpion on that one? Or?
honestly, it's always a good time when you get a Jake reaction. They're pretty fun.
Always.
Yeah, they don't happen too often.
I've witnessed a good amount of them on our podcast together. It's been a fun time. The Raiders are on the clock. They have 1:12 seconds.
I'm interested to see what they do here. Ashton Genty in the first round.
This is interesting. I mean,
Luther,
that
Burden.
offense though. If
Luther, Burden.
Luther Burden is exactly what I'm thinking here too, because guess what? Why not just keep stacking on the offense? You have Luther Burden,
adding
Jacoby
playmakers.
Myers, Brock Bowers, and Ashton Genty.
That's a
Geno
scary
Smith.
offense.
Pick is in.
That is a scary
I mean,
offense.
hey, Geno Smith, who is one of the best completion percentage
Listen,
QBs in
just
the
don't-
league. So if
guess
you can
what?
just give them to the guys, and they'll go make plays.
No, you want to know the best part about that? Obviously, everybody knows, especially Seahawks fans themselves, that Geno Smith.
Oh, we have a trade alert. Never
the
mind.
Raiders
Oh,
trade the
got a
pick.
trade?
Hold on.
Never mind.
to the Miami.
Dolphins.
Oh.
Wow. To throw this out there real quick, though, if the Raiders were going to make that pick, though, for Burden, right, it would be pretty interesting to see because obviously Geno Smith's known for throwing interceptions in the red zone. And guess what? Instead of that, instead of him doing that, he'll have Luther Burden, he'll have Jacoby Myers, he'll have Brock Bowers. And guess what? Even if you don't feel comfortable throwing it, you can just hand it off to Genty.
They're probably going to hand it off to Genty about 35 times a game anyway. So
That'll be fun.
I would. I mean, it's going to be the Genty and Brock Bowers.
The pick
Yeah.
is in for the Dolphins. We do not have the trade, but as soon as we have that, we will update you with that.
I wonder if this is where we get Will Johnson here. I was shocked that he didn't come off the board
Will
last night.
Johnson would be a smart pick here.
Yeah,
I feel like if there's
would
any
be a fun pick.
if there's any player right now you're going to trade up for, he's the guy.
yeah, and questions with Jalen Ramsey as well. The cornerback is a hole for them right now.
Yeah, they've been talking about it a little bit for, in terms of them moving him. I wonder where he goes, though, if they do end up moving him.
Unless he ends up in a trade like that, but I don't know if that would be a good move for them. I don't know what his value is. I would assume around like a third-round pick.
If
For
they,
Ramsey.
would you like that for the Dolphins if they ended up trading Jalen Ramsey for this pick?
I don't know
For the
about that.
Dolphins, I mean,
They move off of a big cap. Unless if they ate some of it. Well, we have the trade here. Miami receives the 37th and 143rd for today, and the Raiders receive the 48th, the 98th, and 135th, all for today.
So they get an extra pick day 2 and 3.
Yeah. We have Alec Ingold making the pick.
Current Dolphin. Very
Dolphins
productive
fullback.
Yeah.
This is an interesting. selection here.
Yeah, they could look to
Excited
bolster
to
up
see
the
it.
O-line.
Okay.
Jonas Savanaye. Guess
I
what?
like that a lot.
I do like this pick a lot. I've stated for you. I stated for a while now that this was one of like 3 teams that just needs a hammer in on offensive linemen, and you bring in a guy to help protect Tua. It's smart. You're one. Unfortunately, you're one hit away from Tua having to like medically retire for good. So you want to try and help him out even more.
Yeah, a lot of variety on both the left and right side. He split his time in 2024 with both the left and right side. Massive frame, well-proportioned thickness for him. Plays balanced in pass sets, and he's efficient quickness pre and post contact.
Yeah, I do like that he's versatile. That he can play tackle and guard.
He's very versatile.
That's a good one.
6'4",
That's what the Dolphins need right now. I mean, they have a big. He's a monster guard, 324 pounds, just a really big guy. Can play tackle. He's the full deal. Really great in pass run blocking and pass blocking. Very dynamic run blocker. This is a great pick. I really like this.
Yeah, and Teron Armstead retired, so that's going to fill in a need for them.
Yeah, and out of 37 games played, he started in 36 of them. So obviously, he was a big help in his time in Arizona. It was a big deal for them.
1 penalty total.
Yeah,
He did not get called for holding a lot.
That's the one thing that you want to hear as well. It's definitely a big upside. I had him going later though.
Yeah,
Today.
but I think with his frame and everything like that, especially with the way the Dolphins play, a lot of times it's like, can you just hold on for 2 seconds while Tua just gets this out of his hands?
Yeah, no, I do like that though.
And I don't think he has to start right away.
I think if he went to a different team, I might have questioned it a little bit more. But I do like this fit for him more than most. Obviously, like I said, I had him going later, but that's also because I didn't think that the Dolphins were going to jump up and pick him.
It's interesting that they traded up for him. I guess they thought maybe maybe Chicago might go for him at 39, but
It's possible. I
Yeah.
mean, there still is though a good amount of tackles on the board as well. I
That's true.
have to make that clear. We've looked at this for a while, and there's obviously a big group of tackles here for this year. A lot of good tackles, especially guys who are projected to go later.
Do you think maybe they're afraid of the Patriots taking him? That's why they went ahead of him?
That could be possible.
Him or Chicago,
like
I
I
would
said,
think.
though, I feel like there's guys who are supposed to go really late in this draft, especially guys like Jalen Travis out of Iowa State, who I think can make an impact right away. So I still feel like there's not a crazy hole in the tackles, even if you trade up or if you waited and, waited a little bit. You got like a Marcus Embo or Ozzie Trapilo, one of those guys. I don't think it's the end of the world. We are waiting, though, for the Patriots.
big Ozzie Trapilo guy. I'm hoping he comes off soon.
Yeah. I'm wondering who goes first out of him and his teammate, Donovan Izaraku.
Probably, I would say Trapilo. Probably Trapilo. I hope so. I'd hope so at least. But
That's
that'd be.
what a team wants. Edge, line, either side of the ball.
You
in
know,
the
though,
trenches.
you can see, though, like, obviously I stated, though, that there's still a lot of good tackles on the board in my eyes, but when you look at edges, I mean, there's still so many. Like, compared to the offensive tackles, I think there's a good amount, but I think there's a lot more.
Yeah, and we've yet to see
Edges
one
still
go
around.
so far. So
The question
Yeah,
is
I
just
mean-
how far will Mike Green fall?
How far will Nick Scorton fall as
Yeah.
well, though? Shamar Stewart's teammate. I think if you put Scorton in the right system, he could be just as good.
100%. Yeah, he's productive, too. What do we think with the Patriots?
It's interesting. I mean, I'm curious. They have about a minute and 10 seconds left on the clock.
look,
so
you
I'm
add an
curious
offensive
to see.
lineman and Will Campbell in the first round, and I think they could add a weapon here.
Luther Bird. I'm just keep saying his name.
Luther
Yeah,
Bird.
he's
Happen
a
eventually.
receiver.
Luther Burden would be the smartest pick possible.
We could see the first edge of the second round come off here. I wonder if this is Mike. I honestly think Mike Green would be a good fit on the Patriots. I understand, I know you guys were talking about this before the show, but those character concerns obviously are there.
though.
I don't know if it's going to impact his ability to play at all. I would guess probably not. Like if you base it on prior stuff like that happening in the NFL, but he's a top 50. I think he's a top 10, 15 caliber talent that's dropped this far.
With the time on the clock, they're holding it. I don't know. I think they're trying to listen to calls, but their pick is in. So
There
I
was a
don't- I don't
commercial
know.
break during that.
Yeah, there was a commercial break. Their pick is in. I mean, we don't know, though, if there's a trade because they just did that to us last time. It said pick was in, then Raiders traded out of that spot. So I'm a little unsure. I mean, I think there's a couple of ways you can go in this. I think, though, if you go in the direction of one of the top 4 guys on the board, in my opinion, in either Mike Green, Will Johnson, Luther Burden, or Donovan Isaraku, you come out with a fire pick.
With Mike Vrabel, though, I don't think Mike Green will go here because Mike Vrabel
I don't
is a
think
very
so either, but
guy.
talent, when you like talent-wise, that's my top 4. I think those
Yeah,
are the top 4
unless
guys.
you want to look at it the other way, where Vrabel thinks that he can, just completely get rid of everything that Green has done and completely change his issues.
I could see that. That's definitely a Mike Vrabel thing to do. I could definitely see that.
I don't know, because he's a big character guy, but it's more of like what's your football character? Like, do you love this? Are you a tough
How would
guy?
you-
Like, do you have an edge to you? So
How would you guys feel if they go Will Johnson here, pair him up with Christian Gonzalez?
That would be a scary defensive backfield.
Be a lot of fun. Be a lot of fun for Patriots fans, I'll
yeah,
tell
if
you
either
that.
of those corners can stay on the field, yeah, it'd be a lot of fun.
It's true. It's true. Well, we are coming close to the selection at the podium.
I'm a big Christian Gonzalez fan. I didn't mean to disparage him, but
Nah, he's good.
Injury concerns are there.
Christian Gonzalez is a great player.
Oh, he's awesome.
Yeah, he's one of the best corners in the league.
I think he's a little. People really like hype him up, though. I don't know.
Think they go receiver here, maybe? Luther Burden still
Probably
on the
Luther
board?
Burden. If they go receiver, that would be the smartest.
Drake May would love it.
Drake May would have a field day with him. That is definitely true. We are still awaiting the pick from Roger Goodell.
Yeah, I think an edge rusher could also be in play. They're dead last in sacks last year,
Yeah.
so they definitely would want to address
I think
that.
they boosted it up though a little
Look, you
bit.
got a guy
Adding
with
in like Milton Williams.
You got a guy who went to Boston College right there.
Yeah,
It's not like he's far.
It's true. It's true. Donovan Isaraku would be a lot of fun.
I
here.
feel like that makes most sense for them,
Isaraku?
edge rusher
Yeah.
wise, if that's what you're going with.
Isaraku.
If that's the direction you're going there. But I mean, the Patriots. I mean, you're right. Since they addressed the O-line right away.
See. Trayvon Henderson.
Oh, Henderson. You know what? We didn't really talk about that too much, but that's actually a good pick. You pair him
Yeah.
up with Ramondre Stevenson.
both Ohio State running backs off the board.
That is a good pick.
Henderson's cool, man.
What do you think, Sean?
I like it. I think it adds a dynamic to New England's run game. He was tremendous at Ohio State. I think you could honestly argue he might have been the better of the 2 running backs at Ohio State. I thought 106 says it right up there, 1,000 yards, over 10 rushing touchdowns. I think Mike Vrabel is going to have a field day with this guy.
There's a couple things that I want to say about this guy. I think that, obviously one thing that he does better than a lot of these other running backs is once he starts running, he's up at max speed, like right off the jump,
instant
which is
acceleration.
crazy to think about. And because of that and because of his footwork, it's so hard to tackle him.
Yeah.
Like he really makes people miss tackles, and that's a good thing.
Yeah, he also packs a punch for a guy his size. He's only 5'10", but he's a strong guy. He's elusive, but he can also just bowl guys over if he needs to.
He's a home run hitter. And his perfect pairing with Ramondre Stevenson, who could be your dirty work kind of guy, those first couple downs. You put this guy out there on third down, he's also a great pass protector. Probably the best pass protecting running back in the draft, in my opinion. And then, yeah, he's got the home run speed to go with you. I don't think he's a guy you're going to want out there every single down. So, like I said, this is a great pairing to go with Ramondre Stevenson.
Mike Vrabel will love a pass blocking running back.
Yeah.
One of those things that you need to have if you're going to be with Mike Vrabel.
And it's not even just his technique. Like, he diagnoses when those edge rushers are coming or that late blitz is coming. He's just so good at recognizing when that's happening. So he's a really smart player to go with it. So this makes total sense for Mike Vrabel and his kind of guy.
And Chris, you're talking about how he gets to his top speed so fast. That's going to be perfect for the Patriots because they were dead last in NFL yards per contact or before contact, the running backs. So they just need someone to get speed right out of the backfield and get around defenders.
So obviously Chicago's on the board now. They have 2 minutes 10 seconds here. Here's a fun question here. Obviously, you look at their draft last year. Could we possibly see Burden go off the board here, and they add in 2 offensive playmakers in the draft this year? And you think about it. I mean, they took Odunze last year, and obviously, he didn't have the craziest of a year. He had a good year. He didn't have the craziest of a year, though, and you still have DJ Moore. But would it be a fun pick to take Luther Burden here as well?
Ben Johnson loves to be creative on offense.
He loves offense. He loves the offense.
Exactly. Luther Burden would slot in pretty nice there because they lost Keenan Allen in that slot. So
I also would not hate it if they went edge here. I would not hate it if they went edge here and paired somebody up with Montez Sweat.
No, yeah, I think that'd be good. You added to the interior D-line with Grady Jarrett, and you put another edge rusher out there. That could be pretty nasty.
Mike Green would be a fire pick here. Izaraku, either or. I think when I look at the edges, I think those are like your top two. I think followed by Squirtin, and then, you know, I'm not saying there's a crazy drop-off, but I think there's a little bit of a drop-off between him and like guys like Landon Jackson.
I do like Landon Jackson, though.
I do like Landon Jackson as well. I think he's an underrated guy. I think people underlook him.
Dude, he's a big dude. Like,
He's a big
tall,
guy.
He's got long arms.
There is no trade here. The pick is in for the Bears. I also, honestly, I do think the Bears could also go corner here.
Yeah.
It's possible.
To pair somebody with Jalen Johnson.
Will Johnson about to fall into the 40s.
Yeah,
He isn't
Will
picked here.
Johnson and Jalen Johnson brothers.
Tyler Gordon in the middle.
Just call them the Johnson brothers out in the cornerback room for the Bears. But I could definitely see an offensive guy here go more than anything just because of Ben Johnson and his coaching. Obviously, they like to try and run a 3 receiver anyways with the whole Keenan Allen and Odunze.
Yeah, this could also start the run on running backs, too. We saw 2 go already, and we know Ben Johnson
They
with
could go
the
running
2
back.
running back.
Well, they seem very happy in the draft room. Ben Johnson seems ecstatic, so I'm going to go ahead and say that it's someone on the offense.
Maybe they get a running back?
Maybe they get a tackle. I don't know. It's up in the air. So I think we can all agree at this point it's probably a guy on the offensive side. Receiver, tackle, running back.
Possibly. Possible.
That's what I'm thinking. Here.
Ozzy Trapillo.
Maybe
Johnson?
it could be an Ozzy Trapillo. It would not be a bad pick at all.
I wouldn't mind seeing Caleb Johnson go here.
I really think this
That'd
could
be
start the
fun
run at
one.
running backs. I think you could see maybe like 3 or
Well,
4
we already
go in a row.
seen 2 of them go off the board. So, you know, I would like it if they went Dylan Sampson here. That would be a fun pick.
You love Dylan Sampson.
That would be a very fun pick.
Here we go.
And we are getting close to the selection. The Chicago Bears. Des White making the pick for the Bears. 3rd round pick in 2000. We are awaiting the announcement. And
He's taking his time for the speech.
Bears fans waiting.
yeah, he's hyping up Ben Johnson and the Bears fans.
Bears fans look confused.
Luther
And
Burden.
Luther
There's your
Burden
guy,
goes
Tyler.
off the board. What did I say? I said Ben Johnson loves his offensive weapons. Why not go receiver here?
Wow.
Keep in mind, they got this pick.
Wow.
I want to throw this out there. If Carolina doesn't do that real big trade, Carolina keeps this pick and then possibly could pair up Luther Burden with T-Mac.
What a nasty young offense they got, man. You
Odunes, yeah, so now you got Odunze,
DJ Moore.
Loveland
DJ Moore, Loveland, Burden, Cole Kmet, DeAndre Swift,
and Caleb Williams.
Caleb Williams. They're giving Caleb Williams as much stuff as he could possibly get in this entire draft. And I've been saying for a while too, though, I do still think that Burden is my number 3 receiver in the class.
I'm a big fan of Burden. Just a very good run after catch kind of guy. He's going to run those quick routes for you. I think when he's running those more like intermediate or deep routes, he has a little bit of trouble separating. But I think that's stuff you can work on with him, especially when he's learning from the other guys like DJ Moore. And dude, Ben Johnson, he's gonna find a way to use a person like this. I think we could see him maybe be put in like a Jameson Williams kind of role, like he had with the Lions. You could use him, Luther Burden, just like that.
Very Ben Johnson pick. Yeah, he's tremendous at tracking the deep ball. Makes defenders miss. You know, really good speed after the catch. It's just, I like Tyler said, I just think, you know, the Bears, their offense, like it's young, they're dynamic, and if Caleb Williams can, you know, take that next step, there could be a real problem next year in the NFC North.
We're talking about a guy here too who's got great hands, and you know he's a great route runner. But the best thing about his routes is that like once he's about to getting ready to take that step, it's real crisp and explosive to where he gets that separation there, which is really good. And Caleb Williams is gonna love that.
Yeah.
I think he's going to be a great pairing with DJ Moore, too, because you can put DJ Moore literally in any spot.
Here's a fun
gadget
question,
type
though.
player.
Who becomes the wide receiver, quote-unquote, 2 there? Or is it just going to be flip-flop between him and Odunze? Because I think DJ Moore, they're kind of consensus as the number 1 guy there.
Yeah, but I mean, you have Moore and Odunze who can win on the outside for you. Luther Burden can go anywhere on the inside as your slot and win for you as well. And see, the thing with Ben Johnson, though, is like he's got the wackiest lineups when he throws his offense out there. Like, it's so hard to predict who's going to be where. It's going to be a lot of motion. We've seen him use O-linemen as receivers. So
Yeah, I mean, you're probably going to see Loveland line out wide a bunch, too.
Yeah. Especially, Cole come out on the inside, inline blocking, and then doing a late release. Colston Loveland doing like a deep route, and then there's goes Burden underneath. Like
So many
I
options.
mean, it's fun to think about because now he just has this chest of weapons for
Coming
Ben
up,
Johnson to use.
we have the Saints on the clock at pick 40. This could be the Will Johnson pick. This could most definitely be the Will Johnson pick that we've been waiting for.
Could also be Shadur Sanders' pick.
It
At
could
this
also
point.
be a Shador Sanders pick.
That'd be interesting.
I don't
That's
think
true.
they've shown him once on the screen so far.
I've seen him one time. That's been it, though.
Do you think maybe they said no more cameras?
What if?
I'm telling you, maybe he's just not in that
What
room
if
anymore.
the Saints shock us all, though, and they take, like, another different quarterback? Kellen Moore looks pretty happy out there, though, so I don't know.
I mean, Kellen Moore wants a
Well,
quarterback.
look, Jake, they're showing him.
Well, they're showing
Sheldon's
his
here.
father. They're
Yeah.
showing his father. I mean, he should be coming on the screen any second now, but I don't know. They started clapping, so either A, the pick is in, or B, trade happened.
They wouldn't be if he was. They wouldn't be clapping.
The Saints have a lot of work to do. I think I think they should just start taking best players
Well, the
available.
pick is
I agree with that,
in.
Tyler.
I don't know if I don't think there's a trade out of this spot. The pick is in, though. I think, honestly, we really could see a Shador pick go here, though, especially with Kellen Moore being the offensive-minded guy he is.
Maybe Mason Taylor, you take the local kid.
Mason Taylor
could be a
wouldn't be
nice
a bad
storyline.
pick. Would not be a bad pick. I still feel like you need someone to throw him the ball, though. And listen, I'm not saying Derek Carr is the best
We don't know if
mentor.
he's playing this year, though. That's the
Well,
problem.
yes. I don't think Derek Carr is the best mentor for a guy like Shador, but I don't think he's the worst one. I think there's worse spots. Like, if he went to the Steelers, I have a lot less confidence in Mason Rudolph than I do in Derek Carr.
You don't think second-year quarterback Spencer Rattler could be a good mentor for Shador Sanders?
Or
Not
Jake
at all.
Hayner.
Not at all. Not at all.
They
That's
could take a
why,
quarterback
that's why
here,
I
too.
wanted Shador to go to the Giants, because I feel like he could have had good potential learning underneath Russell Wilson.
I wouldn't be surprised if we saw an edge taken here either, honestly.
I did say, though, for the Steelers that I do think that Tomlin could unlock his full potential. I told you that last night about Shador, Tyler.
Well, yeah.
They passed up on him, though.
They did. They did. I don't know what their game plan is here. But
I mean, they traded away Marshawn Lattimore
coming
last
up
season,
to the
so
podium for the pick
I think it could be a
for the
quarterback
New
here.
Orleans
Yeah.
Saints.
And no more Paulson Adebo.
Oh, look who's making the pick.
Ryan Ramchick.
Yeah, recently
Yeah.
retired.
Yeah.
2019 first team All-Pro, and the Saints
Huge
have
loss.
selected seconds away.
What?
Tyler Shook? Really?
Tyler Shug over Shador Sanders. The fall is real.
That's over Jalen Milroe,
That
too.
is insane.
All right, yeah. Can I say this? That
Number
back-to-back
40?
years, or not even back-to-back years, but like they took Spencer Rattler and now they're going with him. Like this is questionable. This is really questionable.
I don't know I don't really know what the Saints' game plan is right now. I really don't.
This goes to show that after you leave a Super Bowl winning team, you may or may not look good. At Kellen Moore.
Okay, very interesting pick. Here's the thing. If he was younger and he didn't have the injury history, we could be talking about him as a first-round quarterback. Like,
Yeah.
he has the
but
talent.
he's got too much injuries.
Yeah, and he's 26 years old, and it's
an old quarterback.
So this is them saying, like, we just forget all of that. I mean, he had 2 different seasons in a row end on season-ending injuries.
Sean, let's hear what you think about this pick.
It's like I said before, it's very questionable. You know, Shador's right there. Even Jalen Milroe, and I'm not a Jalen Milroe guy by any means, but I feel like, you know,
Milroe's the better out the two.
I agree. You know, absolutely. The Saints, you know, they're kind of in shambles. They've been in, you know, cap purgatory for God knows how long at this point, and now they get, you know, maybe the 4th or 5th best quarterback in this draft. Like, it doesn't make any sense to me. It's at number 40, but we'll have to see what they do.
Throw this
Yeah.
out there. Thank you for everything,
Yeah,
Sean.
no problem. But hand it off to Jason now.
Yeah. To throw this out there, though, while we think about this, just think about how he's literally the same age as Justin Fields, and think about how long Justin Fields has already been
So,
Well, yeah, third teamer or not, it's the whole point of like how old.
yeah, no,
Tyler
that's what I'm saying.
Shows.
Yeah, he moved around a lot, and Tyler Shug was in college the entire time, and now he's finally going to be playing in the NFL. But the fall for Shador Sanders is actually crazy. That's the biggest storyline.
I don't think
of the draft.
that
probably.
this is a bad quarterback. I think he's fast. I think he's got a good arm. Well, the Bears have traded their pick, who was supposed to be pick 41. They've traded it to Buffalo Bills. Wow. Buffalo Bills are officially on the clock. Once we get that trade, we will announce it to you. But Jason, welcome back. How do you feel about this pick that just happened though before this trade?
Honestly, it is weird. I think it would be. If you would have told me Shedeur would have fallen out the first round after last pick, I'd have been like, okay, like that's crazy. But then to get him
Now it's 9 picks later and he still hasn't went.
and he was potentially for now the fourth, at least the fourth QB picked. It kind of crazy. So yeah.
You know, kind of previewing this Bills pick since they got that trade in, I honestly do think that this is where one of the edges go.
Izaraku.
I think Izaraku goes here. This would be a really good pick for Buffalo to take Izaraku here. He reminds me of like a Buffalo guy too. I think the fans would really like him. I think the fans would really get behind him. What do you think, Jake, if they drafted Izaraku here?
I think they could definitely use a pass rusher. They finished 23rd in pressure rate last
Well,
season.
yeah, you add Joey Bosa, you get another guy to play alongside, and he gets to learn from Joey Bosa.
He added
well-
Joey Bosa for 5 games.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, but you also all right. I have the trade. The Bills get the 41st, the 72nd, and the 240th. The Bears get the 56th, 62nd, and the 109th.
Yeah. So an extra 4th round pick for the Bears, and 2 more
It's not
second
the worst
rounders.
trade. It's a solid trade. It's a solid trade for both sides. Here's another good question here, though. With the Bills jumping in here, obviously we've seen some running backs go off the board, and you know that whole ordeal with James Cook wanting big money and them not being sure if they want to pay him that big money. Could a running back go here in this slot?
I don't know if you're trading up to get a running back right now when you already have one of the better running backs in the league.
Yeah, and
that feels like malpractice. But the Bills also draft weird. I don't think you needed to get Hairston right there. So the Bills have kind of their own way of doing things. So it's hard to predict what they're
Well,
doing here.
the pick is in. This would also be fun if they decide to go Will Johnson here.
Yeah.
But Will Johnson seems to keep falling, and if he does, he will gladly probably fall into the Eagles' lap, which would be funny.
Yeah, and James Cook had such a good season last year. I expect the Bills to re-sign him. I really think they will.
I'm excited, though. If they go Izaraku here, I really like that pick.
I wouldn't mind a
For
receiver.
Buffalo.
That was my next point. Is like I think receiver is an option as well. You lose Matt Collins, and you only have really kind
Lose
of.
Matt Collins.
Yeah, I mean,
Hey,
okay.
one of the best blocking wide
I
receivers.
gotta be honest with you though. I'm not the highest
guys.
fan. I'm not the highest fan on the receivers that are kind of left on the board. I think there was
Trey
a gap.
Harris is there.
Yeah, but it doesn't open my eyes fully. But if they go receiver, I wouldn't hate it to give Josh Allen another guy. But if they do it, I still might sit here
Jalen
and be
Noel
like,
here.
I still might sit here and be like, because at least in my eyes, when I looked into the day 2 for receivers, I was really high on Higgins and I was really high on Burden. Obviously,
Yeah,
both those guys.
and it's
are
really
off the board.
interesting that the Bills, if they go receiver here, would give 2 second-round receivers to Josh Allen instead of trying to give him like an elite target.
Well, look, you got Keon Coleman last year. Khalil Shakir has proven to be a good, versatile weapon for you who they use on motion like crazy. But I think if you really want a Matt Collins replacement, you go Io Manor. A very good blocking receiver. I mean, he
All right,
looks
can I
the
clue the
block-
air? Matt Collins is not like a hole though.
You guys are the ones who
Jason said that.
Okay.
didn't
I said
say
you
that.
lose him. I didn't say he was the crown jewel of the team or anything.
He did have value though. But I'm saying if you want to bully people on the outside with Coleman and then you add Io Manor, that could be a lot of fun. Like Khalil Shakir did what he does in the middle.
You know what though? Guess what? I'm gonna stick with my pick here and think that it's Izaraku because Izaraku would have a lot of fun chasing down Patrick Mahomes. It would be a lot of fun for Bills fans to watch him help destroy
We're not
the
even
guy
talking
who
about
keeps
teams-
destroying
We're not
them.
even talking about teams in their division. We're talking about like, the Chiefs, the Bills.
To be fair, the Chiefs are the team who always beats them, so it would be a lot of fun to, jump in there and get them. So, curious to see how this works out, but we're coming close to
I
the
would like to see
selection.
them get another weapon though, because I think the Dalton Kincaid thing.
We
hasn't
are
gone as
at
well
the
as they thought.
podium. The Buffalo Bills selected seconds away. Lee Evans making the pick, 13th overall pick in 2004 by the Bills. So, let's see. Let's see if the Bills fans get hyped. Let's see if they're happy.
Interesting.
TJ Sanders.
Wow.
Okay. I don't hate this pick. I do like this pick.
I don't get the Bills.
Okay.
I really don't. I don't get the Bills.
Do you not like the pick?
I don't hate DJ Sanders. I'm just saying, like, what?
I think it was a reach. I think it was a little bit of a reach.
I would rather have gotten like Shamar Turner here.
I agree with that. I definitely agree with that. I think it's a little bit of a reach. I mean, I think you could have waited instead of having to trade up
Which
and
is
get
what
him.
we say about the Bills every time they draft somebody. Like, you
know,
could have waited.
one of the things I really like about him more than anything, he's got really good hands to move off of the blocks.
Yeah.
So that's definitely one of my favorite things about him. I mean, what do you think, Jake?
Yeah, he's a twitchy big man, has the tools to make consistent plays in the backfield. He's light on his feet, which is nice to have for an inside D lineman.
Yeah, Jason?
Yeah, I was gonna say for inside D lineman, he has like a creative moveset, and he's able to use his hands really well to create leverage and use that creative moveset really well to establish dominance.
No, I think he can get your hands on you quick. He can pull you off of him. He can be a gap shooter for you. I just don't know if he has the size that you need right there exactly in the middle. I would like someone a little bit wider, but
yeah.
I think maybe part of the thing as to why they jumped into that spot, maybe they thought the Jets were going to take a D lineman and tried to jump over their rival. Yeah, their pick isn't. Listen, I wouldn't put it past the Jets, though, if they went after, like, an Isaac Rock.
Yeah, but were there a bunch of teams saying, like, man, I love TJ Sanders. Like, I got to trade up to go get him?
Yeah, we haven't heard too much about TJ Sanders to where it was like oh, my God, like, I need him. But, I mean, hey, I don't think it's a bad pick at the end of the day. It all depends on how well he could fit in their system. Like I said, though, I do think Darius Alexander is still the #1 D tackle on the board for me at this current moment.
See, I like Shamar Turner more.
Shamar Turner, I can respect that. And I mean, people will also say, Omar Norman Lott is a big one for people as well. But I guess it's all personal preference.
Yeah. I mean, do the Jets – I don't know what they do here, man.
Maybe go Tate Ravage,
I wouldn't hate it.
interior offensive lineman. Help out Justin Fields a little bit.
I don't know if that's their biggest – that's what they need to go after right now, but –
I don't think so. Maybe tight end.
Corner?
Maybe tight end. Corner would be smart if they went Will Johnson. I think Isaac Rocco would be a good pick. I think a tight end could be a good pick here. Help give Justin Fields another weapon. Like a Mason Taylor would be a great pick in my eyes here. So, it all depends.
Yeah, I think a receiver or a tight end, and I think that there's a more pressing. I think the tight end options are better right now, and I think it makes the most sense to part them.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they went Arroyo or Mason Taylor.
I like those. I like those for them.
Yeah, it'll be a lot of fun. It'll be a lot of fun.
You got your young tackle in Membu, so now go get some weapons for your new quarterback.
Yeah. And I like Arroyo too, especially because he has the athleticism and versatility in the passing game, especially.
Yeah, no, he's a smooth route runner, man. I like him a lot.
Yeah, they kind of need to fill the hole for Tyler Conklin too. He's been there for forever, and now he's gone. I mean, he doesn't get touchdowns, but he's just been there. He's been a mainstay at tight end for them, and they could look to replace him.
Yeah, if Tyler Conklin's your mainstay at tight end, then yeah, maybe.
Yeah, it'll be a lot of fun. Be a lot of fun.
We're on a commercial break, so we gotta wait. Even though the pick is in, I love that. They're like,
Yeah,
the
why
pick
do
is
they do
in.
that?
Commercial. It's like, all right. There's some guy just standing at the end of the hallway, like,
Yeah,
"Can I
just
go?
ready to
Can I
go. Just waiting for a cue, and he's like, "Yeah, okay, we got a couple commercials to get out the way
Yeah.
first."
Hold on, we gotta give Taco Bell their moment. So give us a second.
Guys, we got to go to commercial break with them. Like, they got to start paying us for this, man.
Yeah, like I said yesterday, if anybody wants to sponsor our live show here, Venmo me $10. I double the price. Venmo me $10, and I will shout you out for 30 seconds.
Tyler, what is your ideal sponsorship?
My ideal sponsorship? Well, it has to be something I would also want. So
Whataburger.
Whataburger would be insane. If they would have shipped me one of their patty melts, I'd love that.
I would go with Chipotle. I'm a big Chipotle fan.
Yeah.
Really?
We got Rally House right across the street. Maybe they could sponsor us, give me some free gear.
That'd be
Possible.
nice.
Yeah.
All right, we are coming back.
Anything but
commercial
Whataburger.
break now. Currently, obviously showing off the Packers fans having a good time with the
Yeah.
draft day in their city.
That's probably one of the only three things you can do in Green Bay right there. You can drink, you can watch football, and you can play cornhole.
I kind of feel bad for Matthew Golden because he
Nice.
doesn't get to hop on like a private jet or anything
know-
to go to another team. He just like walks across the stadium and now he's
what?
home.
I keep sitting thinking that it's going to be like somebody on the offense, but Aaron Glenn's the new head coach. I think it's going to be Will Johnson here.
Yeah, he could look to both for the
Sauce
defense.
Gardner or Will Johnson would be a lot of fun.
And
Be a lot of fun.
The number 2 corner there went to the Lions, where Aaron Grant used to coach. So yeah, maybe he.
Not gonna lie to you, Tyler. If they go Will Johnson here, in my eyes, I think they won the draft at this current moment for
They
me.
won the draft.
Listen.
won
Hold
the
on. At
draft.
this current moment, I'm not saying
You're
it's
too high on
finalized.
Will Johnson.
I'm very high on Membu as well, though. And you also said yourself that you think Membu's the best tackle in the class.
Yeah, in a weak tackle class, yeah, he's the best tackle.
I don't think he's a weak tackle class.
I do, because if most of your tackles are going to get drafted and might end up eventually playing guard, then what are we talking
Yeah.
about?
That's a fair point. That's definitely a fair point. I could agree with
Like,
that.
literally
if they all stay at tackle, though, it is a heavy tackle.
all the
class.
top tackles in this draft, every single end note on them is
We're
but they might move
dancing.
to guard.
We're dancing. Well, what if Connor Lee Jr. plays tackle? He's one of your favorite guys.
Maybe.
Hopefully he does. John Abraham making the selection here. He's doing a nice dance on his way there. And the Jets have selected Mason Taylor.
Good call, Jason.
Hey,
Mason Taylor.
Okay.
Okay, it's first tight end on day 2. You know, I think he's the best tight end on the board. I mean, like I said, I think this is a great pick for them. I want to hear from you guys, though. What are we thinking here?
You know, I think he's a great, reliable target, especially when you bring Justin Fields in. You're looking for someone over the middle who can instantly make that impact and be a support system for you. And he has a great IQ, and he's able to really, like, kind of, I think, settle down in coverages and find the empty spaces.
Yeah, and he's a great guy to give the ball down to. Sure, he's not that explosive of a player. Only 6 of 55 catches, went for 20 yards or more last season. But he cleanly catches the ball in stride and could be a very good threat in the red zone.
Yeah, the clean hands. He's a smooth, fluid route runner, especially underneath. He knows how to stem and get in front of people. And I think, too, like, you can use him in motion. Like, he's a good enough athlete. LSU, he was running pre-snap almost like every offensive play. It was nuts. So I think Justin Fields will like him a lot as someone he can leak out and throw to on, like, rollouts and whatnot. So I think a versatile piece for them at tight end that they can trust to have good hands and just be a chain mover.
Yeah, you know, I think this is a player who's got a good frame. I don't think he's the greatest when it comes to blocking, but I think he knows where to put his hands in the right spot,
Yeah,
and then it
exactly.
kind of just goes about, you know, who he's up against. But, you know, I think he's a good fit in the system. He'll play good alongside Justin Fields, and I think he's a good pick. I mean, you know, the tight ends we got a good amount of tight ends in this class. I think there's some good tight ends as well still left.
Yeah, we're getting to the quick part of the draft,
Well,
too.
the
'cause
pick is already in for the Niners.
Exactly.
That was
The
really
Niners were
fast.
very excited about somebody.
Yeah, Julian Peterson making the selection here. And the Niners have selected. This is going to be interesting here. Obviously, went with Michael Williams in the first round. Alfred Collins.
Wow,
Okay.
bolstering that D-line still.
Tyler, I got to hear about this one from you because obviously you and me have spoke about him multiple times. I think you were probably more higher on him
yeah.
than I was. I had him more so towards late day 2, more so in that 3rd round area. But, like, you know, now you get to pair him. Now the question is you get to pair him alongside Michael Williams and Nick Bosa. So I think this is going to be a good pick for them in the long run because he's gonna have guys who are going to help take pressure off of him.
No, I like him a lot. Big dude. A big dude who can fill the gaps for you. I don't know if he's exactly going to be a gap shooter for you, but he can be a run stuffer for you immediately. And then I think he has the tools to be a good pass rusher eventually. He has a good, like, dip and rip kind of move. He can go over you with a swim. So I like this a lot for the 49ers. I mean, he's a guy who can just be an anchor for you in the middle there. And like you said, you have all the leg tools on with Michael Williams. You still have Bosa there. You put this guy in the middle. They're starting to put together, like, a good young defensive line now for themselves in the future.
Yeah.
Good length too for a guy, and you know he's good at double teams too as well. Let me hear from you, Jake.
Yeah, they lost Malik Collins. They lost Javon Hargrave. So this helps in that interior to put a guy in there and start playing him.
Yeah,
And-
Jason, what do you think?
Yeah, I was going to say, you're kind of all hit on everything I was going to say. I think especially you lose, you know, just the pieces on your defensive line. You bring someone in who can immediately make that impact, especially on the run side of things where he's a great run stopper. But I would love to see him develop the pass rush arsenal. But I think he can instantly come in and be that great run stopper for you.
Yep. Well, coming up, the Cowboys pick is in. They have pick 44 in the 2nd round.
They are getting these picks in quick right now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're making it move fast.
Yeah,
They're
they
making
went
it move fast.
Tyler Booker in the 1st round. So where do we think they go now?
That's a tough one for me, Jake. I mean, you know, I said before it was a bit of a reach. It was a bit of a reach. I think everybody in here can agree with that, Jason. Both of you. I think we can agree with that. That Tyler.
You don't see guards go that high anymore.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was a reach. You know, obviously, well, it depends on the guard because if you see an All-Pro guard that you know is going to be like Hall of Fame status, obviously he's going to go early. But I think This is tough. I mean, I think respectfully that they should take a running back.
I agree with that one.
I think their biggest hole needs a running back. I think obviously they have holes on the defensive side as well. You know, you lose guys like Lewis and stuff. Went over to Jacksonville, so and you lost DeMarcus Lawrence, so you definitely got some holes there. But you know, I think more than anything, I'm excited to see what Micah Parsons has to say about this.
Yeah.
Like I said, he seemed a little too hype, in my opinion, for Tyler Booker last night.
Well, he wasn't at first.
Yeah,
Yeah, he wasn't, but then they kind of like forced him to do it, and he was like, "Oh yeah, I love this guy."
Yeah, he's nasty. Yeah.
It was like a process in his mind of being like, wait, this is my teammate. Like, I have to be like responsible about how I
Yeah,
how I
and then
address
you know
this.
you get that obvious at the end. Go Cowboys! Like,
Yeah.
okay,
Yeah, he's got to
Okay,
make it
Micah.
sure. Yeah, you got to make sure to rep the team.
He gets a text.
doesn't mean he's happy with the organization, but guess what though, Jake? I don't think it's going to end up being a running back here, and I
You don't think so? You think
wanna know-
Javonte
you
Williams
ready
and
for
Miles
this?
Sanders is enough in that
You
backfield?
ready for this? I
For a
think it's
year?
going to be somebody random just because it's Jerry Jones.
I mean, that's pretty much Jerry Jones' MO. So
That's what I mean. I don't think it's going to be one of the top guys. I don't think it's going to be a top 10 guy on the board, and I don't think it's going to be a running back. I think he's going to go somewhere really random. Wouldn't put it past him if he like decided to just take Shador Sanders here.
That'd be so funny, man.
that would be hilarious.
It would be hilarious if they took Shador Sanders here.
Do you think we see a tackle here? I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. Trapio, your guy, or Ursary, or something like that.
Ursary would be a nice pick, but I don't know, man. I don't know. Do they double down on it because of the recent losses? Obviously, it wasn't this past year where they lost Tyron Smith, but you had him for so long, and then you lose Zach Martin. Is that the possibility there? I mean, definitely, but
I don't know. If they add another offensive lineman, they have to name him Tyler because they have so many Tylers on that line now. Yeah, Tyler Guyton, Tyler Smith, and now Tyler Booker.
I
So
better watch my weight, or I'm gonna get a call from Jerry Jones.
Do you want to call from Jerry Jones though?
hey, guess
If
what?
you're gonna pay me,
Yeah, they'll pay you. They will indeed pay you.
give me the league minimum,
number one
Jerry.
thing
I
I'll tell
got you. I'll go out there and throw a block. But I think you could see Jalen Noel here, a speedy receiver that could get someone to stretch the field for CeeDee Lamb, possibly.
It could definitely happen. They could go receiver here. Maybe even Io Manor could definitely go here. Maybe they could go tight end if they want to run double tight end. But other than that, I don't know. It's up in the air. We're coming back into the draft show. We had a little bit of a commercial break there, but
I love getting texts from my family all throughout this. Like, what are the Broncos gonna do?
yeah, that's always fun. That's always fun time. Love the family. Love the family.
Yeah,
Always
shout
have
out
a
to
good
everyone
time.
listening. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
Of
thank
course.
you so
That is
much.
very true.
Yeah, the best draft show inside of Philadelphia.
That is indeed true.
Maybe Pennsylvania? Can we go that far?
Yeah, I think we can. I'm going to take it even further. Best in the U.S.
Oh, okay.
Bold claims, and now we got to live up to it.
I would say best in the whole world, but I don't know if there's even people who are doing this outside of the U.S. That's why I just said best in the
I
U.S.
guarantee there's some guy in Australia right
Yep.
now doing this.
He's thinking about Jordan Mailata's fifth cousin.
Yeah. There you go.
All right, we are getting close to the pick.
Who's this pick from? I can't see.
Oh, Travis Frederick's doing the pick.
Yeah, that is indeed. We are getting close to the pick, seconds away. And the Dallas Cowboys have selected Donovan Izaraku.
Oh, you do
A
not
big-
like that pick, Chris.
And a kid that I am very, very high on. Wow, Jerry Jones decided to awake for a minute here.
He rose from his coffin.
Yeah, it's like when you watch WWE when Undertaker's laying in the coffin, he just springs right up. But to jump into this a little bit, I mean, we're talking about a guy who's explosive, smooth. He's got a rip move that he uses as his finisher, which is really nice. Great leader. I mean, great guy. The numbers are all over the board for Boston College. I mean, great overall prospect, and he's a very low missed tackle percentage, which is one of his biggest strong suits. So, I mean, this is a really good pick for them.
Yeah, bendy athlete with disproportionately long arms.
Disproportionate is a good way to describe it.
Yeah. I mean,
in a good way.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, it helps coming off the edge for that.
Yeah, I mean, he's got all the tools you need necessary to be a really good pass rusher. And especially they lost Tank Lawrence to the Seahawks before he started talking crap on the organization. And now you bring in a new edge rusher like this to
throw it
replace
out
him.
there, too, this is the most sacks a player at Boston College has had ever in a season.
Wow.
Yeah, Boston College has been around for a long time, so 16.5 sacks is really good numbers. What do you think, Jason?
Yeah, I was gonna say he has a lot of a great first step, and he balances that with a great versatility and the bend around the corner. So I think he's great at that. Just getting to the quarterback, and exactly what you would want, especially with the athletic nature and the versatility to put him alongside anywhere.
We're also talking about a guy who was a first-round talent as well. But thank you for everything.
Thank you, Jay.
Thank you, Jason.
Yep. All right, coming up, we have the Colts. Their pick is also in, by the way, but welcome in.
Starting to run pretty quick, the room.
Yeah. Welcome in, my good old friend Jaden. How are we doing today?
Doing good.
Yeah. Before we jump into the Colts pick, what did you think about this pick for Dallas?
I mean, I really like it. They lost a lot of key pieces in the offseason. DeMarcus Lawrence is no longer there. That needed something to upgrade that pass rush. I honestly thought they might go Mike Green, but Izaraku's a good pick, too.
Izaraku's a great pick.
And we might not see Mike Green get picked until the next round earliest.
Yeah, I mean,
That off-the-field stuff is real,
yeah,
man.
it is. Yeah.
Teams are like taking that into account more and more each year we get through this.
Imagine the Colts add Shedeur Sanders.
Is that
a part
Jonathan
of that
Taylor? That is Jonathan Taylor making the pick.
crazy quarterback room.
That is Jonathan Taylor making the pick. And the Colts have selected round 2 pick 45. I'm very interested with this one. I want to see where this goes.
Will Johnson?
Will Johnson would be a great pick.
You're going to say that for every team. Yeah.
Seconds away.
I still can't believe they got Tyler Warren.
That'd be a great pick.
JT
Run on edges potentially now.
Wow.
All right, how do you say his name? You asked me like 3 times his pronunciation. Let me hear it.
Hold on. I got you. Tui Malo.
There you go. Nice job. Nice and smooth.
Tui
There
Malo.
was no hitch in that pronunciation. Good job.
Tui Malo. JT Tui Malo. That is an interesting one. I mean, we're going to talk about a guy who I had going later. I mean, I think there are better edges on the board, respectfully. Like I said, we know the talent gap that is between him and Mike Green, but I'm not saying this guy's bad. Obviously, he's proven. You know where you're going to get in the table. You know most of the time where you're going to get to the table when you take a guy from Ohio State. But we're talking about a guy with a powerful first step. I mean, he's got a really good leg drive.
Yeah.
Which I like about him. And it's a good pick. I don't think it's a bad pick. I think they had some holes. They want to try and get to the quarterback better. So I do indeed like this. And you pair him up with other guys on defense like Buckner and Latu.
Latu last year in the first.
Yeah, Kenny Moore.
Yeah, they just continue to beef up that offensive line. I feel like the last couple of years they've been going offensive line. Before last year with Latu, it was Kwity Paye, and they just continue to beef up that defensive line. That pass rush is going to be nasty for Indy. Yeah.
Hey, Tyler, what do you think?
High motor. He's going to give you effort through the whistle. He does a good job getting his eyes up, too, and batting some balls down. I don't know if he was as productive as we all thought. I think there were high expectations for him going into college, and I don't think he produced as much. But I think he's a guy you can definitely work with. I'm not going to expect him to be like your premier edge rusher, but I think on the weak side, if you put him on the other side of Latu, I do think we could see him be a steady guy who's going to get you like 8 sacks. And he's good against the run. He can set the edge well.
Yeah, and the Colts need sacks. 25th last year in the league in sacks. So definitely add somebody with that production.
It is pick 46 of the second round. The Rams pick is in. I think we're down to 2 guys here. I think either A, we could go in the fun route and go with Shedeur Sanders, or B, we could go in the other route and pair up Jared Verse with a Mike Green here. Because I've been saying for a while, I know you heard me say this a lot yesterday too, Tyler. You pair up Jared Verse with like a Mike Green, and then you have a Kobe Turner and a Braden Fisk, and you even got guys like Byron Young. Like that defense is it would be so young and just so explosive.
I mean, I can see them going Tate Ratledge. I mean, they just lost Jonah Jackson the offseason. They really have some holes in
that could happen. I don't think it's the biggest of their worries, though. I mean, you still have guys on your team like Kevin Dotson, who's been unbelievably great for them on the offensive line.
Yeah, I think that was the main thing for them last year. They had all the injuries on the line, but we saw once that O-line was healthy, they were able to be productive, but they are getting a little bit older as well.
All I could say, though, is we know how smart of a head coach Sean McVay is, so I believe they definitely made a good pick here, depending on what it is.
You know who might be in the mold of edge rushers they like is Landon Jackson. Just a
Landon Jackson would
body to
guess
throw out
what?
there.
Guess what? Though, one way or another, I think they could take practically anybody and they'd somehow turn into a beast because of Sean McVay.
I mean, that's what happens with the Rams. Except it's not like the 6th round here; it's the 2nd round. So you can always get those gems in the 6th round. Yeah.
I could see them taking an absolute stud here, though. I'm curious though. Do they end up taking?
They could be a Will Johnson team. I really do think that.
Will Johnson's a good pick here. I do have a really weird feeling that this is going to be Shedeur, though. I think Shedeur would be the perfect guy to learn underneath Sean McVay and Matthew Stafford. I said yesterday I do think that Tomlin would be a great coach for him, but Sean McVay would be miles of a better coach for Shedeur Sanders.
I think Sean McVay has flirted with some more mobile quarterbacks. Do you think Jalen Milroe?
I was talking about that first round. I mean, I thought first round would have been crazy, but
Yeah,
Milroe under McVay would. I really think that would be the best possible scenario for him.
Because you give him a couple years to develop.
They
he
need
learns
to
the
take a
system.
quarterback this year, though.
He's
They
got good
have
weapons.
to. This is Stafford's probably last year. They have to take a quarterback here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you think receiver maybe? I know they got Devontae Adams with Puka,
I
but
was thinking that. I think maybe
I don't think so.
if you're going
Because you
the
have Tutu
receiver route-
Atwell as well. I don't see it.
what about Arroyo, tight end? I just think they could use another weapon.
If you're going receiver, I think Kyle Williams would be a decent X receiver.
Yeah, but if you go, only reason I can see them go tight end is if they really feel confident in a quarterback who's going to go next year that they think they can get.
Yeah. I mean, there's supposed to be a lot of quarterbacks.
To
coming
be
out
fair,
next year.
though, guess what? I wouldn't rule that off the board because they do have 2 first-round picks next year, so they can get a
For
quarterback.
now, according to Sean McVay,
Yeah.
they brought that up in the press conference. He said for now because we know they like to give away their picks.
Yeah, they had one first-round
They do
pick in
like
the
to
past
give
like
their
5
picks.
years. So
Yeah.
They do like to give their picks, and we are
But-
currently showing Sean McVay and Puka Nacua on the TV.
But, I mean, that is a good point, though. You already have 2 first-round picks, so that already gets you in a position to get a quarterback next year. So does that mean you have to take one
We
now,
are taking
or-
it.
yeah, well,
Trip.
the thing is, you have to bank on the Falcons either being bad enough to take a QB that year, or the Rams, which they're
Wow.
haven't seen
Yo.
to be
That's-
a bottom part
That's
of the,
kind of
the
sick.
league.
Their
Or
draft,
LAFD.
their draft room is in the fire department air operations hangar.
Oh, yeah, shouting out to everyone who did all that amazing work when all the wildfires
Yeah,
happened.
definitely. But that's actually
Wow,
a really
yeah.
cool draft room spot.
Yeah.
I'm sure they're all having a lot of fun in there too, seeing all these guys go to their favorite football squad.
Sure, they've got some good food there, too.
oh,
That's
yeah.
unless if obviously you're not a that's unless if obviously you're not a fan of the Rams. But
I would still go.
oh yeah, I would as well. Well, the Rams pick is in. I'm curious to see how they go here, but like I said, I'm not ruling Shedeur off the board here.
No, I think, yeah, there's a couple quarterbacks we could definitely see go. If Jackson Dart was still here, I would say, yeah. But
I was
would
thinking
have liked
Jackson Dart in the first
here.
round.
For the Rams,
Yeah, I thought it was a possibility.
Well,
Yep, he's a giant now.
Michael Brockers is making the pick.
man, he was
Well,
awesome.
He was a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah.
And with that being said, the Rams have selected.
He's hyping up the
seconds
crowd.
away.
Hold on,
Yeah,
hold on.
yeah, get him.
Hype up the.
I respect it. I respect
they
it.
had to wait
Did they
so
fly out
long for a
every
pick.
Rams fan there? I didn't know there was that many.
There was so many left
yeah, it
from
was
yesterday.
a bit of a trip for the Rams fans to get over there, but yeah, let's get on with it. And
Yeah, Brockers
the
was
Rams
cool with the pairing up.
have selected
Ooh,
Terrence
Ferguson, Oregon tight
Okay,
end.
okay, so this
I
kind
said
of
tight
Yeah,
end.
you did say
this
tight end.
kind
You
of goes.
tight end?
Yeah.
Yeah, this kind of goes back on the point though that maybe they do feel confident in them getting a quarterback next year.
Right.
Shout out to Terrence Ferguson, by the way, for proposing to his girlfriend, which is what we were seeing on the TV here.
Yeah,
So,
you were
congrats to him.
You were a fan of him, weren't you?
Terrence Ferguson?
Yeah.
No, I like Terrence Ferguson.
Yeah,
Yeah. He's a good.
yeah.
Good tight end.
You're going kind of higher register here, so I don't know. Maybe I was wrong.
No. He's a good tight end. One of the things is like for his size, I think he moves good and he carries his weight on him as well. I mean, you're talking about a guy who went to Oregon. I feel like though most of the time when you take a guy from Oregon, you're gonna have higher expectation, and you're also I feel like most of the time you're kind of gonna know what they're bringing to the table, and
Yeah.
that's kind of how I feel with this pick. I feel like obviously this is gonna be the Higbee replacement.
Yeah, Higbee
For-
after this
for the-
year is going
yeah.
to be a free agent,
This is
and
gonna be the Higbee replacement.
probably not going to bring him back.
I like this pick. I mean, I'm intrigued to see who's going to end up being his future quarterback because depending on who his future quarterback will, I think, help determine how good he's going to be for the Rams. But I think
Yeah.
on a talent level, I think he's a good talent.
Yeah, he's a functional blocker too. He's willing to block, so that's not a problem in his game that you really have to worry about.
You have to be if you're going to play for Sean McVay.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
first
you
thing.
have to be
Yeah.
able to block.
But yeah, I agree with that. I mean, he's got good hands. I worry a little bit sometimes. I notice he does like the gator arms, where he's not fully extended out to catch the ball, but he does have good hands. He's pretty fluid. He's not the. I mean, he can block. I don't think he's the best blocker, but I think more often than not, you're gonna see him lined out wide.
Sorry to cut you off, and we will get back to that in a second. But Patrick Peterson is out here making the Cardinal selection since the clock is winding fast.
Oh, these guys are running.
They're jumping on this, man. Will Johnson, maybe. Will Johnson,
you just called
right
it.
on
Will
the
Johnson.
dot.
Finally got drafted.
Right on the dot. And guess what, guys? On my mock draft, I had the Cardinals taking Jahdae Barron in the first round. So
we all just mute our mics and let him talk about
going
Will
for
Johnson.
going for a corner here is huge. And listen, I've openly stated this before. This is my favorite corner in the draft.
I mean, why is that?
You're putting me on the spot here, but guess
you've
what?
been
That is
talking about him
okay.
for 2
That is
days
okay.
now.
That is okay. I think he's really good in the one-on-one. I think he puts his hands in the right spot. I like how he really likes to jump in the air and play real aggressive on corners. And I think he's very versatile. I think he's got a really good change in direction. I think he's super fast. I mean, we're talking about a guy who's proven.
Well, I don't
Obviously,
know if
you've
he's super
seen.
fast. That's one of his.
I think he's fast for a
I would
corner.
say he's
I like
more
his
good
speed.
than great.
Yeah.
I like his speed. And I'm we're getting a guy who's proven, and on top of that, you're looking at a guy when it came time in the really big games, he really showed out.
did.
He's a good leader
He
too.
really showed out. And he is a good leader.
leader.
I'm really happy with this pick if I'm the Cardinals, especially that you didn't have to trade up. You waited, and you got him at pick 47. And
Yeah.
in recent history, the Cardinals have made some fire picks. I mean, you got Paris Johnson Jr. You got guys like him, Marvin Harrison. So like their team's starting to come together more in this younger side for the Cardinals, and it's working out good for them.
No, they're definitely a contender to win that division. He's a very instinctive player. You'll see him break on routes.
Very
before.
NFL ready too.
Yeah, very NFL ready.
We got a trade.
Oh,
And
wow.
I like his football IQ
Vegas
a
is
lot.
trading
And
a pick.
Vegas trades their
Again?
pick to
And Houston's
the
on the
Houston
board.
Texans.
Wow.
Houston is back on the board again.
I think
Once we have
Houston-
the trade, we will announce that.
Trading up for a receiver right here.
Yeah, but great job for
No
the
way. They
Cardinals
just
to-
took Jaden Higgins.
Oh wait,
to
my
grab
bad.
Will
Yeah, they
Johnson.
did just take Jaden Higgins.
Yeah,
Oh.
they just need playmakers on the boundary. They were 24th last year in interceptions.
Yeah, what do you think about the Will Johnson pick, Jaden?
That's an NFL ready guy for sure. Great hands. I think he's going to step into a role where he can start right away, and he's NFL ready. So I think he's ready for that starting role. He'll just go up there and get a chance to really show the team what he's got.
Yeah, you just got to worry about that toe injury, which it seems like every
Yeah,
team that
that's
passed up on
definitely
him.
the reason he
Yeah.
fell is just because.
Obviously, we were speeding through picks here, and I didn't want to cut you off or anything, but I wanted to hear your take on Terrence Ferguson as well.
Yeah, great blocking tight end. I think it really fits the system. He's a lot like Tyler Higbee, which I think is really the reason they got him.
He plays a lot of block and release too, where
Yeah.
like he waits for 2 seconds.
Short
and then
yardage
release.
situation, a guy who's got secure hands.
that's a
Exactly,
smart,
which
that's
is
a
what
smart
both
thing to do.
Higbee
Right,
and him
yeah.
do.
That's a smart thing to do. Previewing into this pick, though, obviously, we have Houston on the clock at the moment.
Could
what do
this
we-
be where they go O-line?
They have to. I mean, you don't have a choice here. You have to.
Yeah.
I think Ursari's a good pick.
Ratledge.
Trujillo, Ratledge, Marcus Embo. I would prefer, if I was them, I would rather take a tackle than an interior lineman.
Yeah.
I feel like the tackles are better than the
I
interior
mean, they need someone to
linemen
replace
here.
Lermy Tunsil. They
Yeah,
need
and
someone to replace him.
you need a tackle, and respectfully, I would want somebody who's going to be able to take on the role of C.J. Stroud's blind side and really put that into play, because that's the number one thing that worries me the most is C.J. Stroud's blind side.
Yep.
But this will be interesting. This will be interesting. If they go anything else that's not tackle here, I'm really going to question it. I will really
and then
question
you're
it.
going to question like if they care about C.J. Stroud's health at that point, because it's like, come on.
If you don't take a tackle, just trade Stroud at that point. just get rid of him. Just let him go.
Yeah.
Don't pull another Miami Dolphins and let a quarterback get put in a really bad situation to where they just get beat up. It's not fun.
Yeah, their O-line ended up being 22nd in pass block win rate and 31st in run block. So that's rough to give that to C.J.
And then
Stroud.
you, and
expect
then
him
you
to
lose
perform.
your best lineman.
Yeah, exactly, for pretty much a bag of chips.
Yeah, well, the Texans' pick is in at this current moment, so they definitely seen something that they liked. But, I wouldn't be shocked, though, if, we see another guy that we don't expect to go off the board, that these teams are getting real edgy on, you know what I mean? Obviously, we had T.J. Sanders already and Alfred Collins. Like, these are guys that they're just jumping on right away that, other teams aren't really, like, pursuing as much, but I guess they're getting worried.
Yeah.
So, You know, that's the bad thing, though, about the draft. Sometimes you get too worried, and then it overtakes you, and then you overstep, and you jump for a guy that you shouldn't have jumped for.
Yeah.
That's the fun in the draft as well, though.
Yeah, so many different options, so many different possibilities. Something going on behind us, but
Yeah.
There's an ambulance going on.
So if it isn't a lineman, who are you guys looking at for Houston?
I don't think you
Nobody.
need an edge rusher.
Nobody.
Maybe a D tackle, maybe.
You do have Alexander there. There's Nick Scorton still on the board. I feel like that.
Yeah.
Outside linebacker.
I feel like it has to be. I mean, I could maybe see corner. Maybe you want like another outside corner.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, you could put someone else on
Trey
the other
Amos.
side of
I
Stingley.
feel like I'm
I'm
like so ecstatic on their secondary to where I would not add any more.
Their
secondary.
second, yeah. I mean,
Their secondary is one of their biggest strong
Oh,
suits
I'm
on that whole
100%
team.
grasping
they
at like error here, just as like if they don't do an O-lineman, but it's like I feel like it has to be an
Especially
O-lineman.
'cause you know who's one of my favorite players on the team? Nobody gives Kamari Lassiter enough.
that is
enough,
true. Yeah,
enough
he had a
He's
praise.
Another Georgia
fantastic
guy?
rookie season.
Huh?
Another Georgia guy, really, Chris?
How did you know he went there? I kind of said it just because I didn't think anybody was going to know where he went.
Yeah, what?
I do like it. You got to admit, though, high praise. He's a great player.
This man's got an agenda.
He's a great player. And guess what? We might be hearing about a Georgia player in a little bit, too, if George Pickens does end up on the move today.
Yeah, maybe.
That'd be interesting to see.
You think Dallas Goedert goes on the move today?
It's very
I don't know.
possible. You
I
know,
mean-
I did say in the car ride here, though, I said if Pickens goes, I wouldn't hate it if he ended up in Arizona. Arizona's already been pretty fire today. Keep it going. Keep it going. Bring in a guy to play alongside Marv. If somebody starts picking
Yeah.
on Marv, you throw Pickens out there. Throw Pickens on there if the corner's picking on Marv.
Two big.
Like, oh,
ball
you
winners.
second-year rookie. Throw George Pickens out there. He'll start picking on that guy. All right, well, we are seconds away from the pick. Owen Daniels making the
Daniels.
pick for the
Alright.
Texans.
I thought about Owen Daniels in a long time.
And
I mean, it needs to be a line here.
That suit is crazy.
yeah, we don't even have the. Do we have the trade?
I haven't seen.
Ursary.
Ursary.
Ursary goes
It
off
just-
the
it
board.
just makes
Fair.
too much
There we
sense.
go.
Okay.
Fair,
All right.
fair. You needed to address this because if they didn't address this, guess what? In my eyes, throw it down the drain the year. Because you pick up a guy though who's actually got really impressive speed for his size. I mean, he's got a good anchor. He's 330 pounds, so definitely a bigger guy
Yeah, big dude.
out of most things. And I mean, this is a good pick. And you know what? I see why they jumped the gun a little bit. I mean, you had Seattle coming up on a pick and stuff, but this is a great pick. I do like this pick for them.
You go up and you get the best O-lineman available. Like you said, a big dude, long arms. He's very smart, too, I feel like. He's very aware of what's going around him. He's, like, very instinctive. He keeps his feet set. There's times where maybe if you got someone a little bit faster on him, they can get around him, but that's where the long arms come in. If he gets his hands on you on your chest, I think he can control it very well. So I think he could be a good anchor for you on either side.
Yeah, what do you think about this, though, Jaden?
Fantastic speed for a guy who's his size. Great hands, great long arms, which is really going to help seal the outside. I really think it's a great pick. And I mean, if you're Houston, what choice did you have? This was obviously they were aggressive. They had to feel that desperation. Like, we can't leave this second round without getting a tackle. That's what they needed. They went and got the best available.
Yeah, I mean, we were struggling
Yep.
to come up with what else they could have done here.
Yeah.
And it had to be offensive
Yep.
line all the way. And he played left tackle for 96% of his career. So
Yep.
that
Well,
could be a
thank
nice
you.
plug-and-play starter.
Thank you for
First
everything,
hustle.
Jaden. We appreciate you.
Thank
Alright,
you,
yeah.
Jaden.
Jumping in
Our co-host from yesterday.
our co-host from yesterday, great friend of mine, Ben Lotman.
The
You thought you
Bengals
could
are
get
already
rid of me.
locking up.
No, I didn't want to get rid of you. Well, the pick is in
I
for the
did. It was
Bengals,
my
so I'm
decision.
excited to see this. Seconds away from the selection.
Yeah.
Ben, quick question before I announce the pick. Is Shador going anytime soon? Yes or no?
No.
Okay. Well,
I
Seconds
said
away.
it yesterday. I
seconds
talked about
away
it all
from
night.
the pick, and the Cincinnati Bengals are going to be selecting Demetrius Knight Jr.
Okay.
This is a guy I'm
Okay.
actually quite high on.
Yeah, you like him a lot.
Kind of a weird
I do.
pick, in my opinion. I feel like the
no,
one
'cause
strength on the Bengals defense is their linebacking core, in my opinion.
I like
I
their
think-
linebacking core, but you needed to address the defense one way or another.
I think there was better ways to address it. I think there's so many good DBs on the board still in my eyes. I think a guy like Trey Amos would have been a great fit there for
Wouldn't have been
Cincinnati,
bad.
but
Jumping in here a little bit though, Demetrius Knight. We're talking about a guy with long arms. You know, he's very physical, competitive. You know, I think you can make the case that he's definitely like a top 5 linebacker in this class. At least in my eyes, I had him ranked, like obviously not counting throwing Jalen Walker and Jahad Campbell out of the mix. I
Okay.
had him as my number 3.
Okay.
You know, he's a good blitzer. I like what they got going on the table. I mean, you know, you throw him in here now with Shamar Stewart, Trey Hendrickson, Logan Wilson. This is a good pick for them in my eyes. You know, you're helping bolster a team that, guess what? If they had a good defense, they would have made the playoffs. Jake, what do you think?
Yeah, I feel like it throws in a kind of a logjam with Wilson and Pratt there. But, I mean, he has a long, angular frame. He's light on his feet for quick reactions. He flashes his serious closing burst, especially
Yeah.
as a blitzer. So,
Yeah,
No, I like
Tyler,
what you
what
said
do you
about the
think?
closing burst. It's a very read and react kind of guy. He seems to put himself in the right position every time. I like his lateral quickness. That's a very underrated thing with linebackers is how quickly can you shuffle left and right and get to where you need to laterally. And I think he does that well, which puts him in a spot to sift through the traffic and get to where the ball carrier is. And I think
Yeah.
he can do that well. I think this is a little early for him,
I agree.
but I can understand why the
We
Bengals took him.
are now on commercial break, so we can jump and preview his pick a little bit. But we have the Seahawks, and their pick
Oh.
is in.
I have
Seahawks
a
have had a pretty
perfect
good
fit here.
They've had a before you get to that, they've had a pretty good draft so far though with Zabel and Eman Wari. That's a pretty good draft.
I've liked their draft so far. A guy that I really like that I think would fit perfectly with what they need is Trey Harris, wide receiver out of Ole Miss. I think you can put him on the outside, and he's a great fit for what they need because they already have their slot guy. I think putting him on the outside there with Sam Darnold, I think give him another weapon because look, Seattle's going to draft a wide receiver at some point. They need one, so I think he would be a great fit.
You know what?
And they're very familiar with
If-
Ole Miss receivers.
Yep.
If I'm Seattle here though, I think I go with Tate Ratledge.
Yeah,
You,
another
you
alignment.
know, yeah, because
Wow.
you know the problem with Darnold and when he's getting rushed, you know how he gets into that, and you don't want to put him in that situation. So I feel like obviously I've stated for a little bit now that Seattle's one of my top teams to take offensive linemen off the board, and I feel like you already got one of the best tackles in the class. Why not help him out? Give him another line mate.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I just think the value right now is at the wide receiver. I just think I think there's a lot of good linemen still in this draft class that are at a similar level to him. So I think Trey Harris is a little bit above the
kind
rest
of
of the receivers.
pin this on you a little bit, Ben. Why Trey Harris over the other receivers? Because obviously there's still a good amount of receivers. Obviously a lot of people are big on Kyle Williams and Io Manor, Royals.
I just think his production at the college level was really impressive. He had 2,000 yards in his Ole Miss career, I believe, and he's really good at breaking against press coverage, which I think is something that Seattle really values in their wide receivers. I mean, all the receivers they've drafted have been really solid at breaking press coverage. I think that's something they really value, and he's also really good with contested catches, which is something that they lost this off season. So I think that's something that a skill set that they want to bring in with their next receiver. So I think it's really a perfect fit, match made in heaven.
yeah, I think they could use an outside receiver for that team.
They
really could.
kind of need one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, they're definitely going to get one at some point. I just think this is the best.
Maybe that Tyler should jump on here and just call another tight end pick, and then it happens.
Dude, give me
Arroyo?
Yeah, give me Arroyo, please.
That'd be good, yeah.
Ferguson going before him was a little confusing to me. Maybe I'm just too high on Arroyo, but
I like Arroyo more, but I
I think
think the Ferguson fits good.
yeah, I mean it's
for
a good
McVay's
fit,
system.
But like Arroyo, especially in you saw when he's going to these All-Star games like late in the draft process, like he flashed, man. He's a good route runner. He
Yeah,
gets exactly what he needs. He's a reliable target.
I think Arroyo is the better prospect out to him, but like I said, I think me and Jake kind of stated a little bit though that Ferguson's got that Higbee build in him that just really plays in the
Yeah.
McVay system
Yeah, I think
really
he's
well.
really well with McVay.
Yeah, the Arroyo thing. I think the only downside is his injury history. He has a really extensive injury history at the college level, which, judging by the way this draft has gone, these injury-prone guys have continued to fall. So, I mean, we just saw Will Johnson get picked. Some people projected him to be a top 10 pick in this draft. So
So far though, the Seahawks have had a pretty good offseason though. pretty good offseason.
Debatably.
Besides building up your line, yeah.
Yeah.
I
Well,
mean,
no, I'm not talking about the draft. I'm talking about offseason as a whole.
I mean,
Hey, they tore their offense down and built it back
Yeah,
up.
I
so-
mean,
I like it.
Losing DK Metcalf is a pretty big loss, I think.
All right, well, we are
I think it
seconds
also
away.
depends on how you feel about Sam Darnold.
We
Yeah.
are seconds away from the pick. So super excited to see the game plan here, but okay.
But I do agree. I do like what the Seahawks have done so far in this draft and some of their offseason moves. I might be lower on Sam Darnold than others, but yeah.
I mean, he only had one good year, and then he fizzled out towards the end.
Elijah Arroyo, there you go. Tight end off the board.
It's feeling pretty
I
good
feel
after
like
that
that
one,
was a
Tyler?
Chris and Tyler calling.
That was a
That was like a joint.
that
lobbed
was a
up
good-
to me,
that was a
honestly,
good-
but, like, yeah.
Yeah, no,
that was
I
a
like
good
that
one.
pick. I like that pick.
It's a
I
good
knew it was
fit.
going to be a weapon.
It's a good fit.
I thought Trey Harris would be a better fit, but hey, I mean, Elijah Arroyo is a great tight end. I think he's going to be a solid tight end in this league.
I mean,
Yeah, I think 2-3 years from now we could be like, dude, this guy like all he does is catch touchdowns. Like,
Yeah.
maybe I kind of compare him a little bit. Maybe, correct me if I'm wrong, but Jonnu Smith, like kind of
Yeah,
that kind of mold
yeah,
of your
yeah,
tight
I
end
see it.
there. And I like that a lot for him, man. I think he could be a very productive guy for you. Right away, you're not going to be asking him to do a lot of inline blocking, but as just like a kind of out wide tight end who can kind of chip block for you at times, like I think he can just like rack up like the first downs for you.
Yeah, I mean, if they're not gonna attack with their outside guys, might as well stack up guys that can do other stuff. And I think Elijah Arroyo is a great weapon for that offense.
yeah, I like it. I mean, it's a good athlete all around. You know, he doesn't really drop the ball too much. Good physicality. Not the craziest blocker.
No.
With that being said, the only problem I've seen with Arroyo from time to time is once he lines up in that stance, sometimes he's a little twitchy and he might end up taking the wrong step, and then that could mess up his route a little bit. But other than that, he's a good tight end.
Yeah,
he's
but-
very reliable too in the red zone.
When you get him the ball in stride, he can do some dangerous things with it too. He
Yeah.
led all of college football with 9.1 yards after the catch. So as soon as he gets him downfield, get him the ball, and he can go do things.
The Panthers are on the clock.
There's a
with
lot
this
of
pick,
ways
and
the Panthers
pick
could
is
go
now
here.
in.
I really like what Carolina is building, though. I think offensively they've done really well, especially getting Tet in the
I
first
think
round.
this could be a good chance where we see Mike Green go off the board here.
They need
it. Yeah, they need defense. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if they take
Well,
4 or 5 more
and we are
defenders this
seconds
draft.
away from the announcement. Nick, as the Broncos traded this pick. And Nick Scourton off the
Okay.
board.
Nice defense.
Okay, so you know what this means though? This means that they don't like what they see in Mike Green. They don't like
it's
the off the
the
field
off-the-field.
stuff.
It's-
That's what I
yeah.
mean. They don't like it.
The
But Nick
off-the-field stuff
Scourton,
is-
I mean,
yeah.
to jump in here, we're talking about a guy 280 pounds, so he's a bigger edge. He carries his weight well. He's fast. I mean, obviously, it depends on the line he plays with, because in college, obviously, you got the luck of playing alongside Shamar Turner and Shamar Stewart. But, you're putting him alongside a guy like Derek Brown, and Derek Brown's going to, he's going to get double teamed, and he's going to take a lot of the pressure off. So I think this is a good fit. They needed to go defense here, too.
I think this is a great kind of, if you can call an edge a chess piece, that's what Scourton is, because he can drop back into coverage. I mean, again, I don't know if you want him doing that, but he has the ability to do it. He did it at A&M, and this guy's super athletic, really high upside. Just again, like we said about a lot of guys, they didn't have the production necessarily that you want from a mid-round pick in the second round, but I think this guy has super high upside, and I think that's what Carolina needs to look for. They got to look for some home runs on defense, because that defense was just so atrocious last
A really
year.
good trait for him too is he gets real quote unquote skinny when it comes time to get through those blockers.
Which is
he
surprising with
slips
someone
right
his
through.
size. So to see him be able to do that at that size shows that
It's
like,
the
he's working on
footwork
his
and
pass
speed
rush.
there that helps
Yeah.
out with that. So.
I like the process of this.
What do
pick.
you think, Jake?
Yeah.
I like his hands. He's very physical with his hands, and he attacks well with them. And I think that could help coming off the edge.
Yeah.
Jumping in, we are previewing the Titans. Their pick is in, and it's getting a little difficult. These guys are just throwing their picks in.
Yeah,
They're jumping around real fast. They're taking them.
Yeah, getting the momentum going now.
They don't care about the timing. Well, the Titans
Maybe Goodell
selection
said
is seconds
something.
away.
Like,
Do they,
Could see an offensive player go off the board here. Keith Bullock making the pick.
I'd like to see them add to their defense a little bit.
I agree.
Defense would make sense, but I wouldn't hate it if they went with an offensive playmaker for Ward. Oladejo?
Wow.
Whoa.
Another guy I'm really high on.
Yeah. You've talked about him a lot.
Back-to-back edges. Okay. Oladejo, I've studied a lot more for me being an obvious Eagles fan. He's had a nice visit with the Eagles. The Eagles were eyeing him up a little bit, but I mean, explosive player, good athleticism, very versatile too, between edge and stuff, because he's got long arms and he doesn't mind jumping into that linebacker spot and dropping into coverage. So, I mean, it's a great overall pick. I mean, I think he could end up being a real good pick at 52 for Tennessee.
Yeah. I think at minimum you're getting a guy that can defend the run, especially
He is good at that.
Coming from that linebacker position that he did play, making that transition out to edge. He's really good at defending the run, but I think he has a lot of athletic upside, which is why they moved him out to edge. So we'll see what they get from him. But again, I really like taking the Flyers in the mid-second round on tackles and edges. I think that's a really smart process for these teams, especially for Tennessee. You got your quarterback. If you can find a quarterback and a stud pass rusher in a draft, I mean, you can't really have a much better draft than that, getting two of the most valuable positions in the league.
Yeah, and I think he has a good, quick first step, I think, and he can make the tackles uncomfortable with his long arms and get around them.
Jumping in here because the Buccaneers pick is in. We're seconds away from
These
that.
guys are going quick.
Very quick.
I got to throw
Can't
this
get a word
out
in
here.
for it.
Obviously, Tyler, you and me and Ben last night, we all said that Jahad Campbell was a match made in heaven for these guys. It's helping us out, though, that we went to a commercial break. So, obviously, we said Jahad Campbell was a match made in heaven for these guys. They just let him slip, and then, obviously, he fell right into the Eagles' lap. Obviously, there's all that off-the-field stuff with Mike Green, but, I think we all agree here that they need an edge.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely need more production there, but again, it's just so tricky with Mike Green because it's like what team is willing to take that flyer on him and take the PR nightmare that it could cause?
Yeah, I think here for Tampa, I think a DB, again, I really like a lot of the DBs on the board.
I'm a big fan of Benjamin Morrison.
I'm not. I am more of a fan of Ravel and Amos. I'm a huge Ravel guy.
Amos is still available.
Yeah, I'm a huge Ravel guy. I think, honestly, if he was healthy this entire season, we would have talked about him potentially being a top 10
I hope
pick in
Amos
this draft.
goes off the board.
I would like Amos or Landon Jackson.
I don't. I hope he continues to fall down to the Eagles.
No, because I don't
imagine him on the Eagles.
I don't want the Eagles
that scheme.
I don't want the Eagles
I
taking a
agree.
corner.
But he wants Kilo Ringo to start.
Well, I wonder why. What college did he go to again, Chris?
You tell me.
I thought you were going to say when we were talking about linebackers.
Maybe the same one that Kamari Lassiter went to, and Leonard Floyd, and
Yeah, and
these
then
other
the
guys I'm
Eagles
fans
defense.
of.
Yeah. No wonder you were obsessed with Leonard Floyd last night. I forgot he went there.
Hey, I'm throwing it out there though. On PFF's mock drafts, the top out of the top 4 interior offensive linemen, 3 of them went to the Big G.
Okay.
Interesting.
Dylan Fairchild,
Cool.
Jared Wilson, and Tate
I really
Ratledge.
like Jared Wilson. I'm kind of surprised nobody's picked
Jared
him up
Wilson's
yet.
actually really versatile for a center.
Yeah.
He could definitely play
These
guard as well.
centers always end up getting underdrafted, the top-ranked centers, because people think they don't have any value. But then they come in and they're either near all-pro or just a solid starter.
Jared Wilson's very NFL
valuable.
ready. I don't care that he only really had 1 full year starting. He's definitely NFL
Yeah,
ready.
I mean, Ben, you look at a guy like Creed Humphrey, who wasn't drafted in the top couple rounds, and he came in and made an immediate impact for the Chiefs.
Yeah, that was one of the craziest falls. I mean, I could
not
not
gonna
believe
lie.
that when he was getting
I'm not
drafted.
gonna lie though, on my mock draft anyway, so it could still come true. I may or may not have Mike Green going to Tampa Bay to play alongside Hassan Reddick.
Just in an entire round before, but
Well, yeah, or the round before it, but hey, I mean,
Somebody
Still
should
works.
have bingo for this guy over here, Chris. I mean,
Yeah,
Hassan
Georgia
Reddick.
player, Hassan Reddick. Will Johnson.
I've always been a Hassan fan.
oh, we know. Chris thought the Eagles were going to trade back for Hassan Reddick this past season. I remember that. Yes, you
I'm
did.
happy-
Don't even say you didn't.
No, I said they were gonna sign him, but it's okay. I'm happy with Nolan.
You
I'm
thought-
very
you thought
happy with Nolan Smith.
You thought when he sat out of camp, the Eagles were going to trade back for him.
I like Nolan Smith more than Hassan.
yeah, I call it collusion. You really thought that Reddick went to the Jets just so he can sit out and come back to the Eagles.
Yeah. Why not? It's all right, because guess what? We got a new kid from South Jersey, Jahad Campbell.
Yeah, I'm very excited about him.
I'm super excited about Jahad Campbell, and that's coming from a Georgia fan.
Hey, I mean, he's an Eagle now, so what can you do about that?
Kid's going to be a beast. That's one thing we can agree on, Jake. Doesn't matter what college they went to. If they're an Eagle, they're an Eagle.
That's definitely true. Whoever is an Eagle is an Eagle.
Abdul Carter in a couple of years.
Nice.
Tampa is seconds away from making their pick. We're seeing the Tom Brady flags up in the air. Only time I actually tuned into a Tampa Bay Buccaneers game. Tom Brady.
That's one.
And we are seconds away.
Simeon Rice.
Simeon Rice
They got
making the
some
pick.
Random players announcing these picks.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, unless you have
That is
Jonathan
true.
Taylor doing it.
Benjamin Morrison off the board.
I don't get it.
Over Trey Amos?
I get the position. I'm not a Benjamin Morrison guy.
Listen.
to be honest, I
Listen,
just
listen,
thought
listen.
I thought he was arguably the fourth best
I
DBs
disagree.
left.
I
on the board.
disagree. I 100% disagree. I mean, we're talking about a guy who's a good run defender, high IQ. He's got long arms for a corner who's at 6 foot. I mean, and he's very active with his hands.
I
My
get-
player comp for him is Paulson Adebo.
But here's my
the
thing.
newly acquitted
Giants legend.
Giant.
Here's my thing: when you're an NFL cornerback or a guy getting drafted, and the thing you're best at is run defense, I'm not going to be a big
that's
fan.
That's not the best thing he's good at. That is definitely not the best
I
thing he's
just-
good at.
I don't
He's
know.
very aggressive for a corner.
I don't know. I was never really a huge fan of him.
He's a
draft.
touchy-
There's some
touchy guy.
physicality questions. He's had some injuries before. Teams ran his way. Like, I'm not saying he's a terrible,
There
tackler,
is a
but-
bit of a strength question there,
Yeah.
but from the standpoint of him with his hands, like he does get very aggressive with it.
As an off ball, I don't want him to impress as much. I think because I do question physicality, but I do think if you can get him backpedaling and reading, reacting, I wouldn't hate that. I mean,
Yeah.
I
I
think
think he
he's
plays
a
the fade
proven
very
guy,
well.
too.
I think he can play the fade very well.
I do think he fits their scheme relatively well.
yeah.
So
And then Todd Bowles knows his DBs.
Yeah.
So. Former
yeah,
Temple.
they like their physical DBs, so they'll probably get some more
Yeah,
physicality out of them.
sometimes, though, like I said a little bit earlier, with the whole hands thing, sometimes he needs to get a little bit less grabby. He does tend to do that a little bit.
He's
That's
going to
my
more of a
downsides.
cover two scheme. So
And now there's another opportunity here
Well,
for
the
Trey Amos.
Packers are on the clock, and we are seconds away from hearing their pick.
Trey Amos should
Youngest roster in the NFL.
The
yeah, they've had
Packers.
that for the past 2 years now, and they only keep getting younger. It's crazy.
The
That is
hometown
true.
team.
That is indeed true. Yep. Hype up the fans. Hype them up. Hype them up. Hype them. Definitely hype them up. Be interesting. Be interesting. I'm wondering what we're gonna get here.
Yeah, well, they finally went receiver in the first round with Golden, so see where they go this time.
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
feeling like corner has to be.
We are seconds away.
They need to
Is this
go
our
for it.
Will Johnson where we're going to call for Trey Amos every pick?
Nah, Mike Green. Maybe not.
I'll do it.
All right. Shador Sanders? No, that's a joke. That's a joke.
He's still on the board.
He is indeed still on the board. Did not
Haven't seen
expect
him.
this. Did not expect this.
Shador
at pick
Sanders,
54.
you are coming to the QB
I haven't
factory
seen
in
him on the
Philadelphia.
screen at all.
No, we got DTR.
All right. Seconds away. Seconds away.
Can't believe we got a DTR mention on our draft coverage.
Oh,
Yeah, please
I was
never.
going to find some way to do it. You guys don't like DTR?
No.
I'm a big DTR fan.
Oh.
No, you're not.
I am.
Don't lie to me.
I wanted the Eagles to draft him.
Don't lie to me.
I like developing him.
All right. We're seconds away, and the Packers have selected Anthony.
I love that guy.
Oh,
That's
that
your
stings
guy.
for Chris.
That's
That's
a
your
great,
guy.
great pick.
Why is that a great pick, Chris? Why is that a great pick?
I haven't seen him this upset since Malachi went to the Ravens. You want to talk about your
You
guy?
have to be kidding me.
You want to talk about your guy?
You have to be kidding me. Before this day even started, I said happy Anthony Belton Day to those who celebrate because I was
He's a
excited for him to be an
huge dude,
Eagle.
man. This guy-
Huge guy, super fast. He mauls these edges when they try and bull rush him. That's one of my favorite things about him. You cannot bull rush this guy because he's just an absolute unit. I mean, only downside to him is that he has some penalty issues. But on top of that, I think one of my only other issues is sometimes, if the play gets out of hand, he can't really keep up
Yeah.
as much. But, once he's in his stance and he's anchored, it's impossible to
Yeah,
move
as long
that
as you can
guy.
get your hands on the guy with
Man.
Anthony Belton, you're not going to get past.
You know, though,
Yeah.
guess what? sucks to be the Packers because the one team who could have really helped out with his penalty issues would have been Jeff Stoutland.
I know. Okay, hold on. Let's not disrespect. They develop old linemen in Green Bay. They've had way too many guys go day 3 who have become solid starters for us to disrespect. No, but I get what you're saying. But I think this is a good landing spot for him. I don't know if it's a need that they have, but it adds to the depth that they have there, and they do a good job of developing these guys. And he's just a massive guy who can help them in their run game. And I mean, Jordan Love needs all the protection he can get, especially with the receivers not getting.
Yeah,
it.
and he has
that is
pretty
a really
impressive
good pick.
speed size, or he has pretty impressive.
Honestly, though,
speed for how big of a guy he
I'm
is.
so shocked that he went that early over guys like Trapilo and Embo.
I'm not. I think his athleticism
No,
really.
the talent is there.
is
The
valued.
talent is 100% there. I just didn't think other teams were really as high on him as
All right.
as teams like the Eagles who had a top 30 visit with him. And we are coming up with the Chargers pick
again,
here now.
I guess I'll pull a Chris.
Banging
I would
his wings
love Trey Harris here. I think he would be a great fit.
The Chargers are seconds away from their selection.
Bang.
Trey Harris.
Wow.
On the money.
Good call.
Yeah, I mean, look. I mean, I already said it, so I won't speak too much on it. But
No,
what I said
no,
with the
jump on it.
Seahawks,
Yeah.
what I said with the Seahawks, great outside threat. Trey Harris, he produced a lot at the college level. He transferred from LA Tech or Louisiana Tech to Ole Miss and had 2,000 yards at Ole Miss in his 2 seasons. And he's not the fastest guy, but he's a big deep ball and contested catch guy, which I think is good because they have their slot. They have their running game. So I think with that running game, it allows him to not need as much speed on the outside necessarily. And he's not slow. Like, he's not slow, but he's not the
4.5.
fastest.
Yeah.
But it's super, and he's super fluid, right? He's a great route runner. So they love their route runners out there, clearly. So I think that's a great fit.
I think he's better with the short and intermediate routes. Like, he ran a lot of slant routes. You'll see him do some curls. But then I think as well with him, you can trust him if you throw the ball up that he's gonna compete and try to get after it.
Yeah, very physical at catch points.
Yeah.
He wins over defenders.
And then, this is good for their offense. You have another option there for Herbert, and like you said, they're going to want to run the ball.
Good,
If you can get this guy on the outside blocking for you,
Good guy to help take off pressure on Lab McConkey and stuff. I mean, we're talking about a guy here, though, who's been obviously the go-to receiver for Ole Miss the past 2 years, and Ole Miss has obviously been a good football school for a very long time here. And, he's also very good. He's got very good contact balance for the yard after catch.
Yeah, I mean, if he ran a
keep it up.
4.4, he would probably be a top 15 pick in this draft. So,
Talent-wise, it's there. Talent-wise, it's 100% there. Coming up, we are in commercial break right now, but the Bears pick is in at pick 56. There's not a lot of trades.
I mean, we
started out with them.
Well, yeah, we had them a little bit early,
think,
but it's not as many.
Darius Alexander here would be a solid shout for the Bears, and then also people have been saying running back. I don't know.
Still haven't got one.
I don't know if they go running back here because I think the guys in that second tier have already gone.
I don't know because am I just too high on Caleb Johnson?
I feel honestly.
think so.
Honestly,
Caleb
I really
Johnson's
like. See, I really like Jaden Blue. I really do. I think if you wait for him, he has a skill set. He's not necessarily a 3-down back, but he's really talented, really quick, and I really can appreciate that. So.
Yeah, and you still have Dylan Sampson there, maybe someone like that. So I don't know. I think the Bears can go many different directions here. I think they've already addressed a couple of things that they want to get after. So
Yeah,
It wouldn't be crazy to take a running back here because they don't have a dire need anywhere, but I think getting a interior pass rusher would be really helpful.
yeah.
It'll be interesting. I think they're going to hit on the defensive side here, though. I could definitely see a corner go off the board here.
Yeah, I'm hoping a little bit some corners fall to the Eagles because I really hope that I really want them to get a corner.
No.
I don't trust in your boy at all. And
I'll take Mike Green.
the Eagles aren't. I told you.
Nobody wants to take Mike Green. It seems
The
like
Eagles are the last team that would take Mike
I'm
Green.
not gonna lie. 64 comes around, and Winston Jr. and Watts are on the board. I
What the
think
Eagles
I
might
know
do
what
is
I'm
get a
gonna.
running back. Someone change your pace for Saquon. You don't have Kenny Gainwell.
I mean, you have
believe in
AJ
A.J.
Dillon, but
okay.
Or
I
spend
mean,
too much time playing Farm Simulator.
they also spent a pick on a running back last year. I could see that. I do think they did have a late visit with Kevin Winston. So I think
Kevin
that's a
Winston,
guy that could be a
I'm
good fit.
happy. I'd be very happy with.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind that.
Because guess
Yeah,
what?
safety's
He
still
is
there.
definitely the guy that I would start over Sidney Brown.
I'm
I'd
getting-
start most people over Sidney Brown now.
Getting a little ahead of myself because I'm not going to be on the air for the Eagles pick, so I got to get my analysis in.
Ben, we want to thank you though for joining us.
Yeah, I think the Bears could really go anywhere here, though. Or maybe Ben Johnson. Like everybody thinks that Ben Johnson will draft a running back. Maybe he just won't go. Maybe he just won't do it.
I mean, are you really that confident in DeAndre Swift?
I mean, no.
But yeah.
But I mean, who knows? Who knows if Ben Johnson would want to add a second running back into that class? I think he should. I think he definitely should.
I like Caleb Johnson. I think he could be
Yeah,
good here.
I think you can never have too many running backs,
No.
especially ones with different skill sets. I feel like that's undervalued. It's, everybody says that for the wide receiver room, but I think for the running back room, it's very valuable. Unless you have a bell cow like a Saquon.
Here's
or
the
a
trade from earlier that we didn't get to hear with the Lions and the Broncos. The Lions received the 57th and the 230th, and the Broncos got the 60th and the 130th.
Okay.
That's a solid trade.
That's coming up.
Interesting.
Yeah.
It's a solid trade for the Broncos.
Yeah.
Broncos have been
commercial.
trading down a little bit here. Quite a little bit.
They got the Ben Johnson head out there for the Bears. Excited to bring him over from the Lions. I mean, Shedeur Sanders is still on the board. He won't go to the Bears here, but where do we think? Because I think the Steelers could potentially still do it, even though they might not have a pick here.
All right, here we go. The Bears selection's coming in.
Wow. They got Seth freaking Rollins
Seth
out here. He's from
Rollins.
Chicago.
Our producer Lillian just lost her mind because she saw a wrestler on TV.
Are they going to start chanting?
What would they chant? I don't know wrestling.
Is it crazy that I have no idea who that is?
I'm right there with you. Yeah, these
He's
are
the
just,
new Paul Heyman guy.
these are
My
just
guess is
athletic
he's
actors.
WWE. Is that am I
Yeah.
correct? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't watch
Yeah.
fake wrestling, so.
Dang.
Ben, let me see you go out there and create a narrative, okay?
Yeah. Let me see you do backflips, Ben. Let me see you jump off a top rope.
All right, we're seconds away though from the Bears pick.
Okay, but why is this guy yapping so much? Come on.
That's what he
Because
does.
Seth Rollins.
That's what he does. He's great on the mic, but maybe too long here.
Good Lord, wrestlers.
Hey, you can say that all you want, but I'm a big Seth Rollins fan myself. I think Jake would say the same.
What,
I
did
mean,
he-
you like the
he
decision of
scripted a
him
good
being the
win
new-
for him one time?
You like the new decision of him being the Paul Heyman guy?
Why not? Something new.
I like how people complain
Well,
about sports being scripted, but then they'll watch it.
Chicago.
I hope this is a random person.
Oh, well, here you go. Here you go. Here's the pick. I like that belt though on his shoulder.
He finally
The
did get around to
Chicago
saying it, though.
Bears are going to select.
Oh my Lord! Who let wrestlers on stage, bro?
You know, we
Stop
did
putting
want this to
mics in
slow
wrestlers'
down.
hands.
Ozzy Trapilo,
I don't hate that.
There we go.
I don't hate that.
offensive lineman, to help out.
Yeah.
You can never complain about adding an offensive lineman in the second round. I said it, mid-second round, or I guess we're near the late second round now. But
Yeah,
adding a tackle and adding an edge, I think that's where the value is in the late to mid to late second round at all times, and especially in this draft. There's a lot of mid-tier tackles that I really like, and this is a guy that you can project out into the future to be a starter for you, and he doesn't need to start right away for Chicago. So I think that's a great landing spot for him.
This is a good spot.
Good, quick hands, master. He's 6'8", big dude, and I think he's very fluid for his size too, which you love to see for a guy that size.
Trade alert here, too.
Ben, thank
do
you
have
for
a
coming on
trade alert.
again. We'll see you again.
We will
soon.
get to that in a
Yes, I will
second.
see you guys
but,
later.
To jump on Ozzy for a second, though, like he's got a really good first step.
Yeah.
And you know, one thing that I really realized about him more than anything is that when this guy doesn't have someone to block, his eyes just start scattering around to just jump on another guy, which is a great thing. That's what you want in any offensive
hands
lineman
on
for that
somebody.
matter.
And speaking of his hands, he's very safe with his hands. 0 penalties throughout his career.
Wow.
Jake, would you like to announce who was supposed to have this pick and trade it out?
Yeah, the Broncos just traded out with the Lions. The Lions traded up here in the second round.
Yeah, the Lions are now on this in this spot. That's the trade that I announced a little bit earlier. But the Broncos are enjoying trading out a lot. They're enjoying that a lot.
Yeah.
I think the Broncos
So-
have done a decent job drafting so far.
Yeah, not bad. Well,
I-
we're seconds away. They already got people out there.
I'm actually pretty high on the Broncos this next season. They had one of the best
Guys,
defenses already.
Guys,
And then they added to that with Barron.
maybe, just to preview a little bit, maybe pick 58 ends up being the Shedeur Sanders pick finally off the board to the Raiders.
I think that's most likely scenario so far.
You think Chip Kelly wants a non-mobile quarterback?
Guess what? He gets to learn under Geno Smith and Pete Carroll, so I think he'll be just fine. I think he'll adjust.
He'll adjust.
We'll say there, he'll adjust.
He'll adjust to not being mobile.
He'll learn. He'll learn.
That's like the Always Sunny joke of like he can't read. Like he'll
Yeah.
adjust like to
He'll
read.
adjust.
It's like asking an illiterate to read a
He'll
book.
adjust. This is going to be interesting, though. I'm excited to see what's going to go on.
He's quite the change in presenter after Seth freaking Rollins just came up.
Yeah. It is a little upsetting.
Yeah, so
Very excited.
they boost up that interior D line with Williams in the first round, and then I think they could go secondary here.
Secondary wouldn't be a bad move. Amos would
Surprised
be,
they haven't gone
Amos would be a
secondary
good
yet.
pick here, but
Yeah, I mean they just had so many injuries on that defense. They could really go
I
anywhere.
mean,
on
you're bringing
defense.
in another guy to play alongside DJ Reed and stuff. It'd be a good move.
Yeah. All right, come on.
Getting everyone out here to announce picks now.
All right, we're doing a little vet call out here with Taps.
All right.
Lions are putting their pick in now.
Yep. Seconds
Curious to see
away.
who they're really targeting here, trading it with the Broncos.
Amos would be a really good pick here, though.
He's
Yeah.
been a good pick for the past like 15 picks.
That is true. Tate Ratledge, one of my boys.
One of your boys. Wait, where do you go to school?
He indeed
Georgia.
He indeed go to Georgia. I mean, honestly, I think you're gonna hate this.
Oh God, why?
I do think he's the second best interior offensive lineman in the class.
Okay, see, that's hard to
Yeah.
say because a lot of these tackles are also basically interior guys.
Consider the tackles. Consider the tackles as tackles.
Okay,
and consider
all
the guards and centers as guards and centers. I think he's the
Okay.
second best here.
Look, this offensive line for the Lions was very good last year, but they lost Kevin Zeitler in free agency, and he played right guard. Tate Ratledge played right guard, so I think that's a match made in heaven for the Lions. I think he's going to be a day one plug-and-play starter at right guard for them.
I mean, we're talking about a guy here though, light on his feet, quick with his hands, good size,
Good leverage.
Very tall.
very good leverage.
Very tall for a guard too. 6'7".
I've stated this. I've stated this multiple times, going back to yesterday a little bit. But we're talking here about a guy who learned under one of the most hard coaches I've seen in football, in Kirby Smart. I mean, Kirby Smart just hammers into these guys left and right. Like, yo, like you better be ready 2 o'clock in the morning, get up and let's get it moving and stuff. So it's a big deal, and I think this is a great pick for Detroit. Previewing into the Raiders, though, I think this is a good shot. Shedeur
here we
Sanders
go.
could go
Already.
here.
Oh wow, the Raiders. Real quick.
All right, pick 58 on the board. We are seconds away, but I do think this could be the Shedeur Sanders pick.
If it's not here, I really don't know.
Maybe he just ends up being Mr. Irrelevant in the draft at that point. This will be an interesting one, though. You can go many options here. But would you want to pair Ashton Genty and Brock Bowers with Shedeur? Because I would.
Well, I think those two can be successful with any quarterback. You can put Mason Rudolph out there, and he'd put
It's
us
true.
good numbers.
Yeah, I mean, that's
That
the
is
Steelers'
true.
plan so far this year, so.
Brock Bowers did play good with Aiden O'Connell.
Good Lord, I forgot it. I try not to think about Aiden O'Connell.
Hey, don't disrespect
That was a
Aiden
crazy
O'Connell, man.
Aiden O'Connell and Gardner Minshew. That's a crazy quarter. That was one of the craziest quarterback rooms.
Gardner
I've seen.
Minshew disrespect will not be tolerated here. He is indeed a stud.
That's fair.
Stud?
Good vibes, just not a good player.
Stud.
Stud? Oh, okay.
Bonafide stud. Right, Jake? Bonafide stud.
I wouldn't call him a
Bonafide stud who you signed for the league minimum.
A real one, and a bonafide stud. Jack Beck.
There we go.
Oh,
Receiver.
wow.
Okay. Out of TCU.
I don't think this is a bad pick at all, but I kind of question it over Io Manor.
Well, I guess it depends
question
on what
it.
you're looking for.
I question it. I mean, we're talking about a slot receiver here, though, more than anything. I think Jack's definitely a slot guy. I mean,
Yeah,
he spent time at tight end and wide receiver, though, which is definitely interesting. I mean, definitely impressive quickness in his footwork, though, which is definitely a good upside for
Yeah,
him.
very successful
Yeah.
at the slant. He led the FBS in slants last year. So that's his go-to move.
Yeah, big body, contested catches, breaks tackles. You mentioned that he spent time at tight end. I mean, kind of checks out there. I think he's a good player. But yeah, I think there were better receivers on the board
I
personally.
agree. I don't think he's athletic as some of the other receivers that are on the board.
This guy's kind of a psycho. Workout warrior, apparently. He's constantly lifting. He's a good blocker. He's a very physical dude. So he could be a lot of fun to watch for the Raiders, if I'm being honest. Like, just setting up Ashton
Could
Genty.
be.
I think this is a guy who they're like, hey, you want to watch Ashton Genty get touchdowns? Come block for us. Like, maybe catch up like 3 balls a game. But
Could be fun. Jumping in here, previewing. We got Baltimore coming up on the next pick here.
Yeah. Beck, he's also a skilled ball tracker. 1 drop on 91 targets in 24. A lot of slants, but if he doesn't drop the ball, that's very, very nice.
Yeah. I mean, we'll see what the Ravens go with here.
I think I already know this next pick.
If you're saying Mike Green, which I think you are,
I am saying Mike Reed.
we know what's going on with Justin Tucker right now.
I don't care.
Okay, I'm just
I
saying.
do not care. The Ravens are known
You're
to
gonna
just
double
get,
down on that PR
the Ravens.
nightmare?
The Ravens are known to just get studs fall right in their lap talent-wise, and this would be the second time already. This would mean that they got 2 first-round talents in late second.
I get what you're saying. I'm just saying, do they want to deal with that?
Yeah,
it's
because
gonna be a huge
if they
headache for them.
because if they get him and they get him in the right spot, and then he fixes his stuff, he gets to play alongside Matabuke. So that's a big deal. Then that defense becomes even scarier. And guess what? I'm throwing it out there. I said it earlier, but guess what? If they can't even get over like the second round with Mike Green, if they had Mike Green into that, Lamar Jackson's not a winner, man. That happens.
what are
This
you doing?
defense would be nuts. This defense would be nuts. I mean, jeez, this defense would be nuts, man.
It already is.
Yeah, and then you throw in an edge like Mike Green if they get him. Like, that's nuts.
Yeah.
Trey Amos could also be a pick here.
I wouldn't mind a receiver.
Nah, I don't think receiver. I like Rashad Bateman for what he did this past year.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, then they got DeAndre Hopkins, but
Yeah, they brought him in.
I don't know. I feel like you can bring in someone like day 2 like this to develop for a year. You
Well,
don't have to
yeah,
ask
of
much
course,
for him.
but I'm not too worried when you have. I'm not saying D Hop's like the best thing there, but you have him. You got Rashad Bateman. You got Zay Flowers, Mark Andrews, Derrick Henry. I'm still confident in what they got going.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that group of TCU receivers that they're showing on there. Rieger, Quentin Johnston. Oh, disgusting.
I think they
Disgusting
can
in
go
a bad
quarterback
way,
here.
by the way. You think what?
I think they can go cornerback here.
I thought you said quarterback
Nah,
for a minute. I was about to be like, whoa.
I thought you would agree.
whoa.
Since you apparently hate Lamar Jackson, so I thought you were going to agree with him. No, you hate MVPs.
I don't hate MVPs. I just don't think he's good enough to win a Super Bowl. The talent's there. He just can't. He doesn't win in the big game.
Wonder if they'll go D-line here.
I think Mike Green.
Mike Green. It could go Mike Green. Darius Alexander still on the board if they want to go interior.
Darius Alexander would be a fire pick, though.
Yeah, yeah.
I wouldn't mind if they went Braden Swinson here either.
There's a
I think
lot
if they
to
pair
do
up,
here.
I think if they pair up Matabuke with
Okay, here,
his name, but
real quick. Tight
Princely
end.
Umamielon would be a good pick, too.
There's rumors they're trying to get rid of Mark Andrews. Did you just roll with Isaiah Likely? Do you bring another tight end in?
I like Likely for what he brought to the table.
I like Likely a lot. God, I hate they saying that, but I'm a big fan of Likely. But
I like Likely.
they typically like to
You
have.
like Likely.
I like
Yeah.
Likely.
They typically like to have
Do you
more than
not
one
get
tight
it?
end to work with.
I get it.
No,
I get it.
we got it.
Okay. Had to make sure. Had to make sure. I mean, tight end could be a possibility here. I mean, honestly, though, at least for today, I wouldn't take any other tight end that's not named Fannin Jr. or Gunnar Helm. I think if you do, it's questioning. I think, honestly, God, I think after Gunnar Helm and Harold Fannin Jr., I think all these other tight ends are day 3.
I agree.
I mean, if you want a playmaker, Fannin. If you want to.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. I said besides Fannin
He won't block, but.
and Gunnar Helm, those are the only other tight ends that I would take in day 2. I think everybody else is day 3. Respect to your second all, but
I do like Mitchell Evans. I think he's a little underrated.
And we're already coming
Underrated.
on at the end of the second round here.
underrated guy, but I don't think the talent is fully there.
I agree that he's definitely definitively below Helm and Fannin Jr. But
Yeah.
I think he does have some. I think he has some serious
Fannin
upside. at the
Jr.
NFL
could end
level.
up being a really good tight end for whoever takes him.
I wouldn't be
like starting
surprised
caliber
if
for
we-
a couple years.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw Ravel go here. It seems
Oh.
like a very Ravensy kind of pick. Someone they just kind of let
It'd
fall
be a
to
good
them,
pick.
get him healthy. He doesn't need to do anything for you immediately.
I think this
but-
is a defensive player, though, at least in my eyes.
I like the Ravel.
Plus, the Ravens always take players I love, so yeah, that would make sense.
Why, are you hoping at pick 64 that a corner comes about, or
Well, right now it looks like Trey Amos.
maybe a Darius Alexander?
Maybe. I know you would like that.
I would like Darius Alexander at that pick.
Maybe we see
I'd be more excited for a Kevin Winston Jr. though,
Could
or
this
an
be a
Xavier
Landon
Watts.
Jackson landing spot? Get a nice raw edge rusher? If you're not going Mike Green.
Yeah, but if you're going for edge, you take the best guy.
Well, the past few people who've taken an edge rusher haven't gone about that route.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, listen, the only person who was allowed to do that was Dallas and Izaraku.
we
I think
saw-
Izaraku was the neck and neck talent there for
We already
edge.
saw Oladejo go, and
Aladejo is a good pick. I think Squirtin was a good pick too.
yeah,
Squirtin's in a perfect system for him. He's gonna play good.
see what happens. The pick
Which is
in,
nice.
so they're doing some kind of messaging here.
Yeah.
I forgot they signed Cooper Rush.
Wow, what an addition. Maybe he should be the starting quarterback
Wow. You really hate Lamar.
there. It's a joke. It's a joke.
I don't know. There was a twinkle in his eye when he said that to me.
It's a joke. Maybe they don't go corner though because they also brought in Chidobe Awuzie.
That is a good pickup. That's a really good pickup.
It is a good pickle. Maybe they don't go corner.
But that's why I say Ravel.
I mean, it's
'cause
him, Marlon Humphrey.
Marlon Humphrey's getting up there, though.
Is Marcus Williams still on the team?
Is he?
They're
I
doing
think
a
so, unless
mid-draft
he got
interview with
released.
Jack Beck, by the way, right now.
Oh, they are. Why is he the one selected to get?
'Cause
Doing a
they
li-
want,
doing
they
a
want
live
people.
interview.
They want people to talk about the Raiders, even though the Raiders are going to start getting talked about now because of Genty.
Oh, I thought you were going to say because of Tom Brady.
Yeah, I'm not sure why they would.
Tom
be
Brady's
interviewing
probably more happy now that his team's starting to come up a little bit. No, yeah, Marcus Williams isn't on the team. Guess they released him.
He was too injured.
Yeah, it sucks. He has that Jamal Adams treatment with the injuries, but the talent is there for him.
Yeah.
That sucks.
Yeah.
I actually, man, Jalen Noel's still out there, too. I like him a lot. There's still some good receivers left.
You think the
I
Ravens
agree.
could go receiver here?
I mean, they don't need it like they have in previous years, but I wouldn't be surprised if they brought in someone younger. It's not DeAndre Hopkins is a one-year deal.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
ESPN's still not showing the
ESPN does
feed.
not care about the pick being called out.
Well,
Jack
Jason
Besh
Brown.
apparently really had to
Jason
be-
Brown is making the pick for the Ravens.
ESPN really loves Jack.
Yeah. What? Why is it? Why is he the one that gets interviewed? Did he do something?
I don't know.
Yeah, well, NFL Network now is announcing the pick instead of ESPN.
Yeah. Usually ESPN's been ahead of him. Okay. I think
They both might end up announcing it at the same time at this point.
Betch
we got
definitely
a
has some
long
kind
speech.
of story. Okay.
The graphic will show it, but
The graphic is showing it. The Ravens have selected Mike Reed.
Wow.
What did I say?
Wow.
What did I say?
Wow, the false stop.
You go BPA. The Ravens are known for getting talent dropped right in their lap. I mean, we're talking about a guy here who I player comped with Robert Quinn. That being said, well-built, balanced, great guy on the first step. I mean, consistently physical more than anything. I mean, you see a constant guy who's a bull rusher, and I mean, long arms. This is rough because honestly, the Ravens just got 2 first-round talents, and they got a first-round talent at the end of the second round.
Yeah, he's twitchy off the edge. He has great burst, body control to win one-on-one situations.
He just has a good pass rush set too, man. Like he has counter moves on top of what he does. It's like he can start bull rushing you over, but he also knows how to get off the tackle.
If Lamar Jackson doesn't beat either Patrick Mahomes or Josh Allen, I'm going to be very upset.
Yeah.
Because they added 2 rookies, and you're like, all right, this is it.
They added the best safety in the class and a top 10 edge rusher in the class.
Okay.
Yeah. Powerful guy, shifty, on the edge. Just
Jeez, man.
he is the complete package at the edge. It's obviously the character concerns that got him, drafted this low. But if they can, if he gets the right coaching, he's going to be just a game wrecker
He
on
has
that
the
D
right
line.
coaching.
Yeah.
And he gets to play alongside Matabuke. I wouldn't be shocked if this dude got real close to double-digit sacks in his rookie year.
Yeah, PR is going to be a nightmare for the Ravens, like Tyler said. But, I mean, the production's there for him. He led the FBS in sacks, 17 of them.
The Broncos, our pick is in, so we are definitely previewing into that. I don't know what they could do here. I mean, obviously they had the Jahdae Barron pick in the first round, so you can throw guys like Amos off the board. I mean, maybe this is where we see a receiver, a manner, maybe a running back.
I think this would be a good spot for a receiver for the Broncos.
Receiver or running back, I think. Maybe Scatterboo.
They got quick into this one.
That would be an interesting one for them.
Scatterboo would be a good pick.
I feel like they can. I would like to
Monty
see,
Ball making the pick for the Broncos.
Oh, Broncos legend.
ESPN's still way behind on this.
Okay.
I feel like they go.
Not the graphic. The graphic, though.
I think they got to go offense.
R.J. Harvey,
There we
running
go,
back
running
off the
back.
You
board.
like R.J. Harvey?
I do like R.J. Harvey, but compared to you got Caleb Johnson on the board, Dylan Sampson, and Cam Scatterboo, I don't like that pick. I don't like that pick. The kid's good. He's got good talent. He's got a fast first step. He's an elusive player. I mean, long speed's good. He's not a great blocker though. I mean, he had some injuries behind him, and I think there's overall play speed concerns there. But I mean, it's not a bad pick. Obviously, they needed an offensive weapon, but overall though, I think there was a lot better running back talent.
I really don't like this pick for the Broncos because they have a small backfield now. They have Jaleel McLaughlin back there, who's 5'7". Who's going to come up and help block for them?
I mean, I get what you're saying, but I like R.J. Harvey. He's my kind of running back when it comes to, like, you have the patience and the vision. Like, he's not going to rush through everything.
Why take him over a Caleb Johnson or, like, a Dylan Sampson?
It's such a small backfield now.
Caleb Johnson's more of, like, a one-cut zone-based scheme kind of guy, so I can understand why he's falling because I think he fits into, like, a certain, like, type. But
Obviously,
I like R.J. Harvey. We saw him, too. We've seen him go against Temple, and I mean, this isn't like, great job, but like he did great stuff against Temple. But like, I do think like he's 5'8". I understand that, but he plays more upright. I do think he plays bigger than his size. So I mean, don't discount the fact that he can break tackles. He's got a good suddenness to him with his lateral agility.
I
think I'm
Sean,
higher in RJ than you guys.
Let me hear your opinion,
I like the
Sean.
player, but I just feel like I don't like the fit.
I kind of agree with Jake here. I think that, I think the size is definitely an issue. You have a small backfield now. I think there were better running backs on the board than R.J. Harvey. Cam Scatterboo is my top back on the board right now. I've been a big Cam Scatterboo fan for a long time. Interesting to see if him or Caleb Johnson's picking first, but.
Well, thank you for everything.
Sorry, I took Jaden's pick right there. Trey Amos.
It's all good.
Handing off to Jaden right now. Thank you, guys.
Welcome back, Jaden. With that being said, the Commanders, I've said earlier, have been becoming a better and better franchise. They got Josh Connerly, and now they just got Trey Amos off the board. So that is a really good value pick for Washington. I mean, you hate to see it when a team that is a rival and on top of that, is a good team you know, they get a guy who is projected to go in the first round. He's got player comps to Tre'Davious White and stuff, so it's a big deal. But what do you think here, Jaden?
Great player, bad. Wish it was a different team, but
Yeah.
Trey Amos. I mean, a lot of people said Eagles were going to target him first round. This is a guy who I feel like you could put outside, you could put inside. He's got the intangibles to play everywhere everywhere as far as corners go in the defensive backfield. A guy who can line up against some of the best in the league. Really good hands, long arms. Great for a defensive back.
Very high forced incompletion rate, too, in each of the last 3 seasons for him. So that's definitely a big deal. And, I mean, he likes to get his hands on the receivers and play very physical, which is definitely an upside for him.
And how about that Washington quarterback room? Now you got Lattimore, Saint Still, and Trey Amos. That's a nasty cornerback 3.
Yep, Jake, what do you think?
Yeah, this is a great pick for the Commanders.
Very valuable pick as well.
Very, very valuable. And they struggled to limit big plays last year in their cornerback room. They, of course, like Jaden said, they added Marshawn Lattimore halfway through, but they gave up. They were 24th in the league, giving up 20-plus passing yards. So they need someone to help limit that, and I think that Amos does that here.
And I think right away you can put him in the slot, have him play that cornerback 3 type of role where he can learn, grow. He doesn't have to be on the field right away, but he can immediately make an impact.
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
think he starts on the outside for them right away. He's good in press and man. They like to do cover 3 and cover 1 there. So, I mean, he can do both of those things for your team. I hate how good of a fit this is.
Yeah, this
for
is
the Commanders.
literally one of your guys too. So
I know, man. And he's good. I can't understand how he fell this far. I thought he was a first-round talent, honestly. So, I mean, shout out to the Commanders for just sitting and picking him there.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm so nervous here that the Eagles pick is coming up and Shador's still on the board. I pray.
They're not gonna take
pray.
Shador.
I
They
pray.
wouldn't do that.
So weird if that happens.
Yeah, I don't. I'm hoping it doesn't happen.
I feel like this could be running back.
The
What,
Bears,
the Chicago
Yeah.
pick?
Caleb Johnson or Dylan Sampson makes
Caleb Johnson. I feel
Scatterboo.
like
Scatterboo.
too early.
No, it's not.
it is. I mean,
No,
I
it
wouldn't.
is not too
I'm not taking.
early.
I wouldn't take Scatterboo over Dylan
R.J.
Sampson.
Harvey just
Or-
went over him. It is not too early.
It's too early.
R.J. Harvey is not better than Cam Scatterboo.
Okay. Whatever you say.
It's a.
Cam should already Cam. I think it goes Cam, then probably Dylan Sampson, and then Caleb. Honestly, should be the top 3 running backs to go. R.J. Harvey should have went before all 3, or after all 3 of those guys. 100%.
Interesting.
I'm not the biggest R.J. Harvey fan though. I like him. I like him. I think he's a good player.
I also trust Sean
think-
Payton in running backs.
Like I said though, I just
Yeah.
don't.
He
I don't
fits-
like that pick taking over. The other talent that was there.
I was gonna say he fits that Sean Payton mold of receiver back. He's a lot like an Alvin Kamara. He's fantastic at making guys miss, and he has home run speed. Probably one of the best in the backs in the draft at that.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah,
It's
I just think that
interesting.
backfield's so small now with the Broncos. But, I mean, you get playmakers like Harvey, so.
Yeah, it'll definitely be interesting. What are you thinking for the next pick, Jake?
I think they go running back. I think they go running back. We've been talking about it. And Ben
Yeah.
Johnson, he wants that duo running back threat.
Ben Johnson's a very great offensive-minded guy.
I thought Caleb Johnson might have been one of their earlier second-round picks.
I think he could have fell to them right here. I think that 100% could be the pick here.
I still like Scatterboo. Scatterboo and DeAndre Swift would make me very happy. I mean, hey, yeah. Oh my God. Jeez. That offense
It's crazy.
with Scatterboo on top of that.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Bears are going to be fun to watch.
They could attack you in many different ways.
I could see them going corner too.
Jeez.
Rebels there.
Yeah.
Azariah Thomas.
Revel would be a
Yeah.
great pick. Go corner or go running back here. One or two. One or two.
Sure.
definitely gonna say it.
Ravel might be wearing some midnight green. If this keeps going this way.
Oh man, I would love that.
I'd be very happy.
Let Keely Ringo play.
Yeah, I mean, I love Ringo, but
Let him play.
yeah, I wouldn't be mad at it.
Hasn't gotten enough credit. Let him play. Let the kid play.
I think
This
it's
is
going to be running back. We're back from commercial break finally.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, man, they already got Luther Burden and Colston Loveland, so this is kind of
Yeah,
crazy.
they've had a very fun draft.
It's obvious where Ben Johnson wants, his vision on the field.
Yeah, that's pretty nuts, though.
Here we go with
Pretty
the Bears.
nuts. Coming out to make the pick. As we are seconds away. Des White making the pick.
Again.
And the Chicago Bears are going to be selecting.
Somebody.
Yeah, they have to do their own thing.
Yeah, you're in rivalry territory.
Getting
so-
everybody hyped up.
Yeah, making everybody else mad.
Shamar Turner.
Shamar Turner.
Okay, I like that a lot.
Oh, me
I like
too.
Shamar Turner a lot.
He's putting him next to Grady Jarrett. You can learn from him.
Yep.
Shamar Turner is a good pickup.
Yeah.
That is indeed. I mean, we're talking here though about a guy.
Oh yeah, and he's with Byron Murphy, his former teammate.
Yeah, we
Oh shoot.
we're talking about here a guy though who got to play alongside Shamar Stewart and Nick Score, and so officially the three big Texas A&M guys are off the board. I mean, high motor player, fast hands. Only thing is sometimes he can get pushed around. His weight's a little bit on the lower side, so
Yeah.
that definitely is a little bit of a problem.
You'd like to see him anchor a little bit better.
Yeah, it's a problem if you were to go up against one of the better guards in the league, like, for example, prime example, Landon Dickerson. It would be a bit of an issue for him because of his smaller size. He'll get pushed around a little bit.
Yeah.
But guess what? You're throwing him in a defense with Tremaine Edmonds, Montez Sweat, Jalen Johnson, Grady Jarrett. It's a good pickup.
I like he's got quick hands, man. Like his hand fighting is very good. So it's like that first attack that guard
Yeah.
might be trying to get on him, he can
Yep.
swipe those away quickly and get to the
Well,
backfield.
I was just about to say that fantastic first step for defensive tackle. That's how he beats linemen, is that first step, getting off the ball quick.
Yeah, a very high motor. Finds his way to pierce gaps and affect the backfield. I mean, you could tell that Chicago wanted to improve the interior defensive line. They were 31st in the league against the run, and they add in Grady Jarrett, and now they add in Shamar Stewart.
Well, the Chiefs are seconds away from making their pick. No Chiefs Kingdom. No Chiefs.
Hey, Dante Hall's
No
taking
Chiefs.
the pick this time.
I don't care if it's Dante Hall.
I like Dante Hall.
I don't like the Chiefs. Omar
Omar Norman Lott,
This is a guy
back-to-back D
you talked about a
tackles.
lot.
Okay. Okay. I mean, we're talking about a guy here went to a proven SEC school. I mean, he's good. He did transfer to Tennessee and definitely became a lot better. But explosive and powerful, three-tech defensive tackle here. I mean, he's definitely fast. He's strong. He's got a really impressive upper body here. So I mean, honestly, I had this guy going early in the second round, more so real early, pick 39. So
Yeah.
I think this is a really good pick for the Chiefs. Obviously, you get a guy that you could just jump on. So that's definitely a good pick for them.
Yeah.
He's got
And
good
he gets
moves.
he gets to play alongside Chris Jones. So
He's got good agility and quick moves for a D tackle, man. It's actually kind of fun to watch the way he gets around the guys in front of him, because it's and a lot of it's based on his footwork.
Wow.
Like he can really just kind of move around people.
him, Chris Jones, and George Karloff. This is going to be fun. I mean, you and me have hammered this in a lot of times with Tyler. These SEC guys, they're going to be good.
Yeah.
You know that.
Because the level of competition is there. You know?
Let me hear
he has a
the
diverse
take
skill
here,
set
Joe.
to beat one-on-one guys too. So I think this is a great pick for the Chiefs, and you can pair him up next to Chris Jones, like you said,
Yep.
Chris.
And the Eagles pick is officially in. This is the pick that we've been waiting for a little while now. Obviously, Jahad Campbell went off to them at the board here. If I'm the Eagles, I'm going with Kevin Winston Jr. without a doubt.
I wouldn't hate that.
I would love
I wouldn't
the
be
pick
mad at
here.
it.
I mean, you move off of C.J. Gardner-Johnson in hopes to save some money, and on top of that, bring in a new safety. And I mean, you got two options here. You got Xavier Watson, you got Winston Jr. I'm more on the Winston Jr. side of things, but I definitely think you need to fill that hole because Sidney Brown is not playable.
Not playable.
Not playable is wild.
Whoa.
My problem with him is I'm a very big, I'll admit I am a very big Sidney Brown hater, but that's because most of the time I don't think he's got a very high football IQ. And with that being the case, he bull rushes, and most of the time he either A, misses the tackle, or B, takes himself out of the play fully.
Maybe this is your boy Alexander.
Darius Alexander wouldn't be a bad pick either, but I do really want them to keep Jordan Davis if I'm the Eagles, and this would kind of throw it up in the air
Yeah,
about
but
them picking up his fifth-year option.
You know they love depth there either way. Even if you're keeping Jordan Davis, they're not afraid to add depth to that over and over again.
Yeah, they've done that constantly throughout the past.
Listen, though, it wouldn't be the
5-6
first time
years.
because, last night I really wanted Malachi Starks to go to the Eagles, and then I kind of overlooked the Jahad Campbell pick a little bit. I'm not trying to do that, though, as much here. If they go with Darius Alexander or if they go with Winston Jr., like I said, I do prefer Winston Jr. here, though. Go with the local guy. Give me the Penn State guy.
Yeah, keep him in PA.
Yeah, keep him in
I don't know if Penn
PA.
State's local, but
It's local enough.
it's not a Philly
It
school.
is local enough. He was born in Maryland, not too far out. Not too far out.
I mean, like every other Eagles
Been to
player,
Maryland a
he'll
couple
have some
times.
kind of connection to the Eagles when he comes here.
Guess what? You get to play alongside Reed. I mean, I think he'd do just fine.
Yeah.
I mean, the Eagles don't have a lot of holes anyways. He'll have pressure taken off of him, and he'll learn, especially with having guys like Jahad Campbell alongside of him and Zach Bowen.
It's also very clear that Howie is listening to Vic Fangio anytime he's making these defensive
Yeah,
guys.
and Vic Fangio does like safeties. So I do really think they go safety here. If I hear that Shedeur Sanders here, though, I'm gonna lose it.
Something you and I talked about, though, off air before we got on was that maybe they don't take a safety because they're talking about signing Simmons after the draft.
That's a very possible scenario here too, which I don't
know.
hate it. But then
I would love it.
if you do that though, I'm hoping that you take a safety next year because I don't think you can wait any longer to fill that hole.
Yeah.
But if you do take, I wouldn't hate it either if they take Winston Jr. here and then also sign Simmons so that he learns under Simmons.
Yeah, or then maybe that makes it so that you get like a day 3 guy like Malachi Moore or someone like that.
Exactly. I would not hate it. I would not hate it. I'm very excited to see what goes on here. You know, it would have been a pick here, Anthony Belton. Anthony
far out for
Belton.
that one now.
I would have really loved Anthony Belton here as an Eagles fan.
Still upset.
Hey, they can always
I'm
trade
gonna
for
be
him.
upset till like it's over. Wait a minute.
No more Anthony Belton Day.
I know they're just showing Jahad from last night. I thought he was coming out to make the pick for him. I'm like, what's going on here?
No, he's already in Philly.
Yeah, he isn't already in Philly. That is indeed quite true. So.
Bo Allen come out to
Hey,
make
it
the
is Bo
pick.
Allen coming
Oh,
out to make
Bo
the
Allen.
pick.
Where's
Let's go.
David Akers?
Oh.
Where's David Akers? Oh, okay.
Look at Big Bo.
The Super Bowl champion Eagles. We got to throw out there the
Forever a legend.
champs.
He
The
won
champs.
He helped win us our first ring.
Yeah.
Love Bo Allen.
Wait.
Hey, Philly guys there.
Let's go. Let's go.
Koopa.
Oh, my God. Well, I told you earlier today. I told you this is one of my guys. Let's go.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. I'm so happy about this. I cannot tell you. This is one of my favorite. All right, hold on. This is one of my favorite safeties in the draft. This guy is a heat-seeking missile. I don't care what his size and his weight is right here. This dude flies to the ball carrier. He will kill people. This guy would. I think he literally wants to like murder people on the field. He is fast. He gets to where the ball is. He is instinctive. He can go sideline to sideline. I think you can play him as a split safety, but you're gonna put him in the box now with Reed Blankenship in the back, dude. I'm very excited about this. I told you earlier today I love Makuba, and Howie agreed with me. Vic Fangio agreed with me. Let's go.
Man, it's so funny because you got him who loves him, and then we got Chris. His head is in his hands. Chris, you don't like the pick?
Makuba isn't a bad player whatsoever, but this literally, like, I'm too worried because this just screams Sidney Brown 2.0 to me.
No, it doesn't.
Again, yes, it does. Yes, it does. Winston Jr.'s on the board. Winston Jr.'s a way better talent. I don't even want to go there.
Okay. Whatever you say.
Winston Jr. is 10 times a better talent than him.
Doesn't he have some injury concerns?
I don't. What?
Injuries?
What, for Winston?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
Kuba's a little bit faster.
Xavier Watts is on the board too. I don't like that pick. And that's coming from an Eagles fan myself. I'm not the biggest Makuba fan. I mean, I think Makuba is a great player. I think he's got a good change of direction and stuff. But like, it's tough, especially if they try and make him guard like a tight end. He's not going to be able to do
Yes,
it.
he can. He's got good
No.
route anticipation. I think he can. He reads the quarterback pretty well.
He's got really
He's
underrated
got
ball
too
skills
much.
too.
He's got
Thank
too
you.
small of a build to guard a tight end.
First pick of the third round coming up.
We're going to argue about this because I like Makuba.
If he has to, though, it's not what you take when Winston Jr.'s on the board or Darius Alexander. That's not the pick. That's not the pick.
I'm not mad at it.
You know what?
either.
You know who I blame? I blame whoever threw that beer bottle at Howie Roseman's head because now it's kicking into him a little bit.
Wow.
Dang.
Jeez, man. That's not a good
Wow.
pick. That's not a good pick.
Imagine the Giants double up on QB. Just grab both of them.
Oh, man.
Grab Sanders and Dart.
I mean, at least one of them should be good.
Yeah, right.
You are
Well, we are
insane.
seconds away from the Giants pick.
Hey. New York Giants. I think I want to see them either go offensive line or receiver here.
Do you want Shedeur Sanders?
I do not want Trevor Sanders.
Why not?
They already got Dart. There's no
So?
point.
So,
No point. It'd be funny. It would be so
well,
funny.
guess what?
But
Guess
no.
what? Shedeur could end up going 2 picks later anyways. Cleveland's back on the board. Because KC's obviously not taking him.
I think they can go receiver here. I think they can go offensive line here because they really bolster up that defense in free agency.
You guys want to hear a fun fact? The song that they're playing right now, when you graduate Air Force basic training, this is the song they play as they're going around giving you your coin when you officially become an airman. A lot of people cry when the song plays
Oh,
when
wow.
it's going on. I remember a couple guys near me like tears
I
rolling
wouldn't
down
have
there.
hated to throw it out there though too. I also would have liked it way more if the Eagles took like a Fannin Jr.
I don't
You
know.
are
I
going
don't
to be very
I
upset
don't-
about this, aren't you?
In the Fannin Jr. in the third round, I don't think that would have been a reach. I don't know.
No, what?
I
Not
don't
at
like
all.
Fannin Jr.
I don't know why. Fannin Jr. is insanely talented. I know Jake's high on him.
I mean, he was the only target they had at Bowling Green. He just ate up all them targets.
Yeah, but he was productive.
He would fit in the system well because of the Eagles' new quarterbacks coach who came from Bowling Green. So it kind of works there.
I think the Giants, once again, I think I really would want a receiver here just to add to that depth.
Can I know though, like, what do you not like about like a Watts or like a Winston Jr. pick instead?
I think Winston falls.
They didn't even have a visit with Makuba.
Here's my thing with Winston.
They had a visit even
he
with
falls for play
Reed.
action. I don't think he has good like instincts or recognition at times. Like it's like he has like some of the traits you would like for his safety. I just think instinctively he's not there.
Makuba's fun to watch.
I'm calling Io Manor here to the Giants. But
I
we'll
wouldn't be
see.
mad with it.
Io Manor?
Hey, Jason Sehorn.
So I'm very curious to see what goes on here, but
Ooh, there's Darius Alexander.
I know, Chris is even more mad.
Damn.
He's even more mad. You put somebody next to Dexter Lawrence.
I really like that pick for New York, man.
All right, Jake, let us hear it.
Oh, man. I loved Chris's reaction on that. Oh, my goodness. Okay, he's rangy defending the run. He has body fluidity and length to displace blocks. He's a fluid big man with outstanding body control. Works well laterally to makes up plays up and down the line. And you just put a guy next to Dexter Lawrence, anybody will find success. Dexter Lawrence is the best D tackle in the entire league, and that will 100% help Alexander.
Yeah, I think he's a gap shooter you can put in there right away in a rotation at least. And
Listen.
okay, what?
I gotta throw this out there. Finish your point though, real quick.
No, go ahead, because this is your guy, so I do want to hear what you guys say.
When you talk about the D linemen in this place, the big boys, you got your Walter Nolan, your Derek Harmon, those guys. I think Darius Alexander is the one guy that's right up there with them that nobody wants to talk about.
Okay.
I mean, he's explosive. His speed to power conversion is insane to me, by the way. He's got an insane leg drive. And even when the offensive linemen are in the anchor, he's just going to drive right through them. And I mean, this is so questionable how the Giants now have Darius Alexander, Abdul Carter, Brian Burns, Dexter Lawrence, Javon Holland, Paulson Adebo, and the list just goes on. Their defense is just
they're
insane
really,
to me.
like I said in the beginning of the show, they're really
This is-
bolstering that defense because they want to go back to that identity. They
This
want
is
to
a
have
guy
a great
who I
defense.
had going 47th, by the way, and the Chiefs just make the weirdest pick I've seen yet.
Oh.
This
Really?
is the weirdest pick I've seen yet.
Really, Chiefs?
Ashton. I did not see Ashton out of Louisville getting picked yet.
Yeah, that is kind of surprising.
And especially for an edge when you got Landon Jackson on the board. Really?
Landon Jackson,
Oh.
Jack Sawyer.
Yeah, no, that's a bad pick. That's a bad pick. I mean, it's
They've had questionable edge picks in the past. It seems like they may be continuing with that. But, all right, I mean, it's not like he's look, he's not bad. Like he
no,
does.
he's not bad whatsoever,
I
but
think
he's
he's
not
got a quick good off.
compared to the
get off.
talent on the board. You don't do this pick. You don't do this pick.
I mean, I think we talked about before. Sometimes teams just
Yeah, but
fall in love with the
This
player.
is
Yeah,
this
you
is
get
a
your
guy.
guy.
This is a guy
Yeah.
we're talking about though who's projected to go early fourth. Early fourth.
Yeah, maybe
to
late
mid.
third, but
I don't even think late third, but I guess maybe for once and for all, Shador Sanders 66 picks later or 67 picks later.
this could be a
Yeah.
spot for him.
Officially in the third
Could
round
be.
and no Shador Sanders. This
va-
is
I mean,
interesting.
guess what? It's because we seen a quarterback go before him. That shouldn't have even went before him at all in Tyler Sherwood.
I would love to see Sanders actually go here.
What if they go Milrow?
Oh, that would. Sanders
listen,
would be mad.
I think the Browns already have a good draft so far with Graham, Schlesinger, Judkins. Just add on here. You get your franchise guy in Shador Sanders. I like it.
Vegas could also. I mean, they're right there. They could take a quarterback.
I mean, at this point, can you call a franchise guy a guy that got taken in the 3rd round?
that's a
I think
valid
he
point.
has the talent to be a franchise guy. I think Stefanski could work with him.
I don't know. It looks like NFL teams really don't think he is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know where the Tyler Show talent level is over the Milrow and Shador there for me. I don't see that one at all.
And he's also way older.
I'm gonna be honest with you, and I don't know what he's gonna say about this, but I'm intrigued. I honest to God would have picked Kyle McCord before I picked Tyler Show.
I mean, I had Kyle McCord as my QB5. So, I mean, yeah.
You don't seem too offended by that.
I mean, it's kind of one of those things where, like, pick your flavor of, like, round 3 quarterbacks, I guess. Like, in my mind, if you're not going to pick a quarterback in round 1, don't pick him in
Maybe you like
day
the
2.
Will Howard or the Riley Leonard.
I don't like taking quarterbacks day 2 in general.
Yeah, I mean, they rarely pan out in anything good. I mean, if you look at Will Levis, he was the top quarterback of his draft, went down to round 2.
That entire Kenny Pickett draft class basically went on day 2, and they were all bust.
Yeah.
If you look at Pro Bowl quarterbacks that came out, like, round 2, it's like Jalen Hurts and Gardner Minshew, I think, was one of them. Like, it's not a lot of guys, like, day 2 that are doing that.
Yeah, and then you look at round 3, I mean, just keeps going down and down and down, waiting to hear Sanders' name.
Yeah.
But I do still think Sanders has something to offer. Like, to him falling as far as to me is still kind of crazy.
Oh, it's crazy without a doubt. I mean, especially with how everybody was talking to him. Yeah, I mean, he's been
Yeah,
well
you know what though?
regarded.
I'm still sitting on this, but on the bright side, at least Darius Alexander will be an Eagle in a couple of years too.
Him going to the Giants does increase the chances.
Take him from you.
I can't even say anything about
Are you
that.
just
'cause it
trying
happened.
to? Are you just trying to learn from us though by taking kids out of Toledo?
It's a copycat league.
I mean, you gotta
That D-line
copy
is
the best.
ass.
So-
Guess what though? I don't care who you have. You still ain't stopping the Eagles' offensive line.
Yeah, nobody could last year. They won the Super Bowl. What do you want me to say? I can't argue against the Super Bowl defending
I'll tell you
champions.
this,
I
though.
really can't.
The only spot you really got a good spot is if you can get somebody on that right guard spot. Then you really might push us into a little pickle because I don't know how high I am on Tyler Steen.
I like him.
I like Tyler Steen. Especially, I mean, with Stoutland coaching him up.
Compared to Mekhi Becton,
I mean, when he had to come in for Mekhi Becton at times last year, I didn't notice that much of a drop-off.
Yeah. I mean,
I could say the same though about Fred Johnson coming in.
Fred Johnson was a solid backup.
Yeah, so
I'm
shout
a
out
Fred Johnson
Shout out
fan.
Statland. Like, what are we talking about? And Statland. we
Listen,
trust.
I don't think Stalin can revive everybody though. I said that before. Andre Dillard's a prime example.
Okay, that.
Some guys just don't have
Yeah,
it.
guess what? You know who I've been saying is definitely unrevivable? Kenyon Green.
I think if you have the athletic tools.
Yeah, that was-
available-
And if your Shador Sanders here
He's
gets
dead.
drafted and you see that draft room, which there is no emotion at all, and you're drafted like that, like, come on.
All right, and we are seconds away from Cleveland pick. Can it please be Shador? I'm tired of waiting for this.
It's
Just be
not.
Shador.
It's not. Watch.
Harold Fannin.
Shador continues to fall.
Oh, my goodness. Harold Fannin.
You've talked
Well,
about it a bit
guess
already
what?
today.
I hope the Eagles aren't looking for a
Oh,
tight end
man.
in this draft because the only guy left is Gunnar Helm, and I don't think Gunnar Helm's a good enough Goddard replacement here.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, Fannon's a
Jumping-
great receiving tight end. He can play everywhere on the field. He lined up in line, slot, out wide. He had one of the best tight ends in season history. Like you said, Jade, he might have been the only player that they could really target for Bowling Green, but at the same time, the productivity is there. And when you look for players that just make plays, he's there.
Great
Yeah.
hands-to-eye coordination for a tight end here. I mean, good athleticism and agility, making him like a really tough competitor for these defenders and stuff. And I think he's a physical. He's actually pretty good strength and physical threat after the catch. So this is definitely a good pickup
Yeah,
for them.
comes in as have to play behind Njoku. Already joining like a decent weapons room. He's got Jerry Jeudy there, and then they just drafted Quinshon Judkins. So Cleveland really
Yeah,
building
I
that
like
offense.
David and Njoku though. So, but I guess they plan on trying to run a double tight end here. And I mean, I guess the Browns are still thinking, oh, why take Shador if we could try and have another bad year and try and get into the Archie
I
Manning
told you, man.
sweepstakes.
They're probably just gonna be eating their vegetables this year. Kenny
Yeah,
Pickett is
yeah.
about to have a.
But guess
season.
what though?
Joe Flacco.
If you do end up getting though Archie Manning next year with this kind of offense, I mean it's a pretty good spot. But the pick is
It's
indeed
not
in
bad.
for the Raiders, and this could possibly be another Shador Sanders landing spot. But
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if Cleveland can make another run with Joe Flacco. They did it once before. You think they could do it again where
Oh,
he's
man.
even older?
That's
they could.
Dude, I don't.
it'd probably ruin their tank.
Yeah, I don't know if you can run that man out there for 17 games.
I mean, he was straight off the couch last time, but
Yeah.
this time he actually has some more experience behind him.
He might need
playing.
the oxygen every time he goes to the bench.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. So what do we think with the Raiders here?
It's
said Shedeur
tough. I
Sanders,
mean,
but what
we're
else?
seconds away from the pick, though. I mean,
Darian Porter.
another guy I'm very high on.
Jeez.
I
Revel
am-
is falling.
I do like that. Yeah, that's a little bit of a question to take Darian Porter over Revel. I think Revel's the better out the
I
two.
also
I do
like my
too,
guy
yeah.
Calmore.
I do really like Darian Porter. I mean, good strength. He's a good mover for his height and length there. I mean, elite recovery speed and acceleration. I mean, the receiver background helps him with the whole catching standpoint
Dude,
of
fast.
corner and stuff. I mean, he understands too taking on blocks and funneling the ball carriers back inside, which is nice. And he's good with his hip flips, which I like about him. So this is definitely a good pick in my eyes.
A very fluid and good athlete. I mean, he ran a 4.3 flat, so you know you're getting some speed from him here. He can cover anybody on the edges there. I don't know if I would put him in the slot, but I just trust him. Like, put him on the outside, let him try to get his hands on someone early, keep up with him.
yeah.
Yeah, it's a good pick.
Yeah, a lot of shifting around for the Raiders defense. For corner, they lost Nate Hobbs. They cut Jack Jones. So
Jaden,
add another
thank
guy
you
in
for
there.
thank you
Yeah.
for
Yeah.
everything.
Thanks, guys.
Yep.
Appreciate
Thank you, Jaden.
Welcome back, Jason. How are you feeling?
I'm good. I'm good.
Before we jump into the Patriots in their pick, did you like the Makuba pick? Yes or no?
No.
Okay. Thank you for agreeing with me.
On with y'all. He takes
Thank you,
the ball
thank you
away.
for agreeing with me. You
guys
were
don't-
Okay.
you were a
like,
Kevin
okay.
Winston Jr. fan there, weren't you?
Yes, but
Thank
at
you.
the same time, he has the intangible. I see what Tyler's
And
talking
he takes
about.
the ball away.
Thank you.
What are we talking about, guys? He hits people,
I would
and he
have
takes the ball away.
100% rather kept C.J. Gardner Johnson.
Okay.
Why is
I'm
John
not that
Cena
far.
on the
I'm not
TV?
that
Why are
far.
your wrestlers on my
Why
TV?
do we have John Cena on the TV?
All right, I'm fully
Can we
invested.
take wrestlers off my TV?
Is he making
Okay,
the pick
take
for
it
the
easy.
Come on,
Patriots?
it's the greatest
easy.
wrestler of
What
all
are we
time.
doing?
Come on.
Is he making the pick for the Patriots here? What's going on here?
Are they showing the blank screen?
Why is there no one on the screen right now?
I hate how long it took me to get that.
Oh, okay. I don't know. Actually, I have no idea what's happening.
They just
now.
had
They're promoting a
everybody.
movie they have
I
together.
don't know.
Yeah, they have another straight-to-DVD
everything's
movie coming out. They're
Oh,
gonna
take it
promote with
easy.
John Cena.
Wait, and we're seconds away from the selection. And the Patriots are going to be picking.
Are they announcing the pick or are they doing an ad
Yeah.
read? I'm so confused.
Can you imagine being picked while John Cena's on TV?
Can we?
Well, we're taking our sweet old time.
All right, let's see. Come on, Patriots. Make it interesting. Take Shedeur Sanders.
No, maybe New Orleans should. Kyle Williams.
That is good.
Oh,
That
I
is
like
good.
that.
That is good. Okay, we were talking about him a lot earlier.
Tyler, I want you to take this one away. You've talked about him more than anybody.
A very productive receiver. He can step on your toes as a route runner and break off away from you. He's very sudden in his route running. A very productive receiver you can trust with his hands. He'll win at the top of the routes, get behind his defender, just be open for you, man. Like I think Drake May and this guy are going to do a lot of good things together. I think he can just be really productive, reliable weapon.
No.
Yeah, he doesn't stand out with his size or his play strength, or he doesn't stand out with his size, but he compensates for his ability to accelerate to top gear rapidly, and he always creates catchable windows on any throw that's thrown near him.
We're talking about a guy here who's excellent after the catch with his speed and his agility. And I think one of my top favorite things about this guy is he plays both outside and inside and can be a threat on both the bubble screens and the jet sweeps, which definitely helps out on a lot. And I've been saying this the whole draft for obviously people who don't watch college football and stuff. Take away the small school. It's the talent that goes
Never
into it.
draft the helmet.
Yeah, exactly. Draft the player and look into the talent. And he's a good talent. What do you think, Jason?
Yeah, no, I was going to say he's a really explosive, especially off the line, just being able to release really fast. I think Tyler said it as well. And also just tracking the ball deep as well. I think you can have the speed, but tracking the ball is another thing, and I think he has that ability too.
Yeah, and the Lions pick is in, and I think I know this one, Tyler. I think I want to take a stab at this pick.
All right, let me hear it.
Why not Landon Jackson?
I would love that. I would
Why not
absolutely-
Landon
Ooh.
Jackson? Is that Terry and Arnold making the pick?
If it is, it's a sweet suit.
That is Terry and Arnold making the pick.
The second best corner out of last year's draft.
Yeah, that is
Or,
quite
well,
true.
maybe third, actually,
I'm
I
saying
think.
if Landon Jackson goes here, it's a great pick.
I like Landon Jackson.
Pairing him up next to or on the opposite side of Aiden Hutchinson would be a fun.
It would
combo.
be a good pick.
It kind of goes away from how they picked Aiden Hutchinson, though, because they went more of like a production guy. And Landon Jackson's all traits right now, but
Yeah, but if you put somebody that big on the opposite side of Hutchinson,
just a pocket collapser.
yeah.
And we are seconds away. Isaac Tesla.
Okay.
Okay.
This one I didn't expect.
Yeah.
I didn't expect this. I don't know. There's better. Iron Manor is just falling at this point. I don't know about that. I mean, we talked about him earlier too. I would have really liked Torrey Horton over
Yeah.
this guy. I mean, there's a lot of receivers on the board that are better. I think we can all agree on Jalen Noel and Xavier Restrepo, Jalen Royals.
This is a reach.
This is definitely
is
a
a
reach. This is a
reach.
guy who was projected
Yeah.
to be mid fourth.
Like maybe fifth.
Yeah, I was
honestly.
saying fifth.
Maybe fifth, early or late fourth, mid fourth.
I think this is just a straight up like, hey, we love this guy's traits. Let's see what we can do with him. Yards after catch, like the athleticism is there, but
I mean, in 2 years though, he did put up good stats. So I will throw that out there, and it's tough. Wait a minute, hold on.
I mean,
There was a trade though. The Lions got him in 2 picks, and then there was 3 other picks going to Jacksonville.
yeah, I didn't see there.
interesting.
a lot
yeah.
going on
I mean,
there.
6'4" guy that runs at 4.43 speed. So
Yeah, but my thing with receivers like that is if you can't break away with that athletic profile, like you're not getting separation, then
I think we can all agree here though.
Yeah.
It's a questionable pick for what was on the board.
there was definitely better receivers to take at that time.
I agree. Jumping in this next pick. The pick is already in for the Saints. Maybe they take 2 quarterbacks in the draft.
Absolutely not.
I don't know. Maybe teams are just coming together and be like, do not draft this guy. Just do not
What
draft
do they
him.
not like about him? Is what I don't know.
There has to be something. There has to be
Because
something.
guess what? Let me put it this way: when you look at the next teams coming up into this, right? All right, you're like, okay, you got the Saints, and then you got Buffalo. So you're like, okay, probably both of them won't take it. The Jets might take a stab on them. They might. Denver probably not. Shouldn't at least. San Fran probably won't. Dallas, I don't think so, but they could. And then after that, you just keep going on. Then you're going to sit there and wait, what, all the way till Pitt comes back up?
Cowboys.
And, well, maybe until the Steelers come back around, or maybe even the Colts.
You think the Cowboys are possible destination?
They could probably
I
start
think
thinking about it if they see him.
My top 3 right now, or my top 4, I'm going to say, because I want to give the Jets some credit. I think the Jets could jump on it. I could see Indianapolis because of the Anthony Richardson injuries. I could see Pittsburgh, and I could see Dallas.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
take your pick with that.
The Rams.
Can we?
they're a
Can
little
we?
later,
do we
but
think here though? Does he really fall past Pittsburgh? I don't know.
Probably not.
I think it's crazy that we're talking about
Hopefully
him
not.
falling past Pittsburgh in the third round.
Which is
Yeah.
pick
when he was an
83.
option in the first round for them.
Which is pick 83. That's still a while out. We're on pick 80. We're on pick 71, so that's still a while out.
Yeah, another 12 picks. I mean, just they do not want him. I'm not sure why.
I'm so confused about the Isaac Tesla pick still.
Yeah.
Yeah, that feels like a Dan Campbell, like, I just like this guy. He's tough. Like,
Yeah.
kind of
He
pick.
blocks really well.
That's funny. Should have picked Landon Jackson there. Landon Jackson was a guy who I projected to go early second.
He's got a nice mullet.
First round to early second. What did you just say?
Tesla, he's got a nice mullet.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Landon Jackson for a minute.
Man, bald.
Not gonna lie, I did
That's
too.
the
I,
Bald as hell.
That's where I got confused. I was like, wait, what?
Tyler, I hate to break it to you. That's the last person I think.
That man's bald as
Aw,
hell.
man.
He doesn't even have eyebrows. What are we talking about? That man's the Mr. Clean of edge rushers.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Guess what though? He'll still mess up your quarterback. So
Yeah, he will. He's a big dude. Apparently, if you play at Arkansas, you've got to be massive.
I'm sure Isaac is happy to be with Dan Campbell though. I'm sure of that one.
Yeah.
Anybody for that matter should be happy to play with that team. It's a good team.
We'll see if there's a drop off with no Ben Johnson there.
Well, yeah, we spoke about that. I mean, maybe the pick here though was Revel.
Yeah.
Revel.
I would like that.
They could go a few different ways here. They have so many holes to fill.
Watts.
I wouldn't be. This could be a Landon Jackson spot too, honestly.
Landon Jackson, Winston Jr.
Cameron Jordan is not getting any younger.
Scattaboo.
Him and Kamara.
Why not?
Why
Bring in
not?
a new running back. That Tyler pick's still throwing me off.
Tyler, are you surprised that Caleb Johnson's still on the board?
Yes. I don't know. Because like, all right,
You
I
know-
like him, but he's a one-cut zone-based scheme running back. So like, I like his patience,
Well,
but
we're seconds away from the pick. I'm throwing it
Yeah,
out
I
there,
think
though.
he's a
One of
very,
those
like,
running backs I think is going to go to the Cardinals soon.
Vernon Broughton.
Vernon Broughton. You want to know something? This guy in my mock draft I had going as the last guy in the 3rd round.
really.
Yeah, Vernon Broughton's not a bad pick, though. I don't hate it. I actually do like that pick. I mean, you kind of hammer into what we've been saying for a while now is you hammer into the trenches on both the offensive line and the defensive line.
Yeah,
so
build
it's
up for
not
the
a
trenches.
it's not a bad pick. I mean, he's got long arms for a defensive tackle, has the size and length to play at defensive end. I mean, he's a consistent corkscrew technique he uses against the double teams, which isn't too bad. I mean, the only issue is sometimes he tends to lean on one side of his weight more than the other, which throws him off balance, which could definitely hurt. I mean, you never know, though, because you're coming into a team with a new head coach and a new system, and you got to try and adapt to that and see how they want to run things. So it's definitely interesting.
Yeah, additionally, only with 1 year as a starter, you're kind of questioning what exactly, like if he can maintain the same productivity that he did. But I do think that you mentioned that all the skills are there.
Yeah, I
Yep.
think in the run game he can be very impressive. He's got longer arms, so he can chop down on you and get through the gap. If anything, he just might be like a two-gapper, like a guy you just kind of say, like, plug up these holes in the run game.
Well, with that being said, the Bills are indeed on the clock.
They're already putting the pick in.
Yeah.
Lee Evans giving us the pick here.
Yeah, Lee Evans. Haven't heard that name in a little while.
It's always kind of nice to see these older players.
And
get up
with that being said, the Bills are going to be selecting Landon Jackson.
I love
Great pick.
that. I
Great
love that
pick.
for them.
That's a great pick. I mean,
Big
we're
dude.
talking like I said before, Tyler, a guy who I said was going to probably go early second. I mean, had a good 40-yard. You know what I wrote about him? I wrote in quotation marks difference-making build for the height and weight there because the size difference is definitely an upgrade. I mean, I think the only reason why I could see him falling down here is the injury history there with the ACLs. But as an
Honestly-
overall player, the talent is there.
Yeah, it's like he has, like, if you were looking at production and traits, he's got both of them, honestly. And he's got the height and the weight, the athletic. It's like very raw power, too. It's
I mean, off of their picks, I mean, they brought in T.J. Sanders, him and Maxwell. So it's been a pretty good draft for the Bills as of this. What do you think, Jason?
Yeah, I think most of the skills it just kind of revolves around the power and just being able to find ways through it at all costs. And I think that it will instantly impact on the Bills defense.
Yeah. Jake, what do you think?
Yeah, I like his physical hands, and like everyone else said, super, super raw power.
Well-
but you can hopefully develop him into a very, very good edge-containing guy.
Yep. Thank you for being here, Jason. We appreciate you.
And the Jets
And the
pick is in already.
The Jets pick is already here.
Starting to speed up through this back half.
Welcome back,
mid-
Ben. The Jets are
Good
making
lord.
their selection in the next 2 seconds.
Third
John
round, my
Abraham making the pick again.
They moving fast.
I know this third round might fly.
Wait. Hold on.
Azariah Thomas.
Okay, I like this a lot.
Azariah Thomas. That's a good pick. That's a good pick. I listen.
thought
I
he
got to
could've been picked
hammer this
earlier.
in. I've got to hammer this in a lot, though. I still question it over Ruvel.
I
I do
think the
too.
story of this draft has been guys that have off the field issues or have
Injury
injury
concerns,
issues
yeah.
have fallen immensely. But yeah,
Well,
I mean,
obviously not Shador, though. But
Yeah. This guy,
I mean, he is.
this guy's a very
quote, off the field.
physical corner. Like if he can get
He
his
is a
hands
physical
on you,
corner.
then like he'll carry you down the field. It can be a little ticky tacky at times. Like I think
Yeah.
he might end up drawing some offensive or some pass interference calls at times. But I mean, I like his physicality. If he can get his arms on you, keep
Yeah.
him outside. I think he'll fit along well. With
Yeah,
Sauce Gardner.
I think a guy you can look at is Rasul Douglas. Probably not as big as him,
Yeah.
but a similar kind of play style.
I saw more of like a Carlton Davis.
Yeah,
Which makes
yeah.
sense
Carlton
with
Davis.
the new coach there with the Jets. Like he's very familiar with this kind of corner.
Yeah, you just want to see more production out of him throughout his career, though. He only had 2 career interceptions. So it's like the traits were there, the production has to step up with those traits.
Physical corner. I mean, he's a good blitzer and stuff. I think one of my only problems with him though is that he's got a smaller build, so that when it comes time for that tackling, it really shows when he's trying to make that tackle, but the body weight for him isn't pulling the guy down. So that's definitely one of my bigger problems with him. But he knows how to read a play well, and I think when it comes time, he knows where to be at the right spot. But it just all depends if he can
Yeah.
actually bring the guy down.
Yeah, I think he's very disruptive, and that they're gonna want to play a lot of man coverage on that team, and I think he can fit that role pretty well.
Yeah, I think with this next pick for the Broncos, you got Jalen Noel. You also have
Cam Scatterboo.
Jared Wilson is another
Cam
option.
Scatterboo.
They need a center. Well, they took a running back with their last pick,
wouldn't
so I don't know if they're
mind
going to double up there. But
I know.
I think those two guys would be both really solid players. I think Jared Wilson is a plug-and-play starter, so
I wouldn't mind
at center.
Io Manor here.
I think Iron Manor is a good fit. I don't know how much he fits with the wide receivers they already have. I think Noel is more of a fit for what they need.
Yeah, he could be more of a field stretcher for
Yeah,
them.
yeah. But yeah, I mean, I'm really high on A Manor, so
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, it would be a good pick. What do you think, Jake?
They could use another pass catcher in there. I agree with everyone.
or do they reach? I feel like somebody's gonna reach on Isaiah Bond. I really do.
Isaiah Bond, talent-wise, is a good pick, but you never know. You never know. I mean, you know who'd be open to it though? Obviously the Ravens.
I think
The way today's going, obviously the
a guy,
Ravens.
a guy that I like in the slot, Xavier Restrepo. I really like him in the
Restrepo's
slot.
good.
Okay.
The Ravens don't
But
got
not
pick
here.
till
Not
91,
here. I'm just
no.
saying. Not here. But I'm
I
just
don't-
saying in
I
general.
don't like him.
Really?
I don't like him.
Yeah, the Ravens don't got a pick till 91 though, so we will wait and see. The pick is in though for the Broncos.
I mean, Restrepo just
He ran a
gets
4.8.
catches.
He ran a 4.8.
I know, but he's not. That's not what he's built for. He's a Wes Welker. Like, I'm not saying he's gonna be Wes Welker, but he's a Wes Welker type.
How are you smaller than 5'10" and you run a 4.8?
He has short legs. I don't know.
That is insane to me, man. I think that tanked his draft stock.
Probably. He's also an older player, so
Yeah. I mean, he's competitive and everything like that.
I don't know. I think
It's just-
you guys are gonna call me crazy for this take, but I think 40 times are somewhat overrated. But you know,
I don't know. I do think they can be.
but 4.8 is really
4.8 is
slow.
crazy.
Yeah.
Like 4.8 is crazy for an NFL starting receiver. Like, yeah, I think that, I think 40 times can be overlooked at times.
Yeah.
Or like overvalued, but if you are a receiver and you run a 4.8, that is something
Yeah.
I was like, okay. Like,
His plays, he plays quicker than that though. He's
Yeah.
just a quick guy. He's not fast. He's quick.
I guess.
But yeah, I mean, obviously that would be a crazy reach here.
I would rather have like a Torrey Horton.
Yeah, another guy I really like, Tez Johnson, man.
Ted Johnson's fire.
I don't understand why he's a projected 4th round pick. Like I would have taken him higher. Like
I think just
now.
because of size and all that.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you've seen guys at his size succeed in the league though, so it's just, yeah,
We're on commercial break right now.
we are. And
Yeah,
then, and
these
then
commercials last longer than the actual picks themselves. It's crazy.
Yeah, well, the way it's been going.
it's even worse tomorrow. Tomorrow they'll have picks during the commercial breaks, which I hate.
Yeah, that's
Kind of like a
that's
Nikola
unfortunate.
Jokic. What if Nikola Jokic gets drafted tomorrow and a commercial?
To be fair though, I mean, most of the time though, people don't really tune in to the last day.
Except if you're me,
Of
or
draft.
probably all of us are gonna watch.
I mean, I'll be at work, but I'll probably have it on my phone
Yeah.
in the background.
I will be either
If
on my couch or
I'll
in my bed.
definitely
One of
have
the
it
two.
on my phone if Shador somehow makes it to the third day.
Hey, QB Factory, baby.
It's getting there. At this point, it's getting there.
It is getting there.
That is one of my
Well,
favorite.
we are seconds away from the
quotes.
Broncos pick.
Because ever since Howie
Listen,
said
though,
the
at
QB
this
Factory
point-
quote,
at this
we've not
point,
gotten.
though, you know what? I'm changing my opinion. I think any team can take Shador because Michael Penix got sent to the Falcons. So
Took you a while to realize that
I mean,
one.
yeah, that was a unique situation.
Yeah.
But yeah.
There we go. Broncos spin their pick.
Like the Broncos are not picking a quarterback here.
You never know.
He can't go to any team.
You never know.
I do also like Jordan James. I feel like we haven't talked about him a lot, but I am a fan of his.
The Broncos are selecting Pat Bryant.
Okay, so we had the position right. We didn't have the player right.
Yeah.
I mean, he is
know.
a vertical threat. That
This
is his
is-
game. So it is the right style. We
Hold
were in the
on,
right area. We just didn't have the right player. And honestly, I don't think Denver picked the right player. In my honest
this
opinion.
is
Sounds
such,
like a reach.
This is
Looks like one.
literally this just screams out like Tesla to me. Like this is a reach when you have Iron Manor on the board. You have Royals and Restrepo, Noel, Torrey Horton. Like there's better names on the board, and I'm not saying I don't think Pat Bryant's a bad player whatsoever. I mean, he was tied for the most touchdowns in Illinois history with 10, but you just it's a reach, man. He's a good player though. He's physical. He's a good route runner. Just not the greatest thing for what's on the board.
Yeah, he's not really dynamic. He's just kind of like a possession receiver you can throw out there. He's not the fastest guy, but he can maybe get a little bit of separation. This feels like such a reach on day 2.
Yeah, I tend to agree. But now here with the 49ers, a spot where you could see Ravel go, right? A team that needs a cornerback.
I could see Ravel. I could see
Well,
Io
the Niners
here.
pick is in. Maybe they go Shador.
I think at this point, Ravel's a steal.
Emory
to any
Jones?
team that takes him.
Emory Jones, anybody?
Can I interest anybody?
Yeah.
Let's see.
And the Niners
Who are they throwing out there?
have selected
Julian
Nick
Peterson.
Martin.
That is such a weird what?
That
We are
is a
seeing
weird
some
pick.
Interesting picks here.
Why
in the
did they-
third round.
Where is he gonna play?
Why pick Nick Martin though over
Where is he
Chris
gonna-
Paul Jr.?
But also, where is he
Or
going to
like
play?
a
I don't like the
London- or-
position, and I don't
wait.
like the player.
Why didn't you? If you wanted a linebacker, why didn't you just team up Mike Hill with his teammate London Jr., who's great? I don't.
There's so many other linebackers I would take over him right now.
Wow.
Oh.
I mean,
So interesting.
Breaking news: Chris thinks the Georgia player is great. Chris, I've been waiting to ask you: is there ever been a Georgia player going into the draft that you didn't think would be a stud?
Oh, I would love to hear this question.
I don't know, but can I throw something out there though?
Yeah.
On PFF, they have Nick Martin ranked as the very last linebacker in the entire class.
because of his size, dude. He
Yeah.
doesn't have the arm length or the.
Adjusted pick of 227. That's insane. That is such a bad pick.
Yeah, that's a curious.
I mean,
one.
he's
Yeah, it's a reach.
He's quick in space. He's quick in space, so there's some
Yeah, he's a good
upside there.
tackler.
He's a good. He has upside. I just don't see where they're going to play him.
Yeah,
And he's not going to play at all his rookie year.
He's a
not.
special teamer. He's
Yeah.
a special teamer.
Yeah.
And I don't think you
A
want to be
special
drafting
teamer in the-
special
yeah.
teamers in like this
Unless it's
early.
a
Yeah.
returner.
he's not,
Maybe,
so.
yeah, exactly. So
Guys, well, with that being said, the Cowboys pick is on the board, and I'm going to triple. I'm going to triple down on this. I'm going to triple down on this and say it's Shador Sanders. I'm triple downing on this and saying it's Shador Sanders.
I wouldn't say that's a crazy take.
I'm calling it
I
Shador
think-
Sanders, right
Brought
here.
Travis Frederick back out.
Our
Hold
Yeah.
on.
this ESPN website's so far ahead. It's annoying.
Oh.
Our division rivals. Why have our division rivals taken every player I like this draft? It's so painful. But yeah, I mean,
Commanders, Rebel to the Cowboys.
Revel is a guy,
Duh.
a very. It's so weird. It's so weird to me because I don't know where he fits on that team. but
Loyal player, by the way.
super
Loyal
high
player.
upside player, but a guy that has a lot of injury concerns. but
Injuries
again,
aside, though, this is a first-round talent guy.
oh, easily,
Yeah.
easily top 10.
Absolutely.
If that guy right there played all of this season, he would have probably led
You know-
FBS in interceptions, and he would have probably been a top 10 to
especially
15 pick.
for a dude of his size, like he's extremely athletic for his
He's
size.
so good in man and
His
zone.
footwork is so fast too to keep up with wide receivers. This is a great pick. And then guess what? Now Dallas, on top of that, already had Izaraku picked, and now they get a guy like this. So it's a big
The
deal. We
NFC
have a trade on our hands.
The NFC
Carolina
East has been
Panthers are trading
cooking this
out-
draft, by the
or
way. The NFC
traded-
East has been cooking.
They have been.
Great draft.
Carolina
Jeez.
trades up.
Yeah, Carolina trades.
Who was
in
there originally? I didn't see.
New England, I believe.
I didn't see.
So, yeah, Carolina.
From Atlanta
Atlanta.
through New England.
Yeah,
So,
New England.
They gotta
New
be
England
moving up
from
here.
Atlanta.
I feel like they got to be moving up here for a DB.
A Winston Jr. pick here. Well, we are seconds away.
Yeah, they're getting through these quick now.
Princely.
Okay, I like Princely.
Princely
I like
finally
Princely a
off
lot.
the board.
I really like Princely.
Wow.
He's super explosive. I
You
think
know,
getting a
that's-
guy that
Umami
explosive this late in the well, I guess it's not late, but
yeah,
at this point in the
Umami
draft
Allen.
is really
Princely, Uman, Mielen. That's a.
and
That's
they
a good
double
thing.
up on explosive athletes.
Yeah.
So kind of like Atlanta, except I think this is a better process, doubling up on explosive athletes later
and you get
in the draft.
You get an SEC player, you know what they're going to bring to the table. I mean, longer arms for what his height indicates, and I think one of my favorite things about him is that he's actually like, he's a twitchy player, but he's really good at changing directions, which is definitely an upside for him. And then, he also has the movement. I'm not saying that they would use him in this, but he does have the movement skills to be able to drop back in coverage as well.
That really sucks for this. So they went up to jump Arizona to get an edge because Arizona definitely is going to. I feel like is pretty locked in to take an edge here.
You still got Braden Swinson, and you got, Jared Ivey. So there's still some talent.
Jack Sawyer, if you want a higher
Kyle
floor.
Guess what?
Yeah.
If you told me 3 months ago that Kyle Kennard was still going to be on the board, I would be questioning you right now because Kyle Kennard was at the top of a lot of people's boards.
Yeah, I mean, I think
Yeah.
Braden Swinson, in my opinion, is the best edge left on the board, at least upside-wise.
Josiah Stewart, you can make the case for as
Yeah.
well. But the Cardinals pick is indeed in. We are just waiting for.
Yeah, they're flying by very quick.
Yeah, we're just waiting for what's to come from there. But it's interesting. It's interesting. I like the Princely pick though. It's a good pick. It's definitely a good pick. Jake, what did you think?
Yeah, I like the pick for them. I mean, I don't think he'll easily dismantle NFL tackles or tight ends, but his edge speed, his body control, flexibility, he's dangerous.
Yeah. I'm very curious though to see what Arizona's got in store here. We're currently on commercial break, so it all depends on what could happen here. You know what though? Honestly, some people might disagree, Ben, but I actually am gonna combat your point of Braden Swinson here. I'm gonna go with a boy of mine. I'm gonna go with Jack Sawyer here.
I don't like Jack Sawyer. I think he's a higher floor player. Where is his ceiling though? I mean,
I'm a Jack Sawyer fan. I do tend to like him a lot. I mean, we're talking about a guy who's got really good eyes and timing and the strength to stack and shed in the run defenses.
I think Jack Sawyer is the perfect example of a guy that's really good for the college game, but not good for the pro game.
I don't know. I feel like it depends on the team that he goes to and the coaching. I mean, if you could give me a player comp, like how would you feel?
Player? I don't like player comps. You're asking the wrong person. I'm not a player comp.
Who's your
about
player
you?
comp? I also don't do player comps.
You don't do player.
I don't
comps?
understand. I don't understand why
really
people do
understand.
player comps because you rarely, in 5 years into a career, are like, oh yeah, this guy is like this guy. You don't do that. You're like, okay, this guy is this player. I just don't get the whole player comp thing.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Do you have a player
I don't
comp
know.
for him?
I don't know. I can't think of one. I think Tyler could probably hit me with a good one more than anything. But at this current moment, no. I hope somebody can hit me with one though. That'd be nice. Be interesting. I do like him overall as a prospect though. I do indeed think he's a good prospect. So that's interesting to talk about. Tyler,
Yo,
do you have a player comp for Jack Sawyer?
player comp for Jack, sorry. Actually, another Jack Campbell. I know
I
that's
like
weird
that.
because one.
That's actually a really good take
They
there.
kind
I
of
like
forced
that.
one more to the edge.
Because we were talking a little bit while we're on commercial break. We were discussing about Braden Swinson, and I said I think that, in my personal opinion, the best edge left on the board is Jack Sawyer, but Ben thinks it's Braden Swinson.
I have problems with Jack Sawyer. I don't.
I said this is my take on Jack Sawyer. Jack Sawyer is the perfect example of a guy that's a really good college player but cannot make it in the pros. Like his play style just isn't conducive to being a good pro.
Yeah, it's like he'll put in the effort, but it's like I just don't think athletically and all that. I don't think he has it to go in. Like
Yeah.
maybe a special teamer.
Yeah, like an NFL edge.
I don't know.
Every NFL edge is going to have
could
good
he,
time.
could he make that league that is
Oh, yeah.
currently on the TV? Can he make that league?
I'm
the
sure.
UFL?
I'm sure he can make the UFL.
The UFL?
I'm sure many guys in this draft can make the UFL, if not all.
Interesting.
I mean, you're hoping if you're drafting a guy at this point, he's better than a UFL
All
player.
right. Well, we are seconds away from hearing another Cardinals pick. Hopefully, it's somebody on the defensive side to help out Jonathan Gannon a little bit more. But we will wait and see.
What about your boy?
Hey, look who's making the pick.
What about your boy from Georgia here, Chris?
No, I don't think it's Munden.
Not Munden.
Jordan Birch. That's actually an interesting one.
Again,
So
we're
guess
getting
what? Guess what? They went against the Jack Sawyer and the Braden
our
Swinson. They
broadcast
went
is
for
getting
Jordan
the
Birch.
positions right. I'll have you tell. I'll tell all you. We're getting the positions right.
What
It's just
Georgia
the
guy?
players
What
are-
Georgia guy were you thinking of? Jared Wilson?
No, Ingram Dawkins.
Tyrion. That would have been
You
a fun
think he's
one.
probably going to be a Pro Bowler, right, Chris?
Possibly. Jordan Birch, though. I mean, we're talking about a guy who I think in the right scheme can really do his thing. I mean, he's a versatile defender. He's got a 3 technique to a 7 technique, which is nice alongside what is a well-filled-out frame. I mean, nice step, explosive for the size. I think he needs more of a plan, though, before he runs out because he doesn't think too much. It kind of just rushes with his head. But if he analyzes the play a little bit more and thinks about it before he runs out, he could be a good player.
Yeah, he's a physical throwdown tackler, and he has long arms, which can help him finish.
Yeah, I think he's a good run defender. I'm not sure about his pass rush upside from the edge position.
Yeah, I think he'll be like kind of like a rotational guy.
Yeah.
I don't think his hands are that quick, and his feet are kind of slower too. But like, I do think he could find a role as a rotational guy.
Well, guys, there's not even like seconds, and each time these picks are just flying in. Like there's no seconds even waiting. It feels like day 3 because that's usually what happens on day 3. You kind of just you wing it, but there's nobody taking their time here, and the Houston Texans are making their pick.
Trying to speed run who gets Shadur Sanders at this point.
Ooh, that's a good pick.
I cannot believe he
Wait.
lasted this long.
I love that
Wait.
pick.
They got both Iowa State
Yeah,
receivers.
both Iowa State receivers.
That's a guy that could play right away for him. And,
Yo,
and
you know what? If I'm Jalen Noel, I'm super happy to be alongside my former teammate.
If I'm CJ Stroud, I'm really happy with the way this draft is going.
He's got weapons on weapons.
Yes,
bro.
yes, to an extent. I wish they would have taken more offensive linemen.
Yeah,
I mean,
only
they have
taken one.
time to do that. They have time to do that. I think their wide receiver needs were up there, and
Like there's guys like Marcus Embo who are still on the board that
and they
I
could
would
trade
jump on
up.
in
They could be
seconds.
aggressive, but I mean, they did take a tackle at least. But yeah,
I think-
the Iowa State dynamic duo.
Noel, I think he's missing a little bit of like top speed, and he doesn't have a lot of experience lined up outside the numbers. But that aside, though, he's got a real compact build, which makes him real powerful through the contact and the catch point, which is definitely an upside for him. And I think he's I mean, you're throwing him into an offense that's got Mixon and you got Nico Collins, so it's going to be a good system.
I think he's a
and good
perfect
spot for him.
complement to Nico Collins. He's a really good complement to him.
Well,
and
the pick
Because
is
the
now
guy who was
in
playing
for
with at
the
Iowa
Colts.
State was like Nico Collins.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
The pick is in for the Colts. Could we maybe?
I don't know. I
maybe
really-
see a running back here.
I
Spend
really
a little
like
bit
what a-
for a running back.
Could
Get
you see
another
a
guy to
quarterback?
Back up. Get it. I
I'm
said,
joking. There's no way.
Hold on. I did say I could see a quarterback because of the Anthony Richardson issues, but
I mean, if you throw in
At this rate, Shadur's going to go undrafted.
if you throw in Shadur into that mix with Daniel Jones and Richardson, I mean,
I wouldn't hate it though if they went running back here.
And it's Justin Wally.
Justin
Okay.
Wally.
Okay.
See, now we're kind of getting towards the.
I don't like this Noel Williams
Listen,
disrespect.
we're getting more towards the back end of the 3rd round to where you just don't expect certain guys to come out. I mean, this is a guy who's projected to be a lot later than where he's at right now. I mean, for a corner, I think he's a little undersized. Is definitely one of my main points here. I mean, he's only 5'10",
Yeah.
so I'm very I'm very questioning that.
Gentlemen, I've enjoyed talking the draft with you.
Good player though. Yeah, thank you.
I've had a great
Thank you.
time.
Yes, sir. Good job.
Thank you.
I'll see you guys again next year.
Give your
Well, some
opinion
of you.
on the pick real quick though. This is still your pick.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's hard at this point because all the DBs are kind of grouped up together. I think them taking a cornerback is a smart pick for them, but
I don't like
I'm not-
corners who don't have the length
Yeah.
He's got some speed, and he's a little.
Yep.
He can.
His ceiling isn't the highest in my
Yeah.
eyes. So
All right.
it's-
Thank you for everything, Ben. Jake, give
Thank you,
us your
Ben.
rundown on Wally real quick.
Yeah, I mean, like everyone else said, he doesn't have the ideal size to play cornerback. He has 30-inch arms, which you would want to see them a lot longer. But can close out the
It's
secondary
interesting.
burst. So
Yep. Welcome back, Jason. It is currently time for the Bengals pick. We just had Justin Wally go off the board, which is quite questionable. It's a very reach,
The
very
NFL
much
Network-
so of a reach.
NFL Network has gave up on showing.
PFF is not a fan of Justin Wally at all, by the way. They have him
I'm
ranked at
not
100. They have him sitting at 136 in the draft.
I thought he was a day 3 pick.
I agree. Well,
Yeah, it was
we
a
are
reach.
we are seconds away from hearing who the Bengals are going to go with. I would not hate it if the Bengals went safety here. Dylan Fairchild, one of my boys.
One of your Georgia boys.
of course.
I do not hate this for the Bengals. They definitely need to improve their interior line.
Dylan Fairchild's one of my boys. I mean, we're talking about a guy who's definitely big.
Oh.
He's definitely big. I mean,
One of the heavier guards in the draft.
yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
I mean,
325.
obviously he's not a Tate Ratledge. I think Tate Ratledge is the clear better guard out of the two of them, but you're still getting a guy who I've hammered in. I don't know how many times I can hammer it into this draft, but you get to play with one of the best, offensive lines in college football, and you learn from a real hard coach. And he's fast, he's physical, he's big, and he's fast for his big size, which helps out a lot.
He's very athletic for his size.
He once he gets in his stance though, he actually can hold his own. I mean, sometimes he's a little twitchy on that, but most of the time he's been able to hold his own. I mean, like I said though, there's been a couple of issues though where times at Georgia where he could be the problem sometimes where he ended up letting the guy, but most of the time he holds his own.
Yeah, I think if he can get his hands on somebody first, he can be very effective. But I think there's times where if you could get kind of like on his shoulder, his feet aren't the best. Like, I worry about his lower body stiffness, but I do think you're right. Like, you can coach that up. Like, tell him to get lower. You should try to use some better leverage. Like, you've got the size to be a successful guard.
Jake, what do you think?
Yeah, he's huge. He's hard to move. And like Tyler said, if you
It's a good
coach him
pick.
up, then he can become a very good.
Everybody who's been on this show too has openly stated that once you get an SEC player, you're hoping for that
Yeah,
upside
exactly,
there.
yeah.
It's the competition level there.
Yeah, and I think he can become a very good, just like stone wall right there in right guard.
Yeah, what do you think, Jason?
Yeah, no, I think Jake just said it perfectly. Like a stone wall right there.
Yeah.
He's massive, and I think obviously because he's massive, you have to work on the lower body stiffness, but it's definitely like coachable things that you can be developed over time.
You want to know something else? He gets to pair up with a former teammate of his, Amarius Mims.
It's true.
He used to play alongside Amarius Mims, so I think that kind of helped out. I mean, he's going to be able to play alongside one of his former guys, so he'll definitely get that chemistry going again. And I think that definitely is going to make him a warm welcome in there.
That is an underrated aspect of playing O-line, having that chemistry with the guy next to you.
And just last month, they were just showing on the TV how just last month he got married, so congrats to him as well.
Yeah, congrats, Fairchild.
Hey, NFL draft the month after you
If
get
you're
married?
dating an
That's
NFL
exciting.
If you're dating an NFL player, lock him up right before the draft. That's the way to go.
No, like I stated before, though, he's one of the main reasons as to why Carson Beck was able to do his thing at Georgia.
Yes. Yeah.
One of the big guys.
Yeah, Carson Beck, a guy who I'm not high on, but you're right.
I am a very big fan of Carson Beck.
I just think the running back position.
I think he's a product of the system.
Fairchild actually had his best games too against Texas, and
Those are some good D tackles.
Texas has a good D line, and I mean, it is a warm welcome to Texas to the SEC though. They've had a nice welcome there.
Yeah, that game against Georgia, Quinn Ewers and Arch Manning looks like they
5 players selected
Going
from
for it.
Georgia so far, and I'm predicting at least 3 more.
in this round.
Not in this round, but I still think Munden Jr. goes off the board. I think Jared Wilson will go off the board.
Smale, yeah.
And I think somebody's going to take a shot at Dan Jackson, who's one of my most underrated players in this entire draft.
I don't hate it.
I mean, we're talking about a guy who was an SEC great as a walk-on and jumped right into that 2 spot and proved that he could do exactly what he needs to do. So
I think you can see Wilson go off the board pretty
I also
quickly here.
like that they like to really compare Dan Jackson to Cooper DeJean. I think it's funny.
we've been talking about Shedeur Sanders, but we still have Jalen Milroe out there as well. I'm really
Yeah,
curious to see if
Still
anyone
on the
takes-
board, by the way.
Still
And
curious to see if anyone takes a chance on him.
on my mock, I had him going 93 to the Saints, but guess what? The Saints are not taking him.
Well,
They
the
went with
Steelers
Tyler
are,
instead.
The Steelers are here in a couple picks. We can see them take one of these
After this
quarterbacks.
Titans pick, it is indeed the Steelers. And
And the Rams aren't too far away.
Tomlin, can you please stop making me wait? Can you just take Shedeur already? I don't want to watch. I don't want to watch Pickens have to go into the year with Mason Rudolph at quarterback.
I mean, at this point, I don't even think they want
To throw it
Shedeur at
out there,
quarterback.
though.
I'll say not just Pickens, even DK Metcalf too. Like it's just
I said Pickens. Go
Yeah.
Jordan. To throw it out there, though, I mean, I want to throw this out there. There's some names on here, though, that I didn't expect to still be on the board, like Winston Jr., Io Manor, Watts, Shedeur, Scattaboo, Dylan Sampson, Caleb Johnson. But the Titans select Kevin Winston
There's
Jr.,
your boy.
absolute
There's
stud
your guy.
pick. Stud pick there.
The guy who he really wanted to be an Eagle.
Hey, Howie Roseman, this should have been the guy that you took earlier. Wow.
We're just going to
I
disagree
don't-
on that forever.
Throwing away to the side for a minute, obviously it's a big deal, but throwing away the partially torn ACL aside for a minute, I mean, great hands.
Aside
hand-
from that,
Because
Yeah.
I'm going to get to that in a minute. We were talking about great hands, quick twitch. I mean, right place at the right time, high intelligence player. I mean, he's there for post and pre-snap of the play, and he's a ball hawk, which I like about him more than anything. Because I said for the Eagles he was going to be that perfect C.J. Gardner-Johnson ball hawk type player, but I mean, hey, this is a perfect guy to jump in for the Titans. I think this is a great pick. I mean, obviously, like I said, the partially torn ACL is going to hold them back, and his reaction time could be a bit behind. But other than that, the only other downside to him is he's not a crazy interception number guy. I mean, when I say ball hawk, I more so mean just right place, right time, pass
I
deflection.
don't like his play recognition. I don't know if I trust him in zone.
I do.
I don't. I really don't. I know you and I really disagree on him, but look, I think he has some of the traits that you could end up being a good safety. I just don't know if I'm going to throw him out there immediately as my starter.
I mean, I trust him more than the Eagles throwing out Makuba as the
Okay.
starter.
You don't like guys who have production and traits. Got it.
All right, well, the Steelers pick is here. Jake, give your rundown on him real quick, though, Winston Jr.
Yeah, I mean, you just got to hope that he can play with the rust off of him, because with that torn ACL, you're going to throw him right into the NFL. That's a big jump from the
Yep.
torn ACL straight to
Lynn Swan making the pick
The
for the
NFL.
Steelers. Jason, give us your rundown for Winston Jr. real quick, though.
yeah. I think I'm somewhere between you and Tyler of just the sense that I think like he still needs to develop, and especially coming off a torn ACL, you don't know where he'll be at 100%, but it's developable traits.
Caleb Johnson off the board.
All right.
That's a good pick.
Okay, so this is a guy, a very one-cut kind of running back. He does have the patience, and this is a good scheme for him to go to. I really do think that this is a good running back scheme.
I had him going earlier. I had him going at 70,
Yeah.
pick 67 to the Browns.
I
but-
compare him, I've seen people compare him to kind of like I think it was DeMarco Murray is a comp I've seen.
Yeah.
Ooh. Okay, I like that.
Nice burst and top speed for his weight, and he definitely has the balance to shrug off the people trying to tackle him for the yards after catch, which is nice. And
Yeah.
he's got. I like to use this term from time to time, but he's got quote unquote strong north to south
Yes.
running in between the tackles,
That one
which is
cut,
nice.
once he puts his foot in the ground, he can get to where he needs to go.
This is a good pick. I actually really like this pick. I mean,
lose
you're
Najee
moving
Harris?
off of Najee Harris, and I mean, this guy's going to be the backup to Warren now, which is interesting. I mean,
Yeah, he doesn't
Who-
fumble the
who
football.
does that make
0
the
fumbles in
starter?
2024.
who does that make the starter there though?
I'd go Warren.
Probably Warren.
I respect it.
Yeah.
What do you think of this pick, Jason?
Yeah, no, I think once again y'all keep taking the points. It's just like real quick, just the like being able to like put his foot on the ground and then just go. And I think that's exactly what you're going to get with him. And especially, I think it's a good variation compared to what you saw with Najee Harris, where he doesn't have that quick speed that you're looking at. So it's an instant switch up, and I really like it.
Yep. Well, the Buccaneers pick is in. Can we see double running backs go here? Another guy to back up Bucky Irving?
If
Rashad White?
Well, they
if
still
they
got
want to
Rashad
go for
White.
Bucky Irving, you maybe take his former teammate in Jones.
Well, there's the
but they
pick.
take
Jacob Parrish goes off the board.
I like that. I actually thought he could have been taken a lot earlier.
When you look at the corners on the board, I mean, you got Noel Williams still, you got Kobe Bryant, Dorian Strong. I think this is a good pick for the talent that's left on the board at corner. I do like this pick for them. I mean, you're adding on to a team that wants to get better defensively, so it's not a bad pick at all. I mean,
He's a fast guy, fast.
the one thing I like about Parrish is I like to say he likes to get his hands dirty. in these plays. So he gets involved in all the run fits. He's a good tackler, and he just contributes to both sides of the game, which is definitely a big upside for him.
Yeah, I think you can expect a lot of pass breaks up from him. He's very sticky. He stays in phase with his receivers. I really do thought he could have been taken earlier, so I love this pick.
He just has a little bit of a
Trade.
questionable route, and he needs a better change of direction.
We have a trade.
In my eyes, Jay, take that away, and I'll before that, New England trades their pick to the Chiefs, but take that away.
Yeah,
though.
Parrish has experience on both the inside and outside. He's slotted into corner or nickel on third downs, and he has balanced footwork, and he's always searching for the ball.
Oh, wait a minute. I think I know this pick is for the Chiefs, but give your opinion
Sanders.
on Parrish.
Yeah, no, I think the biggest thing is him being able to stay sticky. I think Tyler said it himself. It's just the consistency with that, and I think it's something that we could see develop.
Honest to God, we're seconds away from the Chiefs pick, but I'm going to call it right here, right now. You get your Justin Reed replacement and take Xavier Watts.
I wouldn't hate that.
Okay.
It would be a really good fit. It would be a really good fit.
also wouldn't-
Noel Williams.
Okay, here we go, my guy.
Yeah.
Of course he goes to a team I hate. They always do this, man. The Chiefs take good corners.
Hey, listen, you might be mad about this, but I'm glad it's not Xavier Watts.
Yeah. All right. So Noel Williams, I like him a lot. I like a lot of the DBs coming out of Cal actually, but he's really good against the run. He's sticky. He's gonna fit in really well with how they like
Real
to play
physical
corner.
guy.
Real physical, and he's sticky, man. He stays on you, and you can put him inside and outside. I think he's very underrated, and I think with the Chiefs, you're gonna see like a couple years from now, be like, dude, how did this guy fall to the Chiefs? Because I think Spags is gonna love him.
Yeah, great tackler as a corner too. He rarely misses tackles.
Yeah.
That's important when you're on the edge on the boundary.
He puts his well, see the thing about him being a good tackler is he puts his hands in the right spot for when he's ready to tackle you, which is nice. What do you think, Jason?
Yeah, no, I think exactly. He's very physical, and I think that you'll be interested to see how that will work in a defense, with Spags. But I do think it's the issues that he does have. I think they are workable, but I do really like the upside more than anything.
Yeah, no, it's definitely nice. It's definitely nice. Well, the Chargers have the next pick. So the next 4 picks are the Chargers, the Packers, the Jags, and the Texans, and the Chargers pick is in.
Man, still no.
Maybe
Shedeur
this
Sanders.
is an Xavier Watts landing spot.
Maybe. I don't know, for the Chargers. I mean, I actually thought their DBs played like above expectation last year.
Yeah, but you got to add somebody on the defensive side. They went offense first 2 picks.
They could go wide receiver again. They could go tight end.
I don't know if they go wide receiver again.
I wouldn't mind a D tackle.
Tight end would be good if they decide to go Gunnar Helm, but
What do you think about D tackle here?
if they decide to go big defensive lineman, I'm taking C.J. West.
Okay.
If I'm the Chargers, I think he's probably my favorite left on the board for big defensive lineman.
Yeah.
I mean, Jordan Phillips is another name. There's a guy going under the radar though, but I really, really, really love the versatility in J.J. Pegues.
J.J. Pegues, okay.
Pegues is very versatile for a defensive tackle. I mean, he's not the biggest in size, but it's also because of how fast he moves. Like that helps out with him not being as big as, other guys. He's not, he doesn't have that in the Ndamukong Suh type build. Like he's not insanely huge, which still works at the end of the day because he can still move around and get his footwork going.
I mean, sometimes, if you're a shorter guy like that in that position, that can be an advantage if you can anchor yourself and use your leverage.
I agree.
Yeah, get under other
100%
players'
agree.
pads.
Yeah.
I agree. I think it has to be somebody on the defense, though. I can't see anybody on the offense going here. I think they're kind of set in stone with what they got. Besides maybe like a tight end, I think they're pretty set in stone on the offense. I mean, the offensive line's good. You have your quarterback.
I wouldn't mind a faster receiver.
I mean, you could go another receiver. Maybe Io Manor would be a good pick here, but
That does feel like a Harbaugh kind of pick, too. Especially
Yeah.
like a guy out of Stanford, so he's definitely familiar with the program.
Definitely. But I like what they got with Trey Harris and McConkey and Hampton. So I'm not too worried. And you already heard my opinion yesterday with them having Najee Harris. I think still helps out.
Dude, there's still good receivers still left here, man. I like Horton and Io Manor.
What about Royals?
Yeah, I'm actually kind of surprised he's still there. I thought a lot of people were higher
I mean,
up on him.
Restrepo's
Yeah,
still there.
I was pretty high on Royals.
Restrepo's still there. Tej Johnson, Isaiah Bond.
Restrepo might go undrafted. I'm being completely
Yeah,
serious.
listen.
4'8", 40 is
Tyler,
Yeah.
I'm kidding. Don't actually think about that. I'm kidding. I only made that joke because Georgia had like the worst wide receivers I've seen in my life this past season.
Whoa, that's the first bad thing I've ever heard you say about Georgia.
Why did you think Carson Beck left? Because you was throwing to Arian Smith, Dominic Lovett, Nitro Tuggle, who now goes to the University of Purdue. Not fun. I never asked. Do you have a favorite college football team, Jake?
I mean,
Do you root for one?
not really.
I
Temple.
don't
We're talking
think
about
you
Temple
do.
University.
Temple University. I
Tyler,
mean,
who do you actually root for college football? You like an Oregon fan or?
Nah, I don't. I've never had like a team like that. Like I'll support UCLA.
Okay, UCLA, Jake.
I'm gonna watch so much Texas next year because of Arch
Okay,
Manning.
Jason, you got one?
It's a long story, but I used to be an Ohio State fan. But
Ugh.
I despise Chip Kelly so much that
Okay.
I can't do it.
That's what turned me out from UCLA
Well,
for a bit.
Yeah.
With that being said, Jamari Caldwell off the board.
Yeah.
You were right though.
Cool.
Big
Yeah,
defensive
exactly.
line.
You lose a little forward, man. You need some more run stoppers in there, and I think Caldwell fits that.
I think Caldwell's a good pick. I would have respectfully went C.J. West. I think C.J. West is the better guy there, but PFF kind of agrees with me on that. But Jamari's a physical guy. I mean, like I said, you know what you're getting though when you take guys out of Oregon. They're good. They play well, and I think one of the things I like
A
about
big guy.
Caldwell more than most is like, no matter where he's at, he's gonna play and he's gonna come out there and do his thing, which is nice. And he's faster for a defensive lineman. He's got massive strength, by the way. Like once he gets his hands on you, he's throwing you around like a rag doll.
Well, he can get low, and I think what you can do, you can put him in the exact middle. You can put him at nose tackle, or like you know what I'm saying. Like he can really be that first guy on your on your defensive line to go after the run.
I
and,
agree.
like, take up a couple gaps.
Yeah. I was gonna say I think the size of him, but also the quickness with his size and being able to make an immediate blow and then push back a defender and then be a support in the run game. So I think it's an instant impact that he can come in and make.
Yeah, I think he carries his weight very well, 330, and I think it doesn't really show on the field.
Yeah. Well, we are at pick 87. The Packers pick is indeed in. The Packers are getting hype once again, obviously. They have the drift in their city. And, I mean, hey, they already took my guy. They already took my guy a little earlier.
Yeah.
So, and Matthew Golden
yeah.
is going to end up being a good pick. I obviously said they should have went corner more respectfully there, but just because of the well-rounded receiving core that they have. But I still do not hate the Matthew Golden pick at all.
I'm really curious to see what they do here. Maybe this is your guy Watts.
Watts would be a good pairing alongside McKinney.
Yeah.
Watts and McKinney would be
They
fire.
would work well together.
That'd be fire. Well, mate, do you want to get Josh Jacobs a backup? Dylan Sampson. I like the fit. I like the fit
Dylan
of Dylan
Sampson, or would you
Sampson.
consider a Cam Scatterboo here even if you're going?
You
I
can go
think
Cam Scatterboo. You can
Cam
go either
Scatterboo
or.
in Green Bay just makes sense.
yeah,
You can go either or. If I'm Green Bay, though, and I get Cam Scatterboo at 87, I'd be pretty hyped. Well, we are seconds away from the pick.
Yeah, we're about to see.
Here we go.
Let's see it.
Why do they gotta slow down like 10 picks before they keep going?
It's the Green Bay pick. They're gonna drag it out.
We are, yeah, of course. I mean, you got Hall of Famers making the pick, and of course you're gonna drag it out a little bit. You're in Green Bay. Williams, Savion Williams.
Okay.
Okay.
There we go. Another
All right.
receiver.
See, but
Yeah.
first off, so there's the second TCU guy off the board
Yep.
for receivers. But like, why? What happened behind the stage to where Ian Manners like not going?
I really don't understand it at all. If I'm being completely honest, like he should have been taken by now. I don't know what's stopping people from taking him.
To come in here a little bit though, we're talking about a guy though who's an elite contested catch receiver.
Yeah.
That's his best trait more than anything. I mean,
6'4".
yeah.
impressive explosiveness and long speed for his size, but I think he extends his hands a bit too much, and he likes to push off the corner a little, which is going to mess him up. And then the footwork isn't as precise as it needs to be, and he had a couple of bad drops in 2024. But I'm just more so confused of the factor, like, they have so many receivers on the Packers.
Yeah,
I don't
there's a
know. I don't know
logjam
why
there.
I don't know why you go receiver here, especially you got Romeo Dobbs and Dontavion Wicks and.
I think they're just really not happy that no one has stepped up to be that true number one for them on the team. So they're just throwing everything they can at
See,
the
though, I really like what Reed brought to the table.
I do too, but I mean,
think Reed can easily be a number 2 receiver, and then I think they're going to push Golden to be your number 1. But then if you do that, right, where does Williams come into play? Because you still have Romeo Dobbs in there, who would probably be your 3, or Dontavion Wicks.
Well, look at him right here. You can see right here. They line him up in the backfield. You can line him up, and he's just like a physical freak that I think they just feel like, you put him with LaFleur, and it's just like, all right, let's see what we can do with you as a
I think a Laviska Shenault type player.
I think LaFleur could bring in the thing here. Why'd you make a player comp? You don't even like player comps. But I think LaFleur could bring his potential here. Jason, what do you think?
Yeah, no, I think he has a lot of versatility as a former high school quarterback. But I do think, when you're trying to, see what your receiver room is, it makes sense to bring in as much competition as possible.
Well, with that being said, the Jacksonville Jaguars made their pick just now of Caleb Ransall. I don't know what to say about this one. You know how I feel anyways, though. Tyler, I would have told you if you were going for a corner to go after Kobe Bryant.
Yeah.
Ransall's not bad, but obviously I think me and PFF tend to agree most of the time, and they have him projected to go really, really late in the draft, which is definitely interesting. Jason, give us your thoughts on the pick.
Yeah, no, I do think you have other better available options, especially you have someone who I don't know, it makes sense. Like you want to attack that that realm, but I don't think he's the right.
Yeah, you could have went after one of the Kansas guys before, anyways. But thank you, Jason.
This is definitely a traits pick at the corner position. He didn't have much production in college, and he got caught looking at the quarterback too much. My high school coach used to say this to us all the time. When you were a corner, if you got caught looking at the quarterback too much, he called it looking at your sister in the shower. He's like, "What are you doing? That's not what you're supposed to be doing."
Part of my problem here, though, more than anything, is that he's not even fully considered a corner. Some people consider him as more of a safety, and it's just questionable. I mean, he's not the biggest guy. He's somewhat physical. He's not as physical as you want him to be, though. That's where I'm sitting here like, I don't know how I feel about that.
And I feel like for the Jaguars, too, you traded away all this stuff to get Travis Hunter, which no one disagrees with. But now you have to hit on these later picks, and I feel like this is a reach.
When you have guys like Xavier Watts sitting there still and Io Manor, I don't know why you don't just – I don't know why you don't. I wouldn't have even mind if they went Braden Swinson or like a Scadaboo would have been a good pick.
Yeah, I feel
do you really believe in Etienne?
I mean,
not today.
Not today.
Maybe tomorrow.
Listen, if I'm a Jacksonville fan and I got to go into the year on Tank Bigsby and Travis Etienne, I'm going to be really questioning.
I thought you were talking about his brother. I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about his brother.
I almost said Trevor. I almost said Trevor for a minute too. I caught myself there. Welcome in, Sean.
What's going on, guys?
How do you feel about that pick just now for Jacksonville, Caleb Ransall?
This one's interesting. We're starting to get into the middle of the draft with these corners. When you look at Ransall's stats, they're not that crazy. He did have a pretty good 40-yard dash time, but we do have another pick, Wyatt Millam.
They traded.
I like that one.
Jacksonville traded up, I believe, and just took Wyatt Millam, which is actually
I don't hate
that's
that
a smart
one.
pick.
All
That's a smart pick.
Yeah. Good job, Jackson.
You go and you pull from the top 3 tackles that are left on the board. I mean, you had him, you had Marcus Emba, you had Cameron Williams, all 3 guys who I had going within the top 3 rounds of the draft. I mean, I think this is a great player. I mean, smaller school, which I stated multiple times. You throw that out the window. You look for the talent. Like Tyler said earlier, I really like the point where you said, don't look at the helmet.
Yeah. Don't scout the helmet. That's one of the first things I was told when I was learning how to evaluate.
Yeah, I mean, the 40 yards a little bit. He's a bit slower for a tackle. But with that being said, though, once he anchors, he's fine. He holds
Yeah,
his
but
own.
my problem with him is the anchoring, because a lot of times he gets caught like not
Well,
being
yeah,
at the
he
lower
gets
pad
caught
level.
off balance, but I think part of it is he's analyzing so much stuff at the same time to where he doesn't fully get into his stance, because when he is in his stance, he's good.
I think Milroe over Sanders goes here to the Rams. I think they would rather have a guy who's more mobile.
Jake, what do you think about Wyatt Milam?
Yeah, he gets proper depth and pass sets and physical, fierce hands ajar, but I think he does. He is projected to move inside the guard, easier for him because of that slowness on the outside of the edge.
Yeah, definitely a shorter arm length for a tackle, but definitely grades out more as a guard in the NFL. Drives defenders well in the run game, but I think it's considering where the pick is, I think it's solid, but. I think he grades out well as a guard. I do have questions about his production in the NFL, though. We'll have to see that.
Looking at Jacksonville's picks a little bit, obviously everybody thinks Hunter's a great pick, and Wyatt Milam's a great pick as well, but the pick in between is a little questionable.
Yeah, but
Do you think Shador?
I was gonna pin that question on you, Sean.
Sorry to get ahead of you.
What do you think?
Sorry to switch topics so abruptly, but it feels like Shador might be a Dave 3 pick. Like it's trending in that direction.
He doesn't
Go to the Rams though.
I think it's possible. I think the Rams could pick him here. It's definitely possible.
I wish I could be betting right now, because if I was, I would take Shador here at this next pick, and I think Io Manor goes to the pick after to the Ravens, which would be a fire pick.
I think the Rams would be more towards.
Because guess what? It wouldn't be the first time today that the Ravens have gotten a guy who's projected to be early second, close to first-round talent, fall right into their lap, which in Io Manor, which would be a lot of fun for them.
I'm a big fan of Io Manor. I would actually want to hate if the Eagles took him.
I wouldn't hate it. I don't see a reason for it,
I mean, I feel like at this point in the draft, you just got to bet on Milroe's traits over Sanders.
And I think we've seen with the Rams and even the Jags, who that's where their GM came from, they are willing to bet on people who have those traits, and you try to develop them over time because you believe in your coaching. And I think, like, with Jared Verse, I mean, I think you proved that. Like, he wasn't, like, the most productive guy in college, but he had the traits. And
So,
you get him to where
to
he
throw
gets
this out there, I want to pinpoint two different spots, though, for positional value. For the Ravens, obviously, we got to wait another pick for that, but I wanted to pinpoint real quick. Could we see possibly a running back here to back up Derrick Henry, or could we maybe even see, like, a Chris Paul Jr. finally go off the board, kind of help fill in that hole that they lost with Patrick Queen and help out a guy like Roquan Smith here?
For the Ravens?
Yeah, for the Ravens.
Oh, I thought we were talking about.
Yeah, I thought we were looking at the Rams.
No, the Ravens.
Yeah,
More
for
so.
the Ravens, they
Get a
could
guy
go.
to back up Derrick Henry, or you get a guy to help out Roquan Smith.
I think they like the other linebacker that they have there, but they're not afraid to add depth at the same time. If anything, I would see them adding to their trenches a little bit more.
Well, like what are you feeling here? Like an offensive lineman?
If I had to pick,
Do you
your boy out
take
of Purdue,
Ronnie Stanley's replacement?
yeah, I don't know if you can call Marcus the Ronnie Stanley replacement.
It was
but-
a joke. It was a joke.
Yeah,
I mean, to be
don't know.
fair though, he did sign that long-term deal though. He's still around for another 3 years, Stanley.
Yeah, but how
So.
much is he actually going to play?
That's definitely that. Well, that's why you can go in and jump in and get Embo.
Yeah.
Embo, I think, could be a good pick for that spot.
The Ravens have the luxury of not having like glaring holes at this moment, though.
Yeah, they've been enjoying that.
Honestly, do the Ravens get Milroe?
I mean, if you
Yeah,
want to
Cooper
run,
Rush is your backup.
if you want to run a similar style offense to what you're running with Lamar Jackson now, and you can use his
What's
traits. I mean, the option style offense would work.
I already threw around Lamar Jackson a little bit. What's the point? Because you're not going to win with Shador either. So.
No, I'm saying you take Jalen Milroe for the Ravens.
Oh, Milroe.
Really?
Yeah, because if you look at a guy like
the same
when
thing with
when
Milroe.
Minshew was with the Eagles and Jalen Hurts went down, they were still running a Hurts-style offense with Minshew. If you just run a guy that is
Milroe would
not,
be a good
he's not
fit
Lamar
there,
Jackson
but-
at all, but he's Lamar Jackson light with the running ability. I think you could potentially make that work as a backup option if Lamar ever goes down.
I think that's a good point when it comes to just like quarterbacks that like when you're running a certain scheme, you can't just throw any quarterback in there, especially with a run heavy run quarterbacks. Although we've got a Rams selection coming up right here.
Said, Michael Brocker's making the pick.
He was a lot of fun to watch next to Aaron Donald.
Josiah Stewart.
All right, well,
Good
then we
pick.
got an edge.
Yeah, what did I say earlier, though? I said add somebody to play on the other side of Jared Verse. And, you bring in a guy to play alongside Kobe Turner and Braden Fisk. This is a good pick. This is a good pick, in my opinion. I like Josiah Stewart as a prospect.
Yeah, a very productive guy who can crush the pocket for you. Oh, my goodness. Actually, just think about that right now. Him and Jared versus opposite.
One of my favorite things about Josiah Stewart is he's not afraid to be so physical, yet his size. Like he's like really good at that.
He gets under you.
Yeah, that's a really good thing.
He'll get you
about
off balance.
I mean, sometimes he runs into a little bit of problems though. Like, obviously he's going to use his strength, which is an upside, but sometimes he runs into the problem of like somebody else who has more strength throwing him around a little bit. It's even happened before with tight ends though, trying to block him. Like he's gotten thrown around a little bit, especially like when he had that one-on-one against Tyler Warren. He got thrown around a little bit. So it's definitely, I think he could work around it and try and figure out. I mean, you're going into, like I stated before, Sean McVay's a wonderful coach, so you get to learn from him. So it'll be nice.
Yeah. He's an unexpectedly pretty good run stopper, considering his size and his kind of skill set. So, I mean, it's going to be very fun to watch what he does in this Rams defense.
Yeah, and he also has relentless chase speed off the edge as well. Once he gets by a tackle, he does not stop.
Here come the Ravens immediately with a pick in.
Yeah. Tyler.
What's up?
Maybe pick 94 Shedeur
It's definitely possible.
to the Browns.
I mean, at this point, I think the Browns are just passing on him every single time.
Guess what, though? I said the same thing. Emory Jones Jr. goes off the board here now.
That's what we talked about. We talked about getting something in the trenches, so.
Yeah. I'm going to jump on that in 1 second. I just wanted to say one last thing, though, for the whole Shedeur thing. I said the same thing last year with the Eagles and Trotter Jr. I said, take them. They just kept jumping. And, I mean, eventually they ended up taking them, so I can definitely see it happening. But that aside, though, I mean, you look at a guy like Emory Jones, big, in 12 starts, he only lit up 2 sacks, which is definitely nice. I mean, obviously he got outshined by Will Campbell out of the offensive lineman there, so he doesn't get enough credit. But personally here, I probably would have went Embo or like a Cameron Williams or Charles Grant. I'm more high on than him, but I don't think it's a bad pick at all.
Yeah, he has the skills to be a very good pass blocker. The problem is his footwork just isn't like it isn't great right now. If he has the right coaching, and I think the Ravens do have good, have the offensive line coaching capacity to get him to where he needs to be, but he's not quite there yet.
He doesn't have the greatest of balance either. That's a little bit of a problem.
Yeah, I think he's more efficient in the run game than pass protection. You definitely want to work on him to get better in pass pro.
And again, this is another tackle that projects to be a guard, probably more than likely.
Yeah.
Yep, that is definitely true. Coming up, we have the Seahawks pick, which is going to be interesting to see what's going to go down with that.
I think the Seahawks have had a pretty good draft so far.
I actually agree with you. I do like their draft so far. I do. I am a fan of that.
Second year with a new head coach. I think they're in the right direction.
They are. I mean, you got Zabel, you got Arroyo. It's fun for what they got going in Seattle. That offense is slowly but surely coming together little by little. I wouldn't be shocked if they took an offensive lineman here.
It's going to be interesting to see their offense next year because of how many new pieces they have.
I would go Marcus Embo here.
I wouldn't hate that.
Marcus Embo would be a good pick here. Sean Alexander making the pick.
I accidentally just saw it.
Jalen Milroe. Nick Saban looks happy while he's on the TV.
Poor Shedeur, man. Jeez.
Well, all right. So
I love this.
All right. So to jump in here, and take this away. We're talking about a guy who's definitely going to be a little bit of a project. I think there's stuff that he's got to fix. He's fast. He's got a cannon for an arm. Trust me, I've seen him more than any of you guys have with his connection to Ryan Williams. I mean, he's a little inconsistent as a passer, but if they can learn how to coach him up and he gets to play alongside JSN in the long run, you'll have Cooper Kupp for maybe a year or two. I think he can actually fit pretty well. I mean, like I said, I think they need a few more offensive linemen for the Seahawks, but guess what? This is not a bad pick.
And he doesn't have to start right away.
This is not a bad pick whatsoever.
Yeah, this is definitely an interesting one from Seattle. I've never been a big Jalen Milroe fan and watching him in college, but I think if he, you can never count out, developing quarterbacks in the NFL. If they can develop him into a better passer than he was at Alabama, if they can utilize his run skills right, I think this could turn into a positive pick. But I have my doubts right now.
Yeah, I mean, I'm interested to see how he plays underneath Sam Darnold.
I'll be back in a little bit, guys. Handing it off.
Thank you, Sean.
Thank you, Sean.
I'm interested to see how he's gonna. How do you think that works? I mean, their quarterback room now is Drew Lock, Sam Howell, Jalen Milroe, and Sam Darnold. But obviously, with this pick happening, they see Jalen Milroe as the guy after Darnold.
Yeah, I think this is like a great thing to do. This is sort of like the Eagles' way to go about it, where you're going to just develop this guy behind someone else you already signed, and he doesn't have to start right away, so you can let Sam Darnold die behind what might be a weak O-line while this guy develops and learns behind him. And like you said, he has all of the tools necessary to be a fantastic quarterback and just an athlete. And I hate saying this because it kind of brings back the old like Lamar Jackson type stuff, but like truly, if in 3 years, if this guy does not work out as a quarterback, I do think he could be a productive running back.
Put him at running back if he needs to.
His athletic tools, like he's built like one. I do think you try and develop him as a quarterback.
You know what though?
There are times when he makes a throw and you're like, holy.
Welcome back, Jason.
Crap.
Yeah.
He can fit it into tight windows at times, but the problem is the inconsistency with his throws.
I would say
The-
inconsistency
very
and
radical
accuracy, I think, as
Yeah.
well, like with the turnovers as well. So, but it feels like these are all developable things, like especially like with the coaching staff like that. So.
Even
Work
with
on
me
his feet.
being a Georgia fan myself, though, I have a feeling that he's actually going to be really good for Seattle. I do think this could end up being a really good pick and working out
Yeah,
well
and you
for
can
them.
even play him in that Jalen Hurts type role when he was a rookie, where you
Guess
can
what?
bring him in for like option type plays and just make him work with his legs.
You know what makes me love this pick even more though? Having Zabel there
Yeah.
in the first round, because Zabel's just gonna be a wall. So you're not even gonna be able to touch Milroe for years to come as long as you have him there. I mean, obviously, like I've been stating, they need to fill out the rest of the offensive line, but they started off with that, so I really like that there.
You want to hear a fun parallel? The last time the Seahawks drafted a quarterback in the third round, it was Russell
Wilson.
Right after they
I see shades of Russell Wilson in him too.
And that was right after the Seahawks had also signed a guy in free
Because
agency to be the
Russell
starting
Wilson
quarterback.
was a mobile quarterback and
With
he
a
had a
cannon.
cannon, and that's why I'm starting to say that like Jalen Milroe could be a really good pick here for them.
I really like that landing spot for him.
It is a really good spot. Coming up, we have the Saints pick here. Their pick is in. I mean,
Oh, that would be funny if Sanders goes right after Milroe.
yeah, but well, they took Tyler Show, so
Yeah.
that ain't gonna happen anytime soon. And guess what? This is why the Saints are probably still gonna sit at the bottom of their division.
I think this could be an Io Manor landing spot.
I would
Iron
like that.
Manor would be a great landing spot here, but it still doesn't change my opinion that they're gonna be last in the division.
Last?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
I mean,
Carolina's only
It's a weak
gotten
roster.
better.
It's a weak roster.
it's a weak roster. I think honestly they should just tank until next year. Really.
Well, yeah, they need to offload some cap
Tampa,
space.
Tampa's obviously your number one there, but Carolina's obviously getting better.
They can
Yeah.
get a QB next year.
All right, let's see.
Well,
let's see.
the Saints are ready to make their pick.
Okay, I like
Jonas
this.
Sanker.
I like this safety. I really do like this. You don't
This
like
guy,
him?
it's not that I don't like him. I thought he was going to be early fourth. I think this is a little bit of a reach.
We're basically there.
Honestly, well, more so like
Yeah, I
pick
get you.
like
Yeah.
110-ish. So probably like another. I think this is like a 20-pick reach. But I mean, hey, you get good size. You get a fast safety. Definitely one of the faster safeties in the class. I mean, he's definitely explosive. The football IQ doesn't fully show it there for me, though. I think he isn't always in the right spot at the right time. But the upside of this, though, is that he hits hard and he's a good tackler.
I think he's definitely underneath safety. I wouldn't put him in any deep halves or as a single high safety. You want him kind of just being in that middle area or close to the line of scrimmage, reading or reacting. I think he can break on things pretty well. He's a very good athlete. He's got natural instincts. I like this for them. This is a good pickup for the Saints.
Yeah, I think his eyes can spend too much time in the backfield a little bit. He can get caught up on play action, but he's a physical striker. He anticipates underneath throws, and like you said, I think he plays way better down low.
Hey, Jake. What are the chances that this Cleveland pick is?
I don't think Cleveland does it. They had so many
Sanders?
opportunities to do it. At this
Guess
point,
what?
I think they're making a
You get
statement.
to
They're
take a
not
guy
going
who
to
was
do it.
projected to go in the first round, who I believe is a first-round talent at 94.
I really
Why
don't
do
think
you
they
not
go
take
here.
the jump
They could have
on
done it so
It's a
many
late-
times.
This is a late third-round pick. It's not the end of the world if you jump on this and it doesn't work out. I think it will work out, and I think it would be a perfect pick for them right now. Take Shedeur Sanders here. Coming up, we got the Eagles pick coming up as well. That'll be interesting to see. You excited for that pick, Jason?
Of course I am. Yeah.
I don't know what's gonna go on the board, but I would not hate a Marcus Embo pick for the Eagles at 96.
I think Cam
Give me
Scatterbo
Amy
goes
Omar.
here. I think Cam
They
Scatterbo goes here.
took Judkins though.
Yeah, but still, I
What,
really
you want them to get that Kareem Hunt, Nick Chubb type build?
I mean,
What if Cam Scatterbo went to the Eagles?
Would you like that?
didn't you destroy me because I mentioned the potentially getting a running back? But if it's your guy,
If it's
then,
Cam
let's do it.
Scatterbo,
Yeah.
if it's Cam Scatterbo or Dylan
Let's
Sampson,
get the guy who makes no sense for them. Yeah, let's do that.
It does make sense.
Yeah, okay.
You know, just take Shador.
I don't think they will.
Jack Sawyer still on the board, by the way.
Yeah, he'll probably be on there for a while.
Guess what? Jack Sawyer, you got to admit, Jack Sawyer and Vic Fangio. That would be nice. That'd be
I don't know
nice.
because I don't think he has the intangibles or the traits that Fangio would be like.
Ah,
I don't want to
come
work with
on,
this guy.
man.
He doesn't have any of the versatility that
I would like it. I would like it a lot.
I'm not a fan of Jack Sawyer.
All right, what about Braden Swinson? That could happen. Braden Swinson could happen.
It could happen. You could, rotational. You don't have to expect much from him. You could take like the Josh Sweat route
So what are you feeling there? You feeling tackle?
for the Eagles.
Yeah.
Yeah. I
Which
think so.
one are you liking? Charles Grant, Cameron Williams, Embo?
Honestly, I might go Williams. That's a
Cameron
tough one.
Williams?
I don't know. It's because I feel like they're just gonna be like, all right, at this point, we don't need anyone right away. Just give us a guy with the best traits to work with going forward the next couple of years.
Yeah, just let them keep taking shots like they always do on the trenches.
If they take the dude out of Georgia,
They need at least one. It's all right. That's not even the guy that I want them to take. This is exactly who I need them to take, though. I don't care if you get him undrafted. Give me Dan Jackson.
I wouldn't mind Malachi Moore.
Malachi Moore doesn't make any sense now, though, that they decided to go with Makuba.
You load up.
Reed is still on the board, though, Jalen Reed. I am still a fan of Jalen Reed.
Yeah.
Would not mind it. This commercial, well, not even commercial break, but
Yeah,
this is
they're just
taking a
taking
little
a
bit.
while. What's happening here?
Jeez.
They could be setting up the Shador Sanders storyline right now.
Yeah, probably.
Does his whole room get hyper?
They haven't shown his room once. They haven't shown his room once in the
we've
past
seen
2
it.
hours.
Well, yeah, in the past 2 hours. But I'm saying, does his room get hyper, or do they kind of just get relieved at this point?
I think everyone left his room.
Yeah,
I think he's by
not gonna lie.
himself in
It's
his
just,
room.
it's just Shador sitting on the couch. That'd be crazy.
Yep. Well, let's see if this is Shador Sanders. All
see.
right.
I told
Dylan
Oh, okay. Wow. Wow.
Okay.
Tyler, wait. Before you even jump into this, Tyler, wasn't it weird that way earlier today I said, what if a guy like Dylan Gabriel goes? I don't get it. I don't get why you do that though when Shador's on the board. I don't get it.
The fall
I
is
told you
insane.
I said they were going to take a quarterback, but this is not what
I knew they weren't taking Sanders. They passed up on him so much.
What do you like in Dylan Gabriel more than Shador Sanders?
I don't know.
I truly don't.
Do you see anything, Jason, that you might like in Dylan Gabriel more than
significantly
Shador?
better than Shador.
I truly don't get this. With Gabriel, he can get the ball out of his hands quickly. He can be a good guy in rhythm. He does have some movement.
He's a good mobile quarterback.
He's a decent mobile quarterback.
That's why I said good.
Yeah, I just.
No emphasis on the good.
But he's got small hands, man, and that always worries me with quarterbacks. I don't know what to tell you, man. Like, you worry about him being a consistent passer and
I'm about to hit you with a player comp.
over the middle of the field. Who?
Is it gonna be a lefty?
You're gonna give me Tua?
I see Jake Browning shades in Dylan Gabriel.
Okay.
So we're taking Jake Browning here.
The Browns just took Jake Browning.
I feel like a lot of his production also came near the line of scrimmage.
I said before I think Cleveland needed a quarterback, but like this just screams Cleveland pick that they just don't know what they're doing at the quarterback position. Obviously, once again.
Yeah, but is that only because they didn't take Sanders here? Because no other team has taken him.
there's got to be some that happen because it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any. He should have been the second quarterback off the board.
Were his interviews that bad?
That's what I was thinking.
Him or Dart should have been like either or, just like the second quarterback off the board.
Crazy that he's
Followed by Milroe. Like I didn't predict a world where it was going to be. You know, obviously everybody agrees that Cam Ward was the obvious consensus one, and then, you know, after that I didn't expect a world where I was going to have to hear Jackson Dart, and then Milroe, and then Dylan Gabriel before Shedeur. There's a chance that Will Howard or Riley Leonard or Quinn Ewers.
We hear Riley Leonard
We
before
do have a
Shedeur.
trade.
We have a trade.
The Eagles traded with the Falcons, it looks like. Or am I
They
bugging?
did trade with the Falcons. The Eagles traded out of the spot.
Yeah.
They moved down to 101 for.
Yeah. So they moved down basically to the end of the third round.
Wow.
Well, the Patriots are making their selection now.
It's a starter, plug and play.
I mean, do you see maybe another O-lineman for them?
Jared Wilson would fill.
Oh, yeah.
Why did I just say Jared Wilson? Then it just.
You and I were just, that was like a little lob.
Whoa. Okay.
It's a Mike Vrabel pick.
Love this pick for them.
Of course you do.
You didn't even let me get to explain
Because you went
myself.
to Georgia.
Listen, very, very, very versatile. Well, obviously they like him too because they gave him an overall of an 82. But like very versatile offensive lineman on the inside. I mean, the core of a good offensive line for Georgia. Obviously, I mean, excellent movement skills. He shuffles really well. I think he puts his hands in the right directions. He's good in his stance. He knows when to anchor. He knows exactly what to do, and he has really good techniques when it comes to bull rushes. So I think this is a really good pick. I mean, you get to jump in this new Vrabel system, and you get to play alongside
This is a Vrabel
Onwenu, and
It is.
Yeah, you get to play alongside Onwenu, and guess what? You know who the last center was for the Patriots all them years? David Andrews. And you know where David Andrews went? Georgia. Think about it.
Why are you getting angry with
Yeah,
us?
nobody's fighting you on this. Like,
Nobody's fighting about it for a minute.
yeah, you're fighting yourself on
Listen,
this.
we all agree it's
Listen,
a good
the only
pick.
thing, the only thing I don't like about this is I have a really close friend who's a Patriots fan. And we always go back and forth, and I'm gonna have to tell him like, yeah, you did make a good pick.
Yeah, I hate it when my friends have good stuff happen to them.
By the way, he did have a good combine. By the way, the only other downside I would say to Jared Wilson is a lack of anticipation sometimes. But
Yeah, well,
that stuff you can coach up.
he broke the record.
100%.
He broke the record for 40 time for a center.
Good God,
He did.
I love that
He did.
person.
He's a
Athletic
fast guy.
centers like that,
Yeah.
I do love that. You can see him get downfield and lead blocks for your runners. That's Jason Kelsey type stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
Xavier Watts off the board. Great
Falcons.
Great pick to the
Wow,
Falcons.
The Falcons trade up with the
Yo,
Eagles.
hold
to
on,
take
though.
Xavier
The
Watts.
Falcons, they got Pierce Jr., they got Jalen Walker, and Xavier Watts. They're definitely like top three for me in this draft right
Yeah,
now.
really address that
Wow.
defense.
I still don't agree with the first
you
round
jump
pick.
in. No, you might not. I mean, yeah, giving up the first round pick's definitely questionable. I don't know why they have the overall 76. That's a little questionable there. But you jump in, you take a guy to fill in that hole for Justin Simmons. And I think it's a great pick there. Honestly, I really do. I thought this was going to be one of the top 3 to 4 safeties gone. I didn't expect them to still be here at 96. So, I mean, what do you think, Jason?
Yeah, no, I think especially like his anticipation and just understanding, I think it really stands out, and especially being able to get him at this point in the draft, I think really significant.
Yeah.
We got another trade alert.
Oh, a lot of them flying out now.
The Vikings have traded their pick. We have yet to give you the update to Houston.
Maybe another O-lineman.
Embo would be a fire pick here. We don't have the trade.
Watch him take another
We don't have
receiver.
the full trade for the Eagles, but yeah. I also don't, to jump on that real quick, I don't get the Eagles trading out because they literally gave up a 5th because they don't want to have all these draft picks. I don't totally understand that.
Yeah, I want to see what they gave up, but I mean,
I'm curious.
sometimes it's just like, hey,
Maybe
we don't,
they got a player?
There's nothing wrong with gathering more assets ever. So
Of course. Welcome back, Sean.
What's going on, guys?
Back.
We have the Texans selection here. Texans, I felt like have had a lot of picks.
they've gotten 2 receivers from the same school and an O-lineman that I like. So
I'm curious to see the game plan
They're
here.
loading up on weapons.
They got to
for
show us.
CJ
Embo would be a fire pick here. They got to show us both the trades though, what the packages were.
yeah, I would like to see exactly what the Eagles.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, this is the third trade for the Texans in this draft, by the way.
Jalen Smith.
Okay.
Kobe Bryant's
All right.
still on the board. This is. I don't know, man. This is questionable. I mean, he went to a good school. He's a good player. I mean, his numbers are good. I mean, through 4 years of college, I mean, he has good tackles and stuff. But
This might be a bit of a reach again.
I
Man.
think it is a reach. I mean, you look at, like I told you before, you got the corners on the board. I think
I would rather take the other Cal corner and Marcus Harris, Kobe Bryant. I agree with
Marcus
you there.
Harris. I feel like if you don't go Marcus Harris, you don't go Dorian Strong, Kobe Bryant, or Melo Dotson, I don't think you take a corner until mid fourth.
Yeah, I'm not. I think Jalen Smith grades out as more of like a special teams type of player. I don't know. I think his ceiling is like a decent slot corner if he can reach that. I don't think he's much more than that. You know, he has some mixed tackles in college. He's physical. You know, that's definitely a strength of his. But other than that, I don't. Like I said, I don't see him as high anything more than maybe a decent slot corner if he reaches his full potential.
It's not the first time tonight though where we've had a couple of reaches already.
I completely agree
The
that he
Caleb
projects more as a
Bransall,
slot
the Caleb
corner.
Bransall one was a reach. I mean, Justin Woolley was a reach. So we've had a couple of reaches.
Yeah, he definitely needs to work on his pass instincts.
Coming up here though, we have the Dolphins. The Dolphins. They traded this pick.
The Raiders, who
The Raiders.
are running out of time.
This was the Dolphins' original pick, and guess what?
5 seconds left.
I feel like that clock has got to be wrong. Like, there's no way these are like 5 seconds left.
Maybe they're taking Shador here.
One of these two picks.
We're just,
It has to happen at some
Pete
point.
Carroll would like Shador.
he would.
I mean,
if anybody can handle big personalities, it's Pete Carroll.
we're getting commercials with Shador on them, and he hasn't even been drafted on it yet. So, very interesting.
Or maybe would it be funny if they went another running back? Get Genty a nice backup.
I swear, if you say Cam Scatterboo,
Cam Scatterboo
Can
or
we-
Dylan Sampson.
I hope he doesn't get drafted.
You know
today.
what? There's so many running backs. You could even take a nice trip down, the line and jump on Trevor Etienne.
Uh-oh.
I would rather do Jaden Blue.
Jaden Blue as well.
Jordan James out of Oregon, who I like a lot.
That is a very underrated player.
I like him a lot.
They don't talk about him a lot. Damian Martinez is also good.
Kyle Monangai, I'm a big fan of his.
Dude, ESPN doesn't even
Out of
You're
Rutgers.
pushing it.
Yeah, that's too early.
You're pushing it.
Yeah, but we're seeing corners.
Khalil
I think-
Mulling
Yeah.
We're
is the
seeing
guy.
6th-round corners go day 2. So
Yeah.
I don't, like,
Of course. You know what? You're right. You're right.
I mean, this draft
Yo,
at least is showing
hold on
how
now.
close
Give me-
everything
give me-
together, all the players are
give me
in the
Jack
eyes of the
Beck,
NFL teams.
Jack Beck, Genty, Bowers, Geno Smith, with Shador learning under Geno Smith.
I mean, at this point, Shador has to learn
similar-
behind everybody,
similar
anybody
builds.
that he goes to.
I mean, Geno and Shador aren't too different when you're looking at like ability.
Yeah, they both rely on completion percentage, middle of the field.
Getting the ball out quick.
Yeah. But it'll be interesting to see where the Raiders go here.
All right. Getting close here to the end of the round. I don't know. Maybe we see a lineman here. Maybe your boy Embo finally goes.
I like O-line here. I mean,
The Raiders have back-to-back picks, by the way.
Shador Sanders. Shador
Raiders take that.
Sanders.
It'd be really funny if they took him with the second, like the 99th pick.
or if they just don't take him at all.
Like
Give me Shador Sanders
that,
here.
they skip him on 98, like 99. All right, we'll throw you a bone,
Go
buddy.
Shador, man. All right. I'm wondering why the Eagles traded back too. I guess they don't like what's on the board.
Let's see some trench depth here.
I feel like Howie always does this.
Jack
like,
Sawyer's still in the board.
Howie doesn't like to sit still. That's an obvious one.
In the first round, he trades up, and every other round, he trades back.
I wouldn't mind Jack Sawyer, honestly.
I would. Get him off my team.
Maybe a
Raiders
safety
taking
here.
their time with this one. Yeah, the Raiders are a very interesting team going forward, with Pete Carroll and Chip Kelly running things.
All right.
Tom Brady making decisions.
Well, we are.
Yeah.
Tom Brady made this draft selection himself.
I wouldn't be surprised. All
Has
right.
he made every pick for the Raiders
Yeah,
tonight?
yeah. Oh, we're gonna see Bo Allen again, probably.
Oh yeah.
I wanted David Akers, man.
I know, but he had his moment. Okay, it's
I
gone
want that
past.
moment again.
You can't recreate the magic.
Do you think since it's back-to-back picks, he has to walk back into the room and then come back out, or do you think he's just gonna stand on stage?
Yeah, well, does he go grab
They do have back-to-back
the
picks.
paper, or do they come on stage and hand it to him?
I
Yeah,
think someone
exactly.
comes on stage and will probably hand it to him.
Yeah. That was a crazy mask.
Caleb
Rogers.
There we go. We got our alignment.
See, yeah, but we're jumping people here.
Yeah,
We're jumping people here. This is a reach. This is a reach and a half.
This is probably a Chip Kelly thing where he likes a certain type.
Yeah, but look at the tackles on the board. You got Marcus Embo, you got Cameron Williams, Charles Grant, Jalen Rivers. I mean, this is a jump. This is way too early. This is where you're starting to see, though, where they're jumping on these guys too early. I'm not saying he's a bad player whatsoever, because he definitely is a good offensive lineman. And, you know, you're expecting a lot, though. I mean, from what I've seen on film, though, these guys just move around them really fast because they get them off balance real quick.
Yeah,
And then he it doesn't work out well.
He had a good combine. His footwork is decent, and he has a good job getting up to the second level. But he's not, you know, I don't think this is like a game changer by any means. He is. I think, you know, he played a bunch of offensive line spots in college, both guard spots. Played 52 games at both tackles, only 2 games at both guard spots, but still experience at all different kinds of offensive line spots. I think this is interesting. I don't know if this is going to have a huge impact on the Raiders, though.
You know what, though? Looking at the Raiders draft, though, obviously Genty, Beck. Well, guess what? There's your answer. He had to walk back.
Yeah, he did. They made him
Get
go
it
in the
done.
hole.
Porter. I think this is the only bad pick for the Raiders.
Yeah,
so
at least he
far.
didn't have to wait long.
Yeah.
Then.
All right,
The
let's
Porter
see.
pick was
If
questionable.
Shedeur isn't here, he's day 3.
All right, dude, you just gave a speech.
Yeah, you don't have to do another one.
Well, and we're seconds away from the Raiders selection at 99. Charles Grant.
Wow.
Wow, back-to-back
Shedeur.
alignment.
Back-to-back low
Back-to-back
lineman. Wow.
linemen. Back-to-back linemen. I don't hate back-to-back linemen at all,
No.
but I do like Charles Grant. I like his upside. He's got a nice ceiling.
I think Grant's definitely better
Listen,
than Rodgers.
We're talking about a guy, though. He didn't really start playing football till late on, and he only allowed 2 sacks since 2022. So, I mean, Tyler, how many? You'd probably have like $20 by the time the amount of times I've said this, but small school does not change.
Oh, yeah.
Does
I
not
completely
change.
agree with you. I tell people that all the time.
Because guess what? Even at the small school, he put up good numbers and he did his thing. I mean, he fought to the very end to the whistle, and that's what I like about these guys. I mean, 36 straight career starts. He's aggressive. He's got good size, and he's not too slow.
Yeah,
he's got some decent speed.
Exceptional footwork in the run and pass game, and you just add depth to that trench for the Raiders.
Yeah, it's a nice pick. What do you think, Sean?
Absolutely. I think he's definitely better than Rodgers. They're roughly the same size, so you're getting similar players in terms of build. But you know, I think Grant is better at anchoring. I think he played in a very zone-heavy scheme. I think that might play to the Raiders a little bit better. And he plays with some physicality. I like this pick a lot more than the Rodgers pick. I do like that they went back-to-back O-linemen here, but we'll have to see how that works out for them. Anyway, that does it for me. Thank you.
You got this last pick.
No, I'm giving Jay that one, so we both have 3 to end off. So
Cool. Thank you for everything,
Awesome.
Sean.
Thank you,
absolutely,
Sean.
Great job.
thank you guys all did a great job hosting.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Thank
All
you.
right, heading off to Jaden. I'll see you guys later.
Appreciate you. All right, we got the Niners here on the clock.
Niners are on the clock. Welcome back, Jaden. We are near the end of the 3rd round.
I wouldn't hate to see a receiver here.
Before we even jump into this pick, though, I cracked a joke. Would it be funny if Minnesota went with Shedeur and J.J. McCarthy?
They do seem to be weird about J.J. McCarthy this offseason. Like, they were flirting with Aaron Rodgers.
I think that was just fan speculation. Like, a lot of people.
No, it wasn't just fan speculation.
But I think a lot of people would just wanted him to complete the Favre cycle because it would have been funny.
Well,
Like,
no, of course it would have been funny, but like
I do think there was smoke there.
I wouldn't put it past them if they went with Shedeur. I wouldn't hate it. I would not hate it.
I don't know. We'll see. But
I would not like it.
I mean,
I feel like just
You get to pick and choose which one you prefer, and then you
You-
move off of the other one.
yeah.
I feel like, but that would only just mess with JJ's confidence. I feel like you just gotta commit to him at this point.
Yeah, he missed
You're
the entire
coming-
year
yeah,
last
but
year. So
that's the problem there. How confident are you after that whole
Is this
injury?
Jalen Royals? I can't.
I really like Jalen Royals.
I thought he would have been picked already.
I thought Iron Man would have been picked already.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, I feel like Torrey Horton's another one.
Oh, I love Torrey Horton
Yeah.
too. Yeah, you got some good receivers still available here.
You still got some good running backs available.
Really good running backs. I love Dylan Sampson.
You
I'm
could not have
shocked Dylan
told me
Sampson's
that
right here.
Gabe Scadaboo would still be here at pick 100.
I think
I honestly don't think you can name 100 players better than him.
I thought more running backs in general.
yeah, I thought
were gonna be-
it's such a deep running back class.
There's never
We
really a
started
run on
to-
them.
We got that little jump on the Ohio State guys, and then it kind of
I
just
feel
went
like
back down.
in the 4th round, there's going to be a run of them. I feel like for sure. Because I mean, you got a lot of guys. You got Baishal Tootin, you got Devin Neal, Rashad Smith. There's so many guys.
I'm wondering, the Niners, it would make sense to go offense here, though, because of their first 2 picks in Alfred Collins and Michael Williams.
I wouldn't be shocked if San Fran took a running back. That's not crazy.
They do love.
That's
taking
not crazy to me.
running backs. Christian
Well, Jordan
McCaffrey-
Mason's no longer on the team.
Yeah, the amount of injuries that they had to
So-
go through for running back.
It would not
last
be.
year
It wouldn't
and
be bad. I
still
mean, which one
heading
do
into
you?
it.
Which one do you prefer, though?
I like Dylan Sampson, for sure.
I wouldn't mind him or Jordan James for them.
Jordan James, yeah.
Trevor Etienne, Jaden Blue.
Too early for those guys.
Yeah, I
But
don't
it's
know
not
about
too
those
early
two.
for Jordan James.
Nope, I think
No.
Jordan James is better than them.
Really?
Yeah.
People might disagree with you and say DJ Giddens too.
No, DJ Giddens, I love that fit for the Niners.
I don't hate that.
Yeah, he's a really a guy who can make you miss for sure.
Underrated guy in my eyes.
Yeah.
I wouldn't hate it though if they decided to still attack the defensive side of the ball.
No.
I would not hate it.
Shoot, maybe go more D line.
Why not? Why
Chris
not
Paul,
go
yeah.
Chris Paul Jr. and fill that void a little bit because of Dre Greenlaw?
yeah,
it would be a good pick. I mean, the Nick Martin pick was a little questionable.
We'll
on
see
that,
here.
but-
They got.
Upton
Upton
Stout.
Stout.
Wow.
See, now here's where I'm gonna
Okay.
say this now. So obviously, I've told you multiple times. I think there's a lot of reaches here, and when you jump into here though, Tyler, I feel like this corner / safety class, whatever you want to consider it, right?
Yeah.
I feel like these guys aren't as good as where they're getting picked.
Yeah, there's a lot of day 3 picks. I feel like round 5, 6 corners getting taken here in the 3rd round.
I don't think Upton Stout is a 3rd round talent. I mean, he had an extra year of college on top of that, so his numbers look a little bit higher up than what you might think. But I don't think it's as big of a thing as people might think, and I don't think this corner class is as crazy as people think it is.
Oh,
'cause I
shoot, we
feel
gotta
like
trade.
feel like it's a little questionable. Well, the Eagles have traded their pick, meaning
Again?
that they are probably to the
the Broncos.
Denver Broncos. So the Eagles are out of the 3rd round.
All right, we will not see another Eagles pick unless they somehow trade into the next pick. But yeah, Broncos here.
Yeah,
But
final 2 picks here for the 3rd round.
But for Upton Stout, it's
Why
kinda
do
like we're seeing
you
with some of these
do
other
the
guys.
Broncos jump in here and jump on Iomanner?
I
Wouldn't mind that.
Either that or Jalen Royals. I would, or Horton. Yeah, I would.
Horton.
Iomanner would be a fire pick for me if I'm Denver.
Him and Sutton would be a fun duo.
You bring in Barron. You got R.J. Harvey. So it works out. I mean, the Pat Bryant pick was a little questionable in itself.
I think we're
it was
seeing
very
some
early.
people who are projected to be slot corners going early here. So
Barron-
maybe people are just trying
Upton
to value
Stout more has that play style a little bit.
Yeah,
but
I mean, he's 5'9". You wouldn't want to put him on the boundary. You
course.
really wouldn't want to.
of course,
Oh, heck
he'll get
no.
mossed. He'll get mossed.
Every play.
Yeah. He'll be one of those scrappy guys.
Well,
in the
I'm
middle.
curious. We
Yeah.
still didn't even see the Eagles trade with the Falcons from earlier.
Yeah. Denver?
Oh, Savion Jones.
Savion Jones, Braden. See, but Braden Swinson's the
Yeah,
better
I was
guy
going to say
at
Braden.
LSU.
I like Braden Swinson a lot.
He's the better guy at LSU there. I don't know why you would go with his teammate. And I stated multiple times before, you still got other guys on the board. Like, I would have preferred Jared Ivey there, or Kyle Kennard. Elijah Roberts' name got thrown around a lot. Obviously, I'm a big fan of Jack Sawyer in itself, but I don't know how I feel about that.
Yeah, I think he definitely needs some refinement. There's some traits there that you
This
can
is a
work
very
with.
developmental
Yeah.
player.
Yeah. He's still very young as well, so you can definitely work with him and get him to where you need to go. But Yeah, there were probably better options there, but like I said, like these coaches and these GMs fall in love with certain guys, and they think hey, we can work
for
with
3
this.
years though. I like what he's done for 3 years. For 3 years in the league, I mean in college football, I like what he's done.
Yeah,
he's been good. But like I said, maybe we're just not giving him enough credit because he had to play alongside a guy like Braden Swinson. But out of the two, I think there's a little bit of a gap.
I think it's also that he brings versatility with his size.
Of course. I'm interested to see this last pick for the third round. You know, the Vikings have had a really good offseason. They've been filling in a lot of their holes. I mean, I said a little earlier, I would not hate it if they went Shador here.
Yeah, long night, final pick of the third round.
I would not hate if they took a running back.
I like Aaron Jones.
Yeah, but how much time does he really have left?
Isn't this where Mason went to? Am I bugging?
Oh yes, he did. Go to
Yeah,
Minnesota.
Jordan Mason went
Yeah.
here. That's why I'm not too worried about running backs right now. If I'm the Vikings, it would be really funny though for everybody who mocked Shador in the first round for him to be the last pick of the third round.
Or just not go in the third round at all and drop to day 3.
Or just not go day 3.
That would be horrible.
That would be crazy.
Undrafted.
Dion probably feels so bad right now.
I mean, at this point, do you want to be that team to get him? It looks like no team wants him.
I'm going to be real. Yeah. I really want to figure out what the reports are of why he slid so far. It had to be interviews or his dad or something.
Be very interested to
Ty
see how it
Felton.
comes out.
Felton.
Yep, no
Ty
Shador
Felton
Sanders.
over Iamhoner is crazy. to
Over
me.
Horton, over
Over Bond,
Royals.
Tez Johnson, Horton, Royals, Restrepo. Yeah, that's a reach.
I understand it over Bond. but-
Shador Sanders somehow does not make it. Wow.
Very
Any
that's the last pick.
last thoughts on Ty Felton here, guys?
I mean, he can be really productive for you. He can work you over top and over the middle as
Good
well.
hands.
Yeah,
Good hands, good route runner. Not as aggressive as you would want in a receiver.
I'd
but-
want more him with his first couple steps, and I think when he's stemming his routes, he's a little sloppy. But like again, this is a guy late third round where you're like, I like your traits, we can
Yep.
work with you.
Yeah, let me just try to develop you as much as I can.
Before we close out here, I want to thank both of you guys for today. Obviously, Jake, you helped out a lot yesterday as well. Thank you, Jaden, for
course.
ending it off with us. Shout out to Peabody. Shout out to my man's Nick Parr. Thank you for everything. We greatly appreciate you. Thank you, Sean Gravely. Thank you, Jason.
Thank you, Lily.
Thanks to everybody who jumped. Yeah, thank you, Lillian, for helping us out. Shout out to Peabody once again for letting us come here and do our thing. And yeah, I guess that's it for the draft show. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, everybody,
Yep.
for listening.
Yeah.